that Tinder premium looked out. The two women I matched with looked just like me. Same facial hair and everything. It got to the point I had to ask my buddies for advice. I was like, hey man, how do I get better matches? How do I beat this algorithm? They're like, hey, you should start losing some weight, bro. You start looking like a Puerto Rican mom from the back. So I said, wepa, dude. So I updated my Tinder profile. I said from the front, I look like if Hagrid started a Twitch channel.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Wow. Did you know Shay?
I'm sorry? No Shay. We're actually just like, fuck you guys, dude. It's real. That's...
Nate, what do you do for work?
I actually just got laid off fully Puerto Rican. They let me go.
Oh, where was this job?
I was selling Samsung phones. Not that like a lot of haggling.
Haggling, Nigeria.
I don't even know how to spell the word, so I just gave them a good deal.
You would be asked of a phone store manager. I'm surprised they let you go.
I did work at the most Hispanic thing about.
Did they let you go?
Oh, I was very late 3 times.
Why? Why were you late?
I did coke till 7 a.m.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's why you're shaped like that.
Yeah.
The mixture of bad food and cocaine has you shaped like
I
that.
say good decisions, but okay.
What's the most fun that you've ever had on cocaine until 7 a.m.?
My cocaine song is actually You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon, and I like listening to it in tidy ways, but yeah.
Cocaine by yourself?
Oh, it's the best. I don't have to share with nobody. I've been there, brother. I can't. You get home, you go, oh, I still have some left from the party. Now it's time to keep going. Hey, jack off in the mirror. That's a good time. Till like 9 a.m. Yeah. It's too much. It's a real negative experience. Yeah. But for a while, it's awesome. When you're in your underwear dancing to fucking Paul Simon. Yeah, it's pretty great. But that's a good time, man. Whatever. You had a great special on YouTube.
Thank you, man.
It's incredible how much you look like an unhealthy version of one of my friends. Philip, can you come down here? I want to do a side-by-side of you and my friend Philip.
Tony, the cocaine, I actually lost it. This is the healthiest I've been in years.
We're going to do it. Incredible. How much are you still doing a lot of cocaine?
Oh, yeah, I was doing it a lot earlier.
Hell yeah.
You need bump?
No, I'm good. Perfectly good.
Bump?
Nope.
All right.
Don't do it. How long do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not really a comedian. I do the shows for the pay and the free drink tickets, so that's really it. You got into fucking comedy for the pay? No, I got it for the free drinks, dude. Yeah. Well, you said pay. Whatever.
Healthy version of yourself. Stand side by side with me. Side by side. Keep going up, Philip. Keep going up. Now stand side by side. Square to a camera. Look at a camera together. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you could look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
Phil, you've been losing a little weight.
I have.
Yeah, when you were chubby, you really did look like that guy.
I lost 30 pounds. I like 130.
Yeah.
So you're saying you should do meth? That's the thing.
That's actually more expensive.
But
So, in
Yeah, because when you said Philip, I was like, is there another Philip up here?
No, you're
I don't look anything like this dude.
It sucks for both of you, right?
yeah. Tease. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like backstory.
My ex-girlfriend was non-binary. We wore the same bra, yeah.
Was it always?
No, until we were fucking.
And then what did you find out?
Yeah. Use the wrong pronoun while you were fucking. Whatever. It was like I couldn't figure out words to say during an argument. You know, shit to my dad. Yeah. But Tim, you can't call her a bitch. You gotta be like, hey, the jerk.
The whole thing's so weird to me. Was she non-binary when you started dating her? Or did
No,
this...
she looked beautiful, dude. And then we got together and then cut all her hair off. Oh.
And what else changed other than the haircut?
Her tits got hairier.
What else changed?
Her legs everything got hairier. That was,
Wow.
it was not a good experience.
And was she on medication?
But I liked it because she was the only one to allow me to just Facebook all night, which was really great. But
What do you mean by that exactly? You mean do cocaine?
I put on the chin, Tony. That was
Oh, fuck me. All right. Well, you know what? You actually did good. So oh, there you go. Just throwing jokes at people. Bouncing them right off there.
Oh, okay, thank you.
There he goes. There he goes. All right, another bucket full. We are back into the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees for those of you paying attention. Somehow it's getting warmer again, everybody. Who likes it? Okay.
Dean didn't do shit.
Huh?
Where the fuck is Dean?
Yeah, Dean
He
fucked up.
gave us 2 degrees less.
Yeah.
Fuck Dean. Bring Dean's bitch ass down here. Give him a crew cut. Start acting right.
Pull another name. Let's go. Joe Filey. Joe Filey. Whoa.
Fuck yeah, mother shit. God damn. Getting real tired getting called white trash. I think I'm like upper middle class trash. You know what I mean? Like we got some money with the problem, but my sister invented all days like she had a skin tone reveal party. Didn't have health insurance, and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like a skin tone. And it was crazy because, like, I don't know. It sounds horrible I have to say, but like, how good is my sister's pussy? Because, like, as a white guy, you know how good the pussy would have to be for me to go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's my kid. And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy. Like, it was crazy. Like, 2 days before, I was 12, and 2 days before, I knew that the
Kylie. Joe. Good job, Joe.
Thank you.
Absolutely. What kind were you doing?
Well, Southbound Ave in Youngstown.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Even for Youngstown, you're weird looking, dude.
I'm the one.
No, it's not.
Safe here.
It's not Amish at all in Youngstown, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I can see why the black people would get scared of you. Like,
Yeah,
you're walking
I
out.
scared the shit out of him.
What the fuck is that?
Being on the haystack, I guess you would say. That was definitely. Yeah. I'm sure. I work at a weed shop on 6th Street.
Okay.
God damn, you better buy a weed. Yeah. I don't know if it's like the average. They come in like, honey, this weed works. Fuck the TA.
No doubt about it. They're like, this weed will make your eyes move apart from one another. You have a girlfriend?
No, fuck.
What's dating like? Being, looking, having a...
Well, like me? Have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow Room, but the Dollhouse ATX is way doper. It's like Pornhub, but you like rent the chick by the hour. You like they have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. They're probably getting shut. Look, Redman's nodding. He knows. He's been there.
Oh, Redman knows. Well. Look who's been playing at the Dollhouse.
The craziest part was you followed it with the stuff. Like I can grab. Like when I followed.
I'm the defending completely guilty.
Yo, is it your wife here?
You can see her at the Dollhouse tonight. No, actually, I heard about Joe Biden. Okay, is it the place where you can like yeah, that's what he just said.
They put sheets in the bigger room to light them up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh God. There was like this poor little Colombian chick, and it was like I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like.
Hold on, nice and slow. Poor little Colombian chick.
I didn't have a 30-cent only thing. Sheen, so like I put some coke on my dick. I had her snort it and suck the rest. And like midway through the stuff, she was like 200 more, and I just paid it to her because it was worth. That's not even a lie. Like I could. Wow. I wish it wasn't. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what you're up to.
Definitely siblings.
Yeah. So, $200 and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club.
Yeah, kind of halfway.
This is a ringing endorsement for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I almost feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad read.
Listen.
about it. They have running Heidi's.
Oh, yeah.
TX.
Oh, that's like Chandler Bay biscuit.
You really are from Youngstown. I was tricked for the first 18 or 19 years of cocktail.
On the biscuits.
No doubt about it. So
you get called you dick the sex slave place.
Sex slave, like in Thailand, they felt like sex slave.
Shit.
I have this look, brother. Like they know when I get landed in Thailand, there's like they're just there. Like he's the one.
You probably if you learn.
I can't fight at all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. CCW class is like 8 hours, and you're just as tough as them. Like that.
we're gonna read a couple Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATX. Here we go. We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something, all capital letters, else. If you want sex toys, go. It has a much larger selection.
Wait, who the fuck that?
Matt M. Someday Matt M wrote that.
I was up at search for a giant dildo. What's that? Naked.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate it.
Here we go.
It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like 55 on Sunday nights.
Wow, look at that. On
Discount.
yeah.
Early bird special.
Dollhouse ATX.
Oh, I don't like anything in my butt. One chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play in the drawers. So she opened the first one. And I don't know, you look at like level 1 through 5. It's like I can take 5, but let's start with 1. And I didn't know there was like a level 6 through 10 in the second drawer down. And I made it to 8 without yelling. So that was.
Were you facing the other way or something? You just didn't see what was going on?
I like you're face down in the bed and like you're peeping over, like she's holding your. She doesn't want you to see what's in the drawer.
Right. And how much?
But you're paid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have spoke up.
Yeah, when number 5 was in your aspect, let me talk to a manager right now. That's ridiculous. She was.
Backfire. Perfect. There you go. Fill them up.
Thank you, sir.
There goes Joe Filey, ladies. Everyone, or Rainbug, or Raven. Okay.
Yeah, and I actually she works for a moving company. I was telling Tony that, and one time I was moving this dude, and I thought he had Down syndrome, so I'm looking at him weird. He looking old, So I'm trying to be all extra soft. So I went to ASU, and I grew up in Phoenix, so I'm like, oh, where are you at? I did shrooms, and I smoked weed, drank and shit, and I'm like, man, they let people with Down syndrome do that shit, It's not normal. And then at the end of the job, he gave us lights. So I knew we didn't have Downs because I was like, otherwise he would have gave us like Cheez-Its, right? Yeah, it's my Rabbbi thing. That short of a minute.
Yeah. Okay. 50 seconds. Ramus.
I'll take it. Rabbbi, actually.
Rabbbi.
Yeah, I think there was something.
Yep. There's a little space. There's a space between the down and the S.
We might have the wrong name. I'll take it. It's cool.
You see that? Confirmed that looks like a Ramus.
R-A-M-B. Yeah. Oh, but you're saying
right, because it doesn't connect.
Capital B. It's you. Yeah, it's you. It's Ram. Ram. That's right. Yeah. The seven Ram.
How long you been doing stand-up, Rabbbi?
The moved here in 2021, and I did about 10 open mics in Wisconsin before that. So about 4 years, but I have taken some months off because of life shit. My pops passed and stuff. Damn. I'm just being honest. But I have stayed consistent with writing through that 4 years. So I've been doing it 4 years. That was a roundabout say away 4 years.
Yep, got it. How did Dad die?
Leukemia. He beat it once and then it came back.
Wow. He beat leukemia once. Leukemia is your mom's name?
She's gonna love that joke.
I love it. How do you make money?
I work at a call center internet company, but I can't say it. You know what I'm saying?
You like it?
It works for right now.
What are the hours?
10 to 7.
Okay. Do you have any trouble waking up in the morning?
Before this job, I didn't. I was an early riser, and now I'm like, you know what? Fuck, I'm gonna sleep till about 9:30.
Yep.
Got it. I gave myself some leeway.
What do you do?
It's like we call it self-care.
Sure. What do you do at nighttime for fun?
I go do mics. And then I also dodge cops. But I dodge cop redemption too. That's kind of shit. Grand Theft Auto.
Have you ever gotten arrested?
Never. Actually, you know what's funny? Is a lot of people get surprised that I've never been to jail. Yeah. And then when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like, I can't even fucking believe it. But it's just because I've been lucky, to be honest. Yeah. You never heard of Sammy the Bull?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was in Arizona, and at the time, about like 22 years old. Now that I think about it, maybe I shouldn't say this.
Go ahead.
Fuck it.
Go ahead.
Fuck it.
Let it out.
Yeah. Taxes will probably get me for it anyway. But joke. But he was doing like that. Look it up. Ramus, as you say.
Yeah, Ramus. Ramus.
And not really worry about that side of my life because,
No kids.
Oh, my daughter is 21, living her life, doing her thing. Yeah, I lived in Wisconsin for 20 years, which was
Wow.
a very much sacrifice. Yeah. After growing up in Phoenix.
And how?
Yeah, we're in Phoenix.
No. How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
Because her mom was Wisconsin, so we moved there, and so I stayed there after we broke up to raise her.
White
I
mom.
lived 50%. Yeah, white mom.
White mom. How did the white parents take to you moving to Wisconsin? Careful of what that means. These people have no idea.
The whole family hates me. Let's be
Right.
Yeah.
But how do you know? Give us an example.
Oh man, that's rough, man.
Like, give us.
They might see this.
They might.
Yeah.
So what's one good little story? You're not naming them out.
You have somebody look at you like this,
No.
like for way too long, right?
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
It was constantly that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Even at Thanksgiving, they're supposed to have a good. Hey, listen.
They never said anything disrespectful or anything, though? Nothing in particular?
Yeah. You know, you live a life. I'm 47, so if you live a life where you some people, you forget. And it's 2 a.m. and he accused me of something I didn't, and he's behind the bar yelling at me, and I'm like, hey, I'll fuck you up type shit. You know, well, I didn't. I was proud of myself actually, and I'm very much mature. I wouldn't fight nobody these days.
Incredible. You're 47 years old.
Yeah,
You successfully raised a 21-year-old daughter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You've avoided getting arrested.
Yeah. I'm a fucking miracle right now, right?
Yeah. What's your secret? What's your
I
secret?
was born at 6 months, 2 pounds, right? So
Wow.
I'm in a miracle over and over again. All them stats, I'm like LeBron, right? I'm still going, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Amazing.
I wake up every morning like, you're LeBron. Not Ronnie.
Someone's just yelling, get him, Shane.
Let's go, Shane. No, I appreciate it. Hey, I was at the drink. They took my drink away. I had to, they took my drink. That's a vodka. I had to sit it down. I couldn't bring it down the alley. I couldn't do that. You would have away with that. Yeah, we can do a black fish stuff.
There you go. All right, Rabbbi.
I appreciate it.
You already have the extra dark edition Hilltony joke book. Congratulations. To Rabbbi, not Ramus at all. All right, it's episode, the hottest episode in the history of Hilltony. We went from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a very rare treat. It does not work for comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your herodom, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show. Red Machine, William.
Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for. I'm doing my first intervention tomorrow, and I've got a ton of anxiety because I just don't know. I don't know what to wear. And that's a true one. Okay, let's keep moving. It's sad. If you don't want me to hate Colt, quit wearing all those groovy clothes and your propaganda. Access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish Presbyterian church single down. Asking for that 10% tithe shit. Presbyterian church, see your ass down. Asking for that 10% tithe shit. My Colt was 100% of my assets, and they're gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's my time.
William Montgomery has said again.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wore a fucking Notre Dame coach's polo. Like, you gotta make some change.
You gotta go to Tux. You gotta go to Tux.
Tux is fucking crazy. I know you're doing that.
Yeah, maybe coat and tie. I don't know if it's
Coat and tie is
suit.
crazy.
Maybe a suit could work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can go Notre Dame coach's polo. It works. But
Well, too bad I fucking can't stand Notre Dame, dude. I'm a Florida Gators fan. I cannot stand after the whole Manti Te'o debacle, y'all handle. I can't stand Notre Dame.
No. Wait, how's that a debacle? Dude? He's innocent. Also, yeah, whatever. You guys are totally irrelevant these days, so whatever. You had a good run.
Maybe this year. Okay, but
William, this is incredible. This intervention.
College ball.
This intervention.
Are they having a good time or a tired time?
I don't know. Thinking of tired time.
They're sleepy.
Bigger, yes.
Yeah, I had a sleepy intervention myself.
Yeah, very. Is that the one with Notre Dame jersey or
Yep.
with another one?
Notre Dame coach polo.
Well, it was your sister. She was on drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
Like downers.
Yeah, heroin.
And then, yeah, that makes not often. I think the situation I'm dealing with.
Yeah. Well, are they mean now? Have they turned out on it? They stealing stuff a little?
Little bit. Yes.
Yeah.
I can't ever hear my
That's
voice.
probably heroin. There you go. What the fuck? But it's surprising how quickly they come back.
I'm praying.
What's your speech? What's your speech recommendation?
Yeah, can you give us an example?
Stop doing heroin! Do that. Like you deserve it.
Yeah. You gotta stop doing that shit, man! We're out worried about your motherfucking ass! No! We need you eating Cheddar Bay biscuits again. He's not hungry anymore. He used to go to fucking that place with me all the time. But yeah, we're gonna get him eating Cheddar Bay biscuits again. We're gonna get it figured out.
Are you saying Cheddar Day?
Cheddar Bay biscuits?
Cheddar.
Bay. Yeah. Cheddar. Don't really ever see y'all's reactions to it. People up here react. It always made me smile to myself when I said some of my jokes. And Red Band, I do have to say, I don't feel horrible about it.
Yeah.
No, he's never done that before.
Well, man, it's classic Kilkenny. When the glasses come on, you know it's wrapping up.
What do you think about Red Band's glasses, William?
They make them look a lot smarter. And I had been worried, and it's been looking kind of. I think, thank God with those glasses, they make you look a lot smarter. Red Band, specialist kind of person. Gary with those glasses, I take them. Are those even prescription glasses, Red Band?
Yes, they
They are. How much do they cost?
$150.
Embarrassing, dumbass. So I'm thinking you're going to say something like that.
So
Well,
William,
you somehow you still look worse, I think. Yeah, I mean, you still look okay. You're getting worse, but
is this the intervention that you were doing?
yes, yeah, Red Band, we have to get you up out of your apartment, man. I mean, we have to get you. I know you've been holed up there a long time. We know you're fucking super depressed. You've been on the VR way longer than normal.
My girl's a stripper at the ball house, man. What? Girl's a stripper at the ball house, man.
See, look, it looks like she got real sunburned. Body. That's what black psoriasis is. It's like this nasty transmitted. I don't know how people get it, but it's just a disease people get. Yeah, no. So the commercial seems really good. It's just getting more. It's going to get people on these pills.
Have you? Let's go back to the intervention a second. Have you planned this? Have you written this?
I was starting them earlier. And
Is
I could really finish it up.
Don't do it. Don't read like a
So I shouldn't read. Yeah, what do you think? Do I go from the heart? Or
Do a brand new minute.
I would go from the heart on the intervention. You read it.
It better kill it. Better kill it.
Yeah, it's like everybody reads like it's a fucking best man speech. I sat in the room and everyone was like, "Oh, I'm a little nervous."
Okay. Let it flow. Oh, thank you to the fucking horrible person that belched right there. We're talking homosexual couple right here. But you burping on his dick, man. Oh, wow.
It's amazing how you can make the whole place light all crazy.
Tony, I am stinking tonight. This is weird. I swear I think they did the formulation of Old Spice deodorant differently, dude. I've been starting to stink at night. Ooh. Yeah. It's never happened before. I've never stunk like this.
This is a new thing. Have you changed your diet at all?
Just have useful help the brain, which is great because I did go at the end of time, but 3 days this past week, I'm shitting. Wow. But I'm doing so much row. I'm at 720 miles on the row machine since January, so I just feel like my body's actually really using all the bananas, all the stuff I'm eating. It's going straight to my muscles, is what my guess is.
Right.
So that's why I'm not doo-dooing, because all the peanut butter crackers, fucking bananas and shit go straight to my muscles. So.
What else goes straight to your muscles? Give us some examples of things that go straight to your
I mean,
muscles.
you know I'm drinking a fucking protein shake with Scoop. But no, weirdly enough, a lot of jelly beans. I think a lot of these sports people are saying, go down the popcorn, the butter, popcorn, jelly beans, all up in those right now, 30. And I'm gonna bring something to the intervention tomorrow. Yeah.
If it's heroin, whatever.
Is it heroin? Is that
Wow.
Hurry that up. Yeah.
I've never heard you use the word cornucopia before, William. Are there any other? All right.
Wait.
Didn't activate the lights. You got Satiform. Sometimes when you're not passionate about it, you get barely a drum slice.
You should do polysubstance drug use.
Huh?
Polysubstance drug user. That's what your friend is.
Oh, a polysubstance
Yeah,
drug user.
poly.
Polysubstance drug user. words. This is a hard one, Tony. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm really screwing up on this one. I can't.
You can say anything. Honestly, the ones that you don't really know that aren't that exciting are kind of funnier than the crazy ones. The new word this week from William Montgomery. And here we go. Could be anything. Really.
It's impossible. I'm trying to think of one word. I can't think of one word. Wyoming. Nah.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. What's the whooping at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person say? Stop using drama! That's William Montgomery. This hottest episode of Killzonian history. We were able to get it down to 79.2 degrees. Guys, the Charlie for Brian J. Can you guys get for our guests tonight, Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, everybody? You did it. Brought to you by ExpressVPN. Tire Season 2. Matt and Shane's Secret Pod on Spotify. Everywhere else. Anything else you guys want to plug or anything? Matt?
I'll be in Atlantic City August 16th.
Hell yeah.
City Ocean Casino Resort. Please come.
The Killzone. Thank you. Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis. The band will be in Blue. You got it. This episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. Our guests Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. Red Band.
Check out the Secret Show every Thursday, sunset strip. Love you.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripaTX.com for tickets.
let's adopt these new values. They're hugely important. Emancipation and so on. Fist fights. Fighting in the street over this with some Jewish boys. This was eventually in August of 1795 when the authorities of the State Republic.
Welcome. How are you?
Those were the traditional leaders of the
Hello. Hello. Pascal, can you hear me? Hello. How's your day going? All right, that's cool. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
the old style Kehillah or Jewish community in charge and actually placed guards at the edges of the Jewish border to make sure that people behave. But it showed that Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental, sort of conservatism of many elements of the Jewish community. Here's a beautiful Torah square mantle dated from 1898, 100 years later, but it actually had written on it at the top Keter Torah, the year of the coronation. I've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically is dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king or president like that. But it shows you some of the very profound patriotism. At any rate, on the other side, the progressive part of the community, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution came with the invasion, organized themselves in a group called Felix Liga Tati, which essentially means happy liberty. 1/3 of the membership of this group was not Jewish, and 2/3 were Jews. Their goal, the explicit goal of Felix Liga Tati, is for Jews modeled on the French example. To recap, if you have some of the other videos when I talked about the era of Napoleon and so on, the French were in 89 and claimed this rights of man and citizen. There was a question, hey, what about us Jews? And the French government at the time said, wait a second, we weren't necessarily thinking about that. So they took basically about a year. They said, okay, the Spartans, they're close enough to regular French people who were emancipating them. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine. All the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote and also the right of residency. Very, very important for Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territories in which they live. Right to pursue various occupations, right of higher education. But let us return to what happened in the Canadian Republic. 1796, September, the Jews there were all on the vote, and synagogues that were all sort of organized. Almost feudal medieval kind of structure. Rabbi, his name was Rabbi Yitzhak Yer. His years were 1738 and 1807. We're going to return to that because this is the subject of our talk. But just understand the membership of this Naya pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the Kehillah, only about 7, and only 108 of them actually paying members in 79. Like a taxation to keep the membership going. So it was much smaller than a large community, but it was certainly in controversy. I would love to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive in this later. There was kind of like a year-long literary war between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourses, where they attack each other, the new community attacking the old community for their conservatism and the old community and their separation and so on. And some of it reads like Torah. It's actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and food, and they were going to have Friday night meetings, all of which were huge violations. Kehillah would attack them back and so on. I'm looking forward to reading some of those. When we actually look at what Kehillah did that were so radical, they're pretty funny actually, and hardly liberal compared to what would be happening later on in Germany. The big changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements in Dutch, not in Hebrew or Yiddish or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now that's, not so earth-shattering. The shul announcements are basically things like when is Mincha, the next prayer, and like who had a baby and who got married and who was sitting shiva, sponsoring Kiddush and things like that. I mean, it's not like they're not ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual, but at the end of the services, you make language was a statement of civic membership that the Naya Kehillah wanted to emphasize. And although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this was Dutch. The new Kehillah insisted on singing Lechat. Oh my gosh, can you believe that? It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever prayed on Friday night always has this particular psalm or song, a hymn that was composed in 16th century spot in Israel, beautiful Kabbalistic hymn. Sabbath bride, almost always sung in English. Although I did pray for many years in a very rare, we would alternate singing stance, the famous passage in Pirkei Avot, the Mishnah. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, the pillar of worship, of spiritual investment, prayer, and so on, and on the pillar of acts of kindness. It's interesting that these three things were associated specifically with this rabbi. But, so what's his story? The family history recorded by Israel Rabbbi, who's one of the leaders of at the end of his life, he published a memoir. The patriarch of the family was Yaakov Rathschild, who was actually born. He was orphaned as a young boy, and he was raised in a military family. But it appears that when he was about 4 or 5 years old, and on her deathbed, she gave him a command saying that he should study the 5 books of Moses, the Torah. And this has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps she was actually Jewish. She made a Napoleon claim that occurred in the 1650s. So possible that Yaakov Rathschild may have actually been of Jewish descent. But at any rate, she gave to him in his dreams to say to him, why aren't you studying the Torah? Why are you not investigating some of the independent things? So, I guess that's kind of spooky. So he went out and he got a copy of the Bible and he read the Torah section of it several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more and more Jewish practices. He rarely attended church, and he began to observe Saturdays as his day of rest. He slowly adopted the practice of keeping kosher. So it was forbidden to convert to Judaism in Amsterdam. So he moved to this famously liberal place. Son, not Matthias, took the name Yitzhak, not Isaac. So that makes him, like the biblical figure, Isaac, the son of Abraham. The son ordained as a rabbi and becoming a very high-level rabbi known as a dayan, a judge, a vendor of the Naya Kira. So his trajectory is from this unusual story of his father converting in his old age to Judaism and bringing Matthias with him, and then ultimately leading this entire Jewish movement. What an amazing individual. Really fascinating story. I've already research and was able to look at it, Bibliothèque Nationale website, I was just blown away. I got to share this with you. So, by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Kreskes, I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map making in particular. Then we're going to look deep at the atlas, and then a little bit about his other Jewish activity, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. He is known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Kreskes, but actually Kreskes was his given name, and Abraham was his typical way, apparently, that in the 14th century, many Jews were referred to with these kind of double names based on a patronym. He also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a 5 to 1387. So although Abraham Kreskes was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see Jews involved in this field in general. We see many, many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved in this. In fact, one might even say right up into the 21st century when you get nuclear physics, astrophysics, and things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tended to be urban, literate, and numerate. They tended to pursue occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So all very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of merchants of the 9th century who were literally all over Europe. Mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy is not surprising to the Jews involved heavily in these fields. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps, of star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were, maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration at this time, and they're involved in the creation of beautiful astrolabe, which is held in the British Museum. And you can see, here's a look at where he came from in the island of Mallorca. He came from a small place called Palma. And as I pulled up a map for this background, I really have to take a minute and thank our sponsor, Kosher River Boat Cruises, who makes it possible to actually visit some of these amazing places where, God willing, the tours were going down to the Rhone, the south of France, Venice. We've traveled Danube, we've been along the Seine, we're going to Bordeaux next year, and of course the amazing Douro River in Portugal, which is absolutely. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So they're probably commissioned by John I of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift from Charles VI of France. It has been held in France, and it's now available online in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. We'll link in the information box so you can look at it yourself. And it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fines. Dr. Fine did some app on this in a few different places. A website called Smart History, which when I just filled with her fantastic articles on Jewish art history site. But a lot of the research I'm going to present to you comes from Dr. Fine's work. So the atlas itself is made of they're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto like hard, stiff boards and then folded up so you can see they're kind of like separated like this. The map that I have behind me shows most of the map. This is the actual astronomical and it's fascinating. These are actually productions that give you a sense of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially when they're original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half, but when you go to the bibliothèque site, you'll see what it looks like actually today. Now, there's a couple of ways in which this Catalan atlas is so, miles ahead. I should use a geographic definition. It's fantastically far ahead of other maps of its era. There are basically two ways of representing the world in a graphic format. You have, for example, kind of like a theological, philosophical type representation of the world, like this map psalter, which comes from a century prior. And it's kind of interesting. It shows a relationship to a kind of fanciful, sort of imagined aspects of the world, where the Garden of Eden is, things like that. Very interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually trying to navigate. And on the other hand, you have maps like this. They're called Portolan charts, which are especially laid out with latitude and longitude, and it looks a lot more like what we would call a map today. But by comparison, and this is roughly contemporary with the Catalan Atlas, they're pretty dull. It's just like names of places and rough distances between them. What was so amazing about the Catalan Atlas is it really was something not just a reliable representation, more or less, of the dimensions of the known world. It also had mosaic. So let's have a look at a few pages of the map itself. So it's actually zooming into this. Taking a screenshot from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website. So this is the way it looks over there, and it's zoomed in on that one section. And you can see that a couple of interesting things. First of all, it was a modern day maps meant to be in one position. You would literally turn the map around, or I think they probably lay it out on a big table, and they probably walk around the table to read and things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some interesting kind of like place names, of course, like the Portolan maps, but also give you a sense of like who's living there. As you see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David with some frequency, which seems to indicate the presence of Jewish populations. And as we shall see, there's lots of representation of geographic features like mountains and so on, sometimes political. You can see the island of Corsica towards the bottom center there, which of course was part of the holdings of Aragon. So it receives kind of like an extra special level of depth and so on. Here you see, like, for example, some recent political Mansa Musa of Mali, who made the Hajj to Mecca and brought along with him so much gold from Africa to Egypt for a decade. And so this map is giving what kind of metallurgical products are developed, and who controls it, who does what with it, there, but also economics and so on. Tremendous wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements like that big rock on the right there is actually the Red Sea, which the map maker to point out it's not actually red. I'm putting it all like, but he says the bottom of it actually is red. The water may be the regular water color, but the bottom is red. While we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at the land of Israel, of course, which is represented here kind of interestingly. There's not quite sure the dimensions. It appears like he's represented the Jordan River flowing from the north. But it looks like the proportions of the two sections of the Dead Sea proportions. The church that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center, of course, is catering to his patron. There are, of course, many, many references throughout the map to Jewish locations, Mount Sinai, things like that. And a representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off, but it's evident that the cartographer clearly never actually saw an elephant in real life, because you look at the proportions of it, but nevertheless, really hard to rely on whatever accounts you could get of an elephant to represent it properly. Hence, the known road all the way China. This is not after Marco Polo logs, but not on navigational accounts to actually map out the Chinese coastline. And he puts a lot of weird things in there based on his limited information. Like, for example, Gog and Magog, the battle of the world. You can see Satan there lives in China, apparently. Who knew? And he is discussing things with Alexander, which apparently is the Greek. illustrated with 30. This is a uniquely thick style of the text. Incredibly useful for people to try to what's for example, on the whole bunch of things in words there. Okay, enjoy looking at the capital atlas with me. I hope that you will be on one of our cruises because it's absolutely as we same site for that for Jewish history and vision why this historical investment. So I'm good. I look forward to seeing hello, fellow story upcoming cruise tours. Listen, amazing story on Shabbos Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance in 775 Amsterdam. So unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of background. You see it is the grand building on the right. You know, in this kind of back Portuguese center, these two late 17th century testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam. This I'm describing today happened in the Amsterdam. So who are the where the Portuguese are they doing there together? So here's a map of how to the region. And the first Jews to really make their way into Amsterdam, you should understand that Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed from the water. And the first Jews to make it were the so-called High German Jews, or in Dutch, forgive me, lot of them are arriving even earlier. Now, why are they called crypto Jews? Because these Jews are had their way into Portugal, and then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized. But it was the Christian a lot of Polish Jewish refugees, and then later the Polish-Swedish wars. These would be today called Ukrainian refugees, because most of them came allied. Polish Jews or Ukrainian, and also the Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardic. That's our basic map of the major community. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter, about 7 pages, masseuse in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked because of the Jewish community. Dr. Lois were forced to continue with their long echo in Warsaw, for example, was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis. And of this group across Europe, the members who were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war, and long has seen that level of cooperation. We should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general. We have there's more and more of open ritual of leadership. There is a in the synagogues and all kinds of things like this that really environment. This reminds us, we've used quite a bit about our own times. There's a level of stochastic influence here. I had to look up this word stochastic when I first heard it. It means kind of like something which is random, but is so prevalent that to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid, like happen. But it's like it's almost guaranteed to happen. Whereas the another kind of a posture of living in the countries in which they live, but they're really, not necessarily so happy with each other and so on. Specifically, what happened. this, of course, is this is well before you had reform synagogues, like a good 200 years before you. So this is really totally new. He would have a back singer, like a tenor voice or something like that, and then he had another backup called a bass. And so a baritone. And so in other words, when he was actually the prayers, you would have kind of like, imagine kind of like a two guys standing behind theatrical performance, but if for example, if the prayer, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to be called up for the 7 readings. Donation to the synagogue, make a donation on Shabbat, and his family and the rabbi and people and the singer. The last to sing so beautifully. That the other camp, and vice versa, and it got way out of hand, so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi imposed a fine on the Rothschild, and anyone like started trouble during Mishparet would be ejected and atone for your sins. The opposite happened into the past. It was so awful that the rabbi, our relief, had a heart attack. And, right away. Those who were rabble rousers, but the rabbi never passed away. tragic story. But I think it tells us something about not only the nature of this fascinating community of Amsterdam in the early 18th century, but it also, I think, causes me to reflect on how that this place represents, right? It's found the land. It's God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And it's offshore habitations of protected inhabited seabed to create ultimately great cities that would become massive mercantile centers of commercial activity. And this created a kind of an attitude, a mindset way that they figured that they could, because they're kind of tenuous situations through much of Europe. They look for these kind of frontiers in order, and that's something that we're in. Great idea. Let's all do this. Let's all tolerate this. Those who want to flourish, but we could actually trade those of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society. So, grand gesture, there's experimentation, there's diversity, and they didn't automatically, that represents two poles of thought in both. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their work at the library in and with regards to material on Martin Luther in particular, I read a fascinating 1937 article on the And later, of course, he was like the Mexican icon, right? Bear in mind that up until the 15th century, the entire European world is only Catholic. And there's a certain amount of dissent about that. As, both against the Catholic Church grows, and it solidifies itself in various movements. Martin Luther is ironic. State should do it for Jewish populations. This came about in the year 1538 when a nobleman named Philip, his title was Rothschild or Rothschild Regent, and Luther formulated a response that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important whole. Which was done up until now. In the 4th century, that the Jews should be tolerated, but in this image in Strasbourg, where Luther himself was. So that kind of model, or maybe we should give the Jews more freedom and more economic benefit because we can especially tax them. So this petition, was probably written by him, probably with some advisors. It had basically we were within the field of practice. The Jews realized they weren't really going to be able to challenge. Just let us do other things. Any kind of stuff. We need laws of how commerce is dealt. We should be, Jews should only engage in money lending, which was one of the major elements of that. The Jews should be given the right to straight families. This is also something we see, in the way they said. This is one that we're not sure. This definitely didn't come from the Jews. But forced to listen to sermons about the religion of Christianity, often delivered by Jewish converts to Christianity. Those are the petitions. It seems like some sort of hope that Luther would say that if the new Protestants are making up new rules, now what did Protestants think? At this point, we don't have a really clear on how Protestants will deal with the bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early on in that Jesus Christ was born, interesting kind of title, to emphasize that Christians pay attention to Jews and their needs and so on, because after all, Jesus, wherever this was written, that the reason was not the right Jew. But once Catholicism movement, then of course the Jews would become Christians. When this failed to happen, Martin Luther had a so what did exactly have to say about the Jews? This was the question of Martin Luther. He comes up with this document. Just hate other people. This old anti-Semitic charge goes way back into even more. Because Jews have certain certain kosher food. Male Jews have to be certain the church ignored the previous. So maybe we have to make some comments based. So not a very auspicious beginning. Luther laid a system that definitely is not going to be favorable to the Jews. Praying for farming Christianity. What is it that means? Secondly,
Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan, the Mongol Empire. and consider subscribing. This is gone, or approximately 11:60. The car was a large, over 9 years old. His father is tried. Abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe, from a mortal thing to the conqueror. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came. The story of Genghis Khan, like the story of when women owned the houses, which were cares and tents, they owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have cars that probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will. He rode away. German peasants. He was divided, obviously. She didn't say a word until one of the brothers said to her, the waters out of the river, if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this. That's the beginning of his story, this kidnapping. And huge issues caused by him all the way into the future. It's fundamentally heartbreaking, dark, criminal type of kidnapping. That is conceived as conqueror, the biggest contiguous empire in history. What I was really interested in was how this person, so Wordsworth wrote his poem, the child is father of the man. But it's the childhood that created him, and it was before he was born. All the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man he became. And so he was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people. The Mongols said they were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sun. was off fighting the guilty
fascinating.
guitars.
That's
One of them was
in many ways.
which is the second
projects.
He's named for someone his father just killed.
Early
It's not auspicious beginning.
synod on the freedom of
God,
God
when
on
he was going to somehow kill him and forgot. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but they were about 4. He was left behind. As it turned out, some other people tied out him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually, and mother, it's very odd that first really like of a spark of relationship was between them both sides. Because then when he went off and demonstrated the way they felt in that family, he's 8 years old. His father decides to take off to find a wife. Finding a wife in the Mongolian church, you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. But he didn't take the other son from the father to Erdo's family. He never made another family, and George the first came across. George fire in his eyes and saw this girl first, who was about 9 years a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. When they figured out his life, supposedly, he got on his horse and was able to switch in his off, living with another family. Somebody comes from his family. Well, the by now she has 4 sons. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and they start ceremony. What they did not tell her. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been
possible.
He was a little boy,
Amsterdam,
8 years old. Now that family is left there on the step. 4 children, possibly 5 already.
So wrapped up, people
So to go with other woman with 2 children. They're all left.
How do they make it?
Mother early. And she ran down the banks of the river, digging out roots
Research and
of her root. She fed them through whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. They could get fish, they could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extreme, awful struggle with this. She saved every one of her children.
So, Temujin's early.
Yes, he was kidnapped at one point by Tai Chi people. He's trapped in this thing. Every night he would be taken to a different gear to be used it as a weapon, like turning it around, hitting the boy.
share it with
He
you.
did that.
So,
He
first
raised
of
them
all,
off in
what do
the
we
night.
know about
He
Jews
jumped
in
into the
which
water for the most
or
part,
even
trying to breathe as best he could.
basically really
The next day,
rental
no,
sales,
he was right. He went to that
it's always in Lat 44 that has some Hebrew annotations as well. Probably
their
for one
fire.
of the participants in the
Gave
deal,
him food
wants
to
to keep a
escape,
record for
or
it.
did what it had.
Very low. It's years of
Just to be clear, is the neck
We just have the
although
word
he would article
that his body
that
is
was
traveling
published at great length. It's almost a street debate.
he's running around deeply
Basically,
alone.
in medieval Belgium, and
And then he has to go out and find it wherever
it's
he's
a very
Part was the
prestigious
foundation
journal. It is a
of his breaking with my ears. That
still
story
quite
went in
by
over and over.
for his father's own brother.
although
See, the men who
listed in French
kidnapped her
sources
were
on the
all
web,
on
they
custom
mention
to
that
bury
he
her
was like
when her
way
husband died.
and he is an honorary conservative example. This which is
You
not
cannot trust
exactly
them.
what we're going to study, but it's still cool.
Temujin
Rural archives
was
of
wronged by the street scribe.
It's dated 1378 or
The state
possibly
of affairs of the steppe.
1379.
How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
Drawing
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time.
1883 article.
Now, as
In the
an
center of the
isolated
seal,
family of
there looks
outcasts,
like a
of course, he's not participating
man,
in the various feuds and the raids of the people
pales,
around.
certainly with
They
a
are
beard
constantly
and
raiding
wearing the
in the winter,
traditional Jewish
and
hat,
for women and for
dated
horses and for
after
any kind of valuable and having been
of
kidnapped, children or another the father's child, so clear who the father was. All of these issues will let for a long time.
This
Hard, not only because of what had happened, things that is not.
and this is one of the things you talk about. This kidnapping was the defining. You're going to one place which a conqueror was created, and his point despite being kidnapped. He described, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means.
She's now 17. She and her father know.
So this is something that was discovered in a town called also
It's hard to even imagine what it was like mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and was it only lasted a few months. So there they I think it was
which means
extra what she won't take. She knows, she doesn't know who they are, she has no idea.
but
It's only Ox, the boy, so they don't get too
fellow
But I do
Rothschild.
think is the fight
And
the story began back when he decides that life is not worth living without her.
because in order to get her back requires
She is the daughter he goes to a man who ruled the carry-out gift. So he went there. And actually he took a gift. That's because Bush's mother had brought a saint to come. Also, he said, I will send a message to him. You have to tell the story of Jalka. Because so who was Jalka? Jalka was a boy about the same age as the young woman who herself was kidnapped. And that's, there's a Mongols will say from the same, they come from the same story. Origin. However, their lives were similar and they both lost their fathers very early. But Jalka also lost her mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings. Grandfather and his grandfather had several. So he grew up with a bunch of older women. The two boys they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they it's a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they exchange knuckles. So each one of them had the knuckles. Also used to forecast the future. You could roll them around. Celsius or Fahrenheit. You slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk and it goes on for a long way. If you put your ear down, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing under the eyes. So once they swore this relation of Honda, then a couple of years later they swear it again. Well, this time there's like bows and arrows, and so each arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jalka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for purposes where Mongols had used for signals for one thing, from one person to another. Also, when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal use it. So the boys exchanged robot knuckles this time.
consolation.
He sent some troops.
Israel was which he's the position of
basically just to
even
budget
more
and his
horrible
being
is
a little bit
likely, according to the AR historians, as
without necessarily
subject
thinking it through carefully.
Zeno.
He's sitting. We're gonna kill them all. We're just
Shipping lane.
men and the women and
At any rate,
military. Keeping this long, like
ultimately, the Portuguese
we are
pressure
almost at
increased
we give our word, our is our promise, whatever. And read or please or no. It's very helpful.
Austrian rule.
So these troops, they move in on the market. They also come in at night.
Remarkably,
And so the
falls to the French.
there's some men are out hunting sables. The market men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people that the people are getting ready to get out of this. So Marston has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. This is somebody. So she and the grandmother come on shit again. And so you know, they're loaded into a cart to go away.
What's happening?
So
Why?
Temujin comes in and there's a full moon that night so they can see what they're doing.
Making their way west.
He's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the
Tracks
man.
from the
And
tale of
she
settlement.
hears his
That's the
voice.
region in the
She
former
knows
Russian
who it
Empire where
is. She
Jews
jumps
were
off the
allowed to
cart and she
live.
runs to
Huge
him.
wave of
And they
migration, not
reunited.
only of Jews,
And he
but
grabs
also
her,
various
embraces
Southern
her,
Europeans and
and then he said,
begins around the time.
"This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything
Will
else."
collapse and there will be a
He was
civil
very
war.
clear about
And
that.
you can see there's 1.75
was his
million
first
Jews make their way to the United States of
full-on
America.
military
45,000 make their way to the land of
Yes,
Israel.
aside from the
Smaller
things, yes,
numbers
his first
in
full-on
South
military
America,
things.
Australia.
brother struggle there,
Prepared for
and
culture.
you know, not demoralized, but there's also
Details work with jump cutting and
you know the ethical foundation behind
my
murder.
but
They're killing a back there.
200,000
One
made
of
their
the
way
things that's
to
totally
Western
unknown
Europe.
outside of the
Many of them said, hey,
secret
population,
society.
of course,
They have to begin with a special pronoun.
the tragedies of the
He
Holocaust,
refers
of
to
course,
them as
also
G.
reached Belgium. Although in
Formality.
some ways there was some
And his word goes, he is the
First
father in the absence
of all,
of
we
the
should
father.
realize that
Brothers,
pure
no brothers or his brothers,
invasion
marry his widow, and his son by another wife.
more so than large-scale flight of
Who passed through puberty would then perhaps marry. I don't know if that happened, but I think because there's was in a covenant perfect election. It's only recorded once, but that's how it's ever
By the
done.
end of the war,
okay thing to do for all the brother. You just take stuff.
Yes, he could do anything he wants, just go out with his younger
were able to
siblings.
emerge from their hiding places. That's what we
But
were doing.
Temujin is not going to stop.
The number of actual calculated
industry was still quite very, very important to the economic health of the community as a whole. And there were a lot of
interesting dynamics of what was going on before. Because we
separate population.
they stay with the shadow. You were worse than him in the record. So he does have this episode of mostly problem is solved. Mother is extremely technical.
Is it normal to have such a love story across many years? When you're separated
Prior to the
having
Australian
Children like Blackfish
all the way up to
and things like
deportation
that
population.
really be
Typically, what happens
she
is
remembered him on the
secondary charges.
was
Sometimes
it 17
you
she
have
showed
to
up
have to
in
go
there.
through several levels.
So
Found people
I can't explain why
cooperating with the Nazis.
what interrupted her lives. She was would say the most important person to him.
Definitely have some
Got her back.
So some of
Now
those that I read
he's
is were actually
reestablished
doing
his
everything
relations to stay
to
together,
Zuskin.
and they all go off to
Zuskin was a fairly non-discriminator of a margarine factory.
This becomes
Nazi anti-Semitism has
one of those things
inspired
that to this day
his
about
wife,
these things.
and later their Rothschild Schauberg,
He
the
defends
theater
his wife.
of
You
the
don't
Nazi
know who
deportation plans to
You did
Westerbork,
not see the sky turning around. You
Zuskin
did not see the
relies
stars.
on
stole.
he would make
So he
sure
had
that
the
was
home
run by
of
a Jewish
ballet,
woman named Henrietta
and
Zickas
he and John
who would then smuggle them out to a
renew their
nearby
vows
teacher's
of
home.
maintenance
About
there.
a total of about 600 Jewish children to save these
And he
children.
put it
They
on
worked together
village.
with Rex Kinder.
But then
Unfortunately, Suskind
was
himself
unusual
and his
there. I had a
family
little
recently laughed
sort
on
of odd
this.
to me.
So in
But
1944, Suskind and previous overseers who had been brought
woman was
whatsoever.
often
They were later
dead, and
deported
even
into the
person
notorious
went
Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and died
So
by the death march in 1945
they
as the
celebrated.
Nazis tried
Then the
desperately
words of
to
a
pull
secret
back
history.
about him.
And then when
A
the baby
bridge
was
was
born,
constructed nearby
some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. And other people can say, well, John President, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, and they had named that Joringadai, which meant foreigner. It was kind of like a parallel, the visitor, the foreigner. And so Jonah's clan took the name from him. They're called Jonah. And so there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of their pie that we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story.
economy of
Break away. She urged him, but he loved his wife more than I think that certainly the most important other character is the of course the most took the baby of course with him in his arms. But two of them never claimed to bring it. They had just separated. Now
look at this map of the
you have Von Hahn, this most powerful ruler on this desert, ruling out of central Mongolia, to carry it. And so does the Butcher. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. While they're not fighting each other, eventually making all of these great victories for Von Hahn. But he was even got the title Von, which means
also
prince or king.
significant settlement.
Von Hahn received that from their general because of his conquest against the Tatar people. And Von Hahn said, no,
Wearing a kippah.
and so he said,
I know, but it's coincidental.
no,
Really didn't know that was true then, but nevertheless,
you're not like us.
officials
We're not going to marry them. And so then,
economics and
now,
out
or
of
you could say, breaks out a feud
to allow that. So he was forced to allow this tiny.
The Butcher has to flee far away into the east to a place
And
called
of course,
Bonju.
for our purposes,
He
very
goes to
important
Bonju, and at this time,
very
John
significant.
is going to
The
fight
diamond trade, which went its way through Belgium
his lord.
as well. So how did this new economic
The two of them
activity
do not meet in
is
combat,
concentrating itself
but now
especially
their forces are
in the
fighting each
stock
other.
exchange?
And they
First
didn't
year
see that.
After all, the ship is that claim that because they never voted each other. He takes over Central Mongolia. He starts to really himself now. And he has a title from his own, a title that anyone that we know of. He was divided, obviously, and whether they should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the carcass. And they're
accepted his Jewish identity.
Say a word. Said to her, if you shake the waters out of the river, if you shake the mountains, you're screaming.
Writing
Never seen this man.
letters published, but also on several books.
That was the
One
moment.
that's most significant,
Detail
obviously,
of
the title would be Confusion
It'll
of
come
Confusion,
back again
and
and
it
again.
was translated to
To some
English,
extent,
and
in
it's
certain
still
parts of
used
the world,
today.
you could say it still
It works.
exists.
It has more dialogue
Did
in
this happen?
the 17th
Who
century.
was this person?
Operated,
You know,
like
the childhood of the
anecdote,
man.
very
And the childhood that
description of
created
life
him.
snapshot
And
and so
it's
on to
childhood.
which have retained their value. People would say that this is what it's all about.
Now,
Here they are.
suddenly, where a child is about to be born to a
It doesn't
kidnapped
sound so
woman,
much like an economic. Give anyone.
and he already had another wife.
Basically, you know, it's all about the family. You don't want
He
to
had
give
enough
bad
money, one
advice
son.
and give
Later, he had another son with her.
Second rule:
There was a very odd even there.
don't ignore it.
It was all fighting up the cars.
I should
And
have
then they
bought
get
that
the
when I was
cars.
cheap and things like that.
Jim shoots the
Sold
cars.
before it crashed.
One of them was Imogen.
I wasn't sure exactly what it was. It is
After the man he killed.
Pebbles.
She's a second wife, but just the second
And it can
kidnapped
also,
wife. And
moved almost
his
immediately.
name put in his childhood.
Education.
Father and mother
Or
both camped
the
one
study
time,
duration of
overlooked him
European
and forgot him.
security
Here's a
exchange.
young child, we don't know what age he
Research
was,
on
about
European
five, I think. Kept him for a while, and
maybe
eventually he was
future
reunited
groups,
with
and
his
I
father.
certainly look forward to sharing more videos of how my research
It's very
my
odd to me
experience
that
with you because
I never
we all love Jewish
have
history.
any
Thank you very much.
inkling of a spark raise him up, but they will train him. But he didn't take the other son from the other wife back to
These are all countries who are looking for new economic niches. They began first with their leader story was on show here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental to allow this tiny
On
group of
this
Jews
trip,
in
everybody kind of
1644
figures out who
into
everybody
America.
is. They figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close relative, comes to get him. And they make it through the winter. Mother Irma, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They're going to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony when they did not tell her. And so she came and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one." We do not have to. We're not taking her with them. And they packed up and they took the animals, but she still had 1 horse for a moment. And she jumped on a horse and she took her after death. It's a soul of a person. So she raced around and they were a little bit nervous. And so they camped one night and they waited until dark. Then they took off. By this time, one of the friends kept running out to try to stop them. And they killed him. And took them. 4 children, possibly 5 already. So Chickle, the other woman, was drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. Anything that moves. for generation. I came up and I said, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. We can't possibly escape.
So, back to our question. Why was
The next day he knew one family that he could go to. And he was right. He went to that third war captain family that touched you and did great risk life. This point in which it had.
So the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We say the head is the head, but we know that his body the head.
He's running around deeply alone with this thing. It's breaking with normal tradition.
They have an obligation under local law and custom to marry her with her husband, care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother. They count as the sons of the clan, but they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust
Now we're
them.
having a uniquely Jewish moment here.
Mention that
We
he's
stop on the street
reaching his
in front of the
cause.
synagogue. Which has a bunch of walls outside that
Extreme drug.
You're in touch negotiations with the businesswoman. These two guys weren't stop you on the
It's a you see, going back generation after
Although there are
generation
so many
of all
codes
this
to
stuff,
personality,
it's
at the top of it says faith and
and later he will come
synagogue,
wrong.
and then it has star David was the Lions that has 4 dates. Built and constructed as a physical entity. It basically disappeared from this middle-sized town. It's a whole story. All the way down through now city of Antwerp. There's no center there. There were, and it's great. Areas is we don't know exactly where she is. When we rode the ship down to the nearby and then we made our up to this little place nearby the theater will be very important because that's the home on Boss. It's going to be a major place. Well, there's no for, and then towards a Jewish church. In other words, this map is synagogue. The entrance is on here. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which the family did during the Holocaust. And that was published. Very fascinating like that. And we have a there's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a door to the right, sort of like an open space taking prominence in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs from the beginning that was in place in this towards the two windows featured in
this is the early step
or two
because an actual organization of troops.
Our synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of the British border land and destroyed it completely. This is the destroyed with walls that stand around the base of the squad. And over the course of time, this was trees grew in consecrated ground. That push or jump in his remarkable few kilometers away. He just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore
the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning
place to
was a boy about the same age. When his family had winter camp in July that she was pregnant and the woman kidnapping. And then the witness descended from her through the new kidnapping and he was on his charge. But the two boys meet. The two boys meet make a pact. It's called becoming undone. And they swore that they would be there forever. Escapes and everything. But it's also used to in winter time of up to 50 degrees. So it doesn't really matter. You slide something across the ice and it's literally smooth like silk. It goes on for a long way. You put your ear down to the ice. You hear celestial sounds. Any sound. It's just like the angels are singing on the earth. So once there's one revelation of Anda, a couple years later, they swear it again, but this time there's slightly older boys, and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. The text is very specific that Jamaica took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used, of course, this weapon was used for signals or the boys that exchanged Rowan, not both exchanged, until they was friends. Van Han said, okay, Jamaica should from Van Han. He himself did not go, it was too old. But he said, yes, sure. And then basically just had to go and this episode would go. He has some extremely militant rhetoric, at least, about avoiding or getting ready. On the go-ups, and she introduced her was his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrible experiences of
was that? Can you explain
a lot going on.
Killing a vector, that's one of the things that's taught in the secret history of laws. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the new wrote this until I don't know that happened.
This short on Shabbat could take any live footage on Saturday while we were there.
When he comes to the older brother and the stepfather, and he was already, Victor was working around, so he would take things.
People like
Word that was in a college. The Wongo hierarchy.
So Trojan and Vector would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once.
How many things you do on it? He just takes it.
Yes, he can do anything he wants to do with his young legs. But too much in is not going to stop for it. So, mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the way. Boys have to get the sewing needles from their mother that we're using for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his ex-brother, Hassan, decided to kill him. And they did.
Looking into that. Dealing with fish. It's like
Shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting from the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing. She and her younger son, Megadine, they family, they don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Virgo, his mother, screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine about you will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And you were worse than she was outraged and on and on and on about it, extremely distressed about it. Whereas Sochical, the mother of the boy, no, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this with it, and he could before he was Genghis Khan. I think it's to really be hiding from all the time. Would never can explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story to get her back. He risked everything. He was willing to die, and he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamuna. So they decide to stay together, and they all go off to the Horn Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue. It's one of those things to this day, almost it's an issue. And what happens, but as he says, much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, a murky bastard, he defends his wife. You were not there. You do not know. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. Reading, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. I sort of think about it different ways, but the belt for the monk of Paul, then and even now, Paul, person with, but they still use the word, was very important to manhood. So, then the words of a secret history, they stuck the hard blanket apart from the butter group, and they were happy to get named the baby. Which means people say, well, it's because the child was really visitor and a foreigner. Took us plan took the name from him. Juggler. So there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand.
But is likely not his. Yeah, to that job.
But not long after the war, really, the butcher breaks apart at the urging of Rothschild. He loved his wife more than anything. I think that in a certain way, the most important of other
But
characters.
here's this breaking point of the how did that
Von Han is the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karian people. And so loyal to him, but at first so does the butcher. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting at different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, that they're not fighting each other. But eventually some things happen that separate the butcher. The butcher was making all of these great victories for Von Han, but he was even from Chinese prince or king. Von Han received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So the butcher was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Von Han. And Von Han said no. His own son. Told the father, no. We don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We're Karian people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now war, you could say, breaks out a feud forward. And the butcher has to flee far away into the east, a place called Bokjuna. And he goes to Bokjuna, and at this time, John God is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Rothschild. Two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are Temujin eventually defeats Von Han. So he takes over Central Mongolia. He started to really rise up now. And he has the title of all these old people of Genghis Khan.
Jews also created
Suspicious meeting. It's very close where Genghis, which means the sea, strong. Genghis. But in Turkic, yes.
And then the double meaning plays with each other. And then
Because it's a name, an American name, and it means saints of light. It means powerful. It means the sea. I think it means many different things. But Genghis Khan attacks the island. Rightfully scared of them, and he was left there. And he, in fact, very likely also defeated. So to look them all against, there was this guy. And he's off with some of his people. And people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide. But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. Genghis Khan. They'll take him and they'll be saved. Viva protect. Safety guard.
That's such a difficult post that the United Nations suggested
What I did
they should
betray
just maybe
when people fought against you,
as the
but you
history
will always
develops,
know that and you will never completely trust
this man
I will be
Arabs
underneath the collar
first
of your
started
deputy. You said kill me without shedding a pin. And if you do, to die was without shedding. It takes more than soul. If you lose it, you're losing your soul as scale. And so he was his own head, remained taken up and buried in a hot.
which is
He had become very practical.
Israeli
And he understood
now the
trust
oil acquisition
with everybody around.
ultimately the Sinai
And I
Peninsula
think
is
when
a
they went,
difficult problem to
Jellicoe
solve.
offered to be killed without setting
history. This relationship seems like a relationship that defies the nature of Virginia.
unrecognizable ways. It was the most important relationship of the adulthood of Satan. That relationship really did not seem to have been in every regard so far as forever. Although she was not someone, she was always on his side. Too high evacuation of these things like, oh, we're going to drop down and we're going to come through the swamp and we'll kill everybody. But Jellicoe also, we both lost her. But I also lost my mother. Bershta, you have a very strong wife, so long, and we did not have a relationship. I think something about that rings true. There were some elements of that that were true. But he
operation.
You actually get into the history of it.
It became the richest man in the world. They control the most well through him. Always felt that inside the on the heart very just because they have a free
Yes,
well various ways of reading.
but they were from Israel, so right here you'll see Israel was
Would have the
handed
intelligence
back
to
and forth
understand
for much of the
how
time.
corrupt they
And only
are.
after the year 1800
Somebody builds a
was he
tower.
was responsible for some terrible persecution
How he got it.
in
You're so
Israel,
exiled,
vying for it.
became
The
a full
Hellenists,
member of the
which
Mongol
were
nation.
favored by
His
a man
house,
named
his
Jason and
mother
another
Bertha would
much
raise
bigger named
so she
Menelaus.
eventually had a
And
whole
the
house
tradition was who favored
of boys
someone
from different tribes,
some
but
knights.
they all
The
became
Hellenists
very
Jason, and then of course under Menelaus.
important, not just to write down. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to do.
Menelaus offered more money.
Only the law.
And after
Nothing about him or
humiliating
campaigns or
military and political
military
defeat,
meeting. What
Antiochus
Shigeo
chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing
realized that
elements
this was
by
going to be lost.
ransacking
This is
the
a great
country itself,
historic thing that has happened. So he
dedicating
compiled
it
the work.
to
Part of it, I don't know if the people
rather
that
than
helped
to
it.
the
It
daughters
was still
of
a bit
Jews,
unclear.
and banning many
They don't
traditional
specify that. They always
aspects
say
of
exactly
traditional
where
Jewish
something
practice,
happened.
such as
So we know
circumcision
exactly
and
where
observance
it
of Sabbath.
happened. We're
This
going to still
sparked
go
a
to that
revolt,
spot where he
but the
wrote it.
roots
That's
of the
very important
revolt
to the
were
Mongols.
really
And
the
we
Jews
also know
themselves.
it's the year of
Those
Lao
Jews
Tzu.
who
It
wanted
was
more
1228. Genghis Khan had died in
accommodation,
27.
tolerance, and values on the one
So
hand,
he wrote
and
down,
those who
it
disagreed
begins with what we
said
would say
that
are the
the Greek world had to be held.
myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myths. It begins with the marriage of a great blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's not kind of myth. It's totemic. And almost we'll see. They look at me. I asked them about this. They said, what? He was named Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. You know, and they're very practical about it. They think they're real
It
people.
may be
Maybe they
surprising,
were or not.
but our best
But so this
history
earlier
of the
history is
happening
just
of
the
the war,
genealogy
which was
is
a glorious
it should
national
be. Who
uprising,
knows?
represents
But it's
a
also
high
right there
point
because I
in
put
many
it. They call him. He's cast out because he's just
But
so.
this source,
No,
which all of us
she
were
has the
then
child
have
who
to be
becomes
honest, so
ancestor.
we have
So
three
it's a
really
confusing
important
mess, but
sources,
I
a few
tend
other
to think
smaller
it's
ones
probably
left from the
accurate.
period as well.
There's a little
Let's
bit of
look at the three
information.
most
By
important.
the
The
time
first
you
is
get to the
the
life of
Talmud.
Timuchin, the reason
The
we know
Talmud
these
seems
intimate
to
things is
be
because
a
that
little bit
person,
cautious
Shigeo
about
Tomi, was
describing
there,
this otherwise
sleeping in the same
amazing
air with
event
people.
of
So we
the
even
Jews
see that
actually
there
achieving
people record
political and,
instances
more
where
importantly,
Bertha sees
spiritual
up in bed
independence from
and
an
tells her
oppressor.
husband,
And
okay, you gotta
there
do
are a lot of
this, you
questions.
gotta do
Why
that, you
does the
can't do
Talmud
this
spend a
anymore.
lot
We
more
can't think
time
of was secret
And
for a very
specifically of
so much so
how does life
scholars
know
began
those
to think
things there?
and
How
then
do you
in the
ritually,
19th
but
was
as a
working
some of it's very difficult
discovered a
to do,
manuscript
like the
people
Oprah
that
with
what he
he
recognized
was
if
a
you
general
pronounce it
who first
it makes
aligned
sense
so
how
he
the sounds
started and
they
he
use
joined
Chinese
the
scripts or something like
expert on everything
it was a
Jewish
very unusual
for
document
first Titus, the
and
general
once they
who
found
was
it they
responsible. Then he
sent
went
it
on to
to
write
Mongolia
a massive book
other
called
Mongolia
All of
was
Jewish
just a group
Creation,
so it's
right up until his
fairly
death.
genuine
Yeah.
but it wasn't no little things that happened to it along the
However,
way
a couple of
some things
comments
that
about first century, so writing was a passive celebrity at the same time is officially adopted by
it was not
emperor.
published
That's
in
why
English
he has
until
the surname
1982
Flavius,
when Francis
but
Woodman
he's
Cleave translated
so
it in the
we're not
50s.
exactly sure what
It
his
was ready
motivation
for
was.
publication,
Much
and he
more
was
to say
having
about
trouble
him, the
here
fact that
for
he's
nearly
somewhat
30 years.
problematic source,
It was
although
supposed to be
it's very
two
hard to get
volumes.
away
The first volume
from
was the
just
translation.
whatever you want
The
to say.
second volume was going to be the
So I
and
was
the
very
second volume was to this day.
This is an
It has a
amazing
profound
account.
value.
This is Hebrew original.
Can you clarify? So there's two volumes.
It was probably written by someone who
19th
had
century
personal
Chinese
knowledge
manuscript
of
covers
the
the first
actual
volume.
Maccabean
But
battles.
yes,
And
it was translated and then
details
published
to
by
live by
biographers.
Rose.
But the notes were just the notes
From
from
the perspective
scholar Francis
of
Woodman
someone
Cleave.
who
Those
is
were his
really
notes, not
involved in the
Mongolian
work
notes.
itself.
But there are Chinese notes that went with it.
This
Because
has
the
made it
Chinese
into
had
the
trouble
Bible of
understanding a
many
lot of
Christians,
things.
in particular the
And they
Catholic
also
Bible. But it
disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own
Bible.
notes in
Now,
the
this
margins
book
to
would
kind of correct the
definitely
story
make it
and
into the
explain
Bible.
away
Wow,
why
this is a totally amazing. But the
we're
rabbis,
over
when
during
they
this
through
time.
the
So
canonization
it just did not
to determine the
manifest.
text,
You know, so there's several things like that that makes it interesting just to read
I hope to discuss
the
a little bit more in
dynasty
the next
notes
lecture.
that are to it.
You should understand that there was
It was a guiding document.
Hashmonaim dynasty that the
First,
Maccabees
everything
founded,
else went to
whether or not they
Mongolia,
wanted to
travel
support
around
and
to those
encourage
missions
and
because they were
identify
so
themselves
exact
with the
in
Maccabees in
their
every way.
feelings.
There are a lot of
It is so
ambiguities that
important,
have
I think,
emerged from the
because
first and
the
second
history
book of
does not
Maccabees
live in
that
books.
made
History
the
does not live
rabbis
in
think, you know
archives
what,
or even
this might
libraries.
not be
As
the
much
best
as I
book
need
to
them
put in
for my
every
work.
But even though
History
it
lives in the
was
people.
included in
History
the
The episode with that
Bible,
little
do
verse
not include the
to that
Maccabees,
place.
and you have to read
I
it on
didn't know when
Wikipedia
it
and things
happened,
like that.
what season it
Nevertheless,
happened.
the book of the
It was very
Maccabees
important
is
for figuring out
absolutely
the verse that
fascinating
came
for our
afterwards
purposes
and other
and gives
events
some
that
thought
were
and
being
historical
correlated.
depth
Very important
and
to me.
rich
It's not just
understanding
talking to
of what
the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no. Granny Clopton was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Next
were absolutely fascinating.
and it was
They were
absolutely right. It only happened in the
they're
winter.
not
Chinese
engaged in
What
full
did it feel like?
middle
exactly
a Greek god
there's no
sun
line going
to
nothing.
the earth,
And
and
just to
rather
smell
than
to see
act of
what kind of
idolatry,
animals
they
live
chose
here,
to
what kind of
sacrifice
plants
these
are
Jewish
growing here.
enthusiasts
You
who
begin to
had
get
been
a
promoting
feeling for how he
the
was
act of idolatry.
thinking. Begin to
This
see,
sparked
oh, I know which
genuine
direction they can
guerrilla
go, the
battle
direction they can
where
go.
the sons
Begin to see it, and his life starts to
fled
unfold
to the
dramatic
mountain,
way.
and from there they engaged in small attacks
When the text like they're like a peak explain
on
anything.
internal conflict
They know
with
which way they
made
can
it a
faces with the
local
sun.
conflict.
They know all these
The
things.
Syrian
For me,
Greeks were not
that's how I
brought in
learned it.
big
It was
numbers
from
until
being
it was
with the people.
discovered that
It
the
was
local
the
Jewish
most
authorities
important
simply
thing.
could not handle
And
them,
this was
and then
starting in the
increasingly large
1990s. And the
real
people
foremost.
at this time,
This is
they were
Mike
amazed to
Shaffer
know
himself passed
how
away
come
early
the
on in the
Soviet era
conflict,
had just
and
ended,
his
socialism
remarkably proved to
was
be
just
incredibly
ending, democracy
able
was
general.
starting.
Acquired a reputation early on. He seized the enemy
Following
commander's
the
sword
secret history,
and
that
he
became the key to
personally
writing what I
symbolically
wrote.
for the rest of
Take the history, which is
campaign.
difficult to understand.
At a very important battle
I
at
often never
Emmaus,
understand different
managed
parts,
to
or I
reach
change my mind.
a
I think
regular
it was yes,
forces
now
who
it's
may have
no.
been as many as 4 times
The
the
secret
size of
history
the
is a
North
valuable
Flag
document.
by
And to me,
force
it's also
marching its own
it's the
soldiers
opening
to
document of
attack the
Mongolian
base
written
when
language.
half of the
And I
enemy
think it's
was
very
out looking
important
for the other Maccabi. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for the other returned,
with
they
the
found
words
that they were outnumbered after an exhausting
the
search,
highest
and
heaven
the entire
destiny
was
of the
remarkable
global
strategy for battle.
who was married to the
Battle,
great sea.
however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elements,
Integrating
terrifying
the
creatures,
spirit
fortified
team grenade
where
that they have.
soldiers could sit on
Mongolia
top
is
of
a
the
world
element and then
that,
attack
for the
from
most
above.
part, is the
And so
same as
to
when
one
Genghis
of
Khan
the
was
oldest
there.
brothers,
We cannot go. It was entirely
Elazar
different.
decided to
People,
attack the
languages, and
elephant
everything.
from below,
But you can't say it
stab
from
him,
London or
which he
Moscow
did
or
successfully. However, the
Constantinople,
elephant
Istanbul,
in his death
Constantinople,
fell
all
upon
of
the
these
leg,
things. Tell you so much.
crushed
But
him.
Mongolia
This particular way
is one of the
was
largest countries in the
celebrated
world
in
in
Christian
space.
art. The
Today,
Maccabees,
3.2
Jews are
seconds.
not,
And
but
they're
the
spread
book of
out.
the Maccabees becomes very
They
popular
live in their
and
environment. It's
so
not an
it has been
intimate way.
described in all kinds of amazing
This was important
medieval
for learning about
pieces
Genghis
of
Khan,
art
how he
describing
fought,
this
how he
particular
hunted,
Don't
how he
just take this to
strategized for
because
war.
they're just so
He learned
fascinating.
that from the people
As
today
you will
because
know
they are
from
still
this
there.
particular
They're still
example,
living.
the
What's the
Europeans who
open
are describing this
step
as actually
like
to be a
as
person
we
that's
return to
conference?
the feeling
They don't know what an elephant actually looks
Genghis
like,
Khan?
so they
What's it
sort of
like
imagine
looking at this place
some
that has
kind
not
of
changed
horse,
since his
maybe
time?
an old
The first thing I think about this
nose.
step is that
Okay, fine.
you have this extremely open space and the wind is usually blowing.
Like
But it's
sort
extremely
of a
fresh
happy
coming out of
picture.
sight.
Two of the original, right? It's got sort of a
The
fence
smell of
going
the
on.
wind. That's just one more poetry from mining. And this part, even when I was there, even today you could live. So it's a place of pure waters, and that's how Mongolia
about the miracle. What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that people get. Ultimately, after a series of battles over several years, we're actually not talking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking that several eventually after the temple ground cleanses of all of the Ethiopian inspired idolatry and restore it back as a site for worship of God. Dedicated to the temple. And one of the elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the image of the Roman monumental art buildings in the little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're parting ways with the solar panels. This is, by the way, more or less how today, Stephen Stein of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis and reflects on the sermon that would have originally appeared to Rome still exist in a painted version. Personally, I actually like the way they have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of
from a young age.
Opera of the Jews, menorah, and on the right, the table or
Right, while standing on the horse. From a
at
young
any
age,
rate,
often
none
jousting
of
one
the
another
earliest
to see who
sources
could knock the other
have
off.
a really
When their legs
clear
go long enough
description
to
of miracle, which seems to
they
get
were also
such
taught to
high
shoot arrows.
right shots that it comes
Including
with
the
it.
young
In fact,
suspects, distances, and speeds. The
the
skills
a
such
barita
playing
or
proved
barita
valuable
is
in
essentially
horsemanship
a
later in life.
statement which ancient in nature and
The
oral
relationship of
tradition
Genghis
handed
Khan
down,
and the
but
Mongols
it
to
was not
horses.
included in the collection of very well, but that is essentially the place where we get there are other elements, other early sources, from the U.S. School of fast days that were not really fast per se, and maybe with days of extraction permitted. One of those days, and other early sources do make reference to the need for a menorah, that kind of
with dedicated time.
This is how he
However, he had so much early success that ultimately
mother goes out every morning
lack of
and
control,
directions
independence,
to start
that
the
is,
day.
including economic
They
independence,
use it for every
and
kind
the
of
freedom from paying tribute, that is,
some
taxes
things
to the
puzzle me.
Missouri for years.
Watching, I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a guilting day when they were under guilting
So,
with beef stallions and go get the beef stallions. But one of
by the way,
this
have a look at
family
this
had a
if
bunch
you
of
can.
one or two girls, one or four.
This is dated 1918.
11 years
This
old.
is a representation of the
Time for another Golden
similarities
Ticket winner. Everybody, the CID one number. It's
and wanted to take back control and establish the in the context of World
Beside the
War I,
range, running without
placed,
help
of
and
course,
come in.
under what would
When
be
they
a
came in,
League of
the mother
Nations
just turned her
mandate.
back. I'm
That's
thinking, how on earth
verses
can you
that
do this?
are
This is a
attached
child.
to
This
the
is your child.
Under Hanukkah, there is the phrase in
2 weeks
Hebrew
later, my
reads, "Who is
chance,
like you unto thee
another
all
boy
the
who was
mighty
practicing for
eternal?"
Nana.
And that phrase, etc.,
Like this boy,
is
area
not
right close to the
But
forest
on
and
the
mountain
other
area.
side, under
And the
Albies,
horse
there's
went
a
up that
conservative
tree, and then the horse went
I
deep into
don't
the
know
woods.
if
The boy followed him. The boy
the
became
issue over
lost.
about 25, 30 years
Boy was
would
12
feel
years
quite
old.
as
He was
warmly
lost for 2
about
weeks.
Allenby and the village in particular because
I
of
would
the
have died in
harsh
48
nature
hours.
of the League of
He said,
Nations
well, they slept
mandate
in the
to
daytime when it was
satisfaction
warm. He walked
of
at
the
night when it
British
was cold.
after the white
Even though this
people
was the
stuff.
summertime.
But
Nights
it's actually
were
similar to what we're talking about here. Because what
And he
happened
sang
is
loudly
the
all
Syrian
night
Greeks
long to keep the
realized
wolves away.
soon that
And he knew what to
fighting
eat.
this
And then he walked
local
until he found water
conflict
moving, and then he
over
would follow
whether
that
or
water
not
down
the
to the
temple is Hellenistic in nature,
And I realized
really not in their nature. Go back to status quo. Obviously, this had overstepped its boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like fornication and observing the Shabbat. And I know you messed up your temple, you moved
Showers. Shortness. I suppose that for one, of course, it's just an example that there's a mental hardness and mental toughness.
you have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, the woman in that kind of people, you have the privacy to do it. The men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow. And
Okay, so we have to
probably
get
where I
back to
live,
some
the
way.
summertime for the competition,
To actually watch
and the water's very cold coming down.
majority of although they were sense that the idea
now they take over themselves.
Well, then getting back to the horses, the value they have for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable shooting accurately 200 meters or more while riding up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time and just watching some of the videos. It's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse, shooting at a moment of the gallop when all 4 feet of the horse are off the ground. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the ball accurately. There's obviously the technology.
Take a side read here.
Crossbows
Book
later
of the Maccabees.
adapt the technology. And there's a
Obviously,
particular kind of
you're
thumb
aware
draw that you
of
use
the
for
general
shooting
things
with
they
the
have
crossbow that
the
works
description
for
of
a
your
horse.
events in
Because
the
the thing
Talmud
is
is the
bouncing
same,
up
of
and
course.
down, right? So
They
you have
had
to like
some
not
access to
drop the arrow.
secrets,
It's just
but
incredible to
they
be able to shoot
hardly
while
ever
the horse
looked at
goes
the book of
60
the
kilometers
Maccabees.
an
So
hour.
he didn't
Anyway, can you
much
speak
more
to
than a
this
hazy idea of a lot of these
best
things
that
through the Middle
the
Ages.
Genghis Khan and
Riches,
Mongols
however,
had
as we showed you
for
from medieval and Greek,
a
fascinating
riding horse
in the
gauging
era
war
of the breakup of the church, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation. There is renewed Christian interest in the Maccabees. For Christians, he represents correctly and Protestant knows their statement on the value
By 3 years old, they would probably be riding
in
on
the 17th century already.
When I
Several
first went to
poems
Mongolia
and
in
plays
the 1990s, at that time,
that celebrate Judah Maccabees
all
in
jockeys
particular.
on horses for races had to be
None
under
other
6
than
years old.
Handel himself, even
There was the age limit for the cutoff. So there's 3 years
the
old
Henry
racing.
Wadsworth Longfellow in
It's
English,
absolutely good. Of course,
composing
at
five
that age, they can't
acts,
even have a
tragedy
saddle for this.
dedicated to
They
it.
can't even be
That's
used.
absolutely
So they just,
fascinating
all
because
they're doing
he
is
is
staying on the horse. The
seen
horse
as
has been
a
trained to do
figure
what it has to do.
responding
And they just
to
stay on it.
religious
Well, by
beliefs.
staying on it,
He
they
is
learn
also
the
seen
horse
in the
from
20th
not one.
century by both
Not just
Christians
one
and
horse with
Jews
one rider,
as
but
a
one rider
figure
with several
of
horses.
national
They're using
revival,
5 is the number
as
that you
the
should have
idea of
for you when you go off to battle. And
self-determination
this ability
has
to
been
shoot
popular
after
among
the thing
the
animals,
staple
there's rules
speakers
around.
of the
There are
world.
lots of other
That
things. In
many
some areas, there
begin
were
to
even
see
tigers
him
and
as someone standing up
other
for
animals that
the
would
rights
come
of
in.
national
And you had to be able to
determination.
shoot and defend it against other
Here, have a look at this example.
So they became
This is by
excellent.
a Swiss writer, Karl Boxer,
Had
and the title is
composite bows
Buddha
that were
Maccabees,
very
of course,
powerful.
what is
To this day, that's what they say. Or you would be native and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius is. Other people had been very good in earlier times. Turkey leaders,
Foreign
also
history. I'd like to talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with
warfare, and that's what
I
carried
grew up in
through.
a very
Genghis
small
Khan's
town in
army was
northern
extremely
Mongolia,
good in
and we
warfare,
were the
but
only
small.
Jewish family. And I have to
He
say,
never got probably
I
above
followed the
100,000. The most
So all my
110,000.
friends were
That is
like the
when you're going against
small army. Just think about that. Small army that conquered the world.
You would fit in a stadium today. And he had no baggage trade. He had no backup combat.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Breaking down units using the decimal system 10, 100, 1,000. So
I gotta tell you,
there's a kind of hierarchy
I've always been.
with delegate
Here's
authority,
historical reality.
but
It's not
to
a
the
thing.
degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So more like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops. All the interesting tactics that were utilized. You have to have really communication orders. Is there something to say?
I think the first point is that his kids with his reason had deserted him.
You find in some
He's
of
an
the galactic literature,
personal relationship
commentaries in the
with
Shulchan
all
Aruch,
the others that he
for
found were
example,
just common
that
people.
suggest
Heard him,
that
and they were loyal to him and
charity
never,
is associated
ever
with
voted against him.
that
Never
there was a
betrayed
custom
him.
of
So he had extreme
people
loyalty.
going door to door.
As he organized his decimal system, so
Other
the smallest
sources
unit of the
reference
army
a
was the
custom of
of
children
10,
giving, not
the
getting,
squad of 10
giving charity to their
They were put
teachers
together,
as
and then
a
the head of
gift
that squad, he had
at this
total
time of
control.
year. There are some, I thought one of the reasons perhaps
With every
the
plane
first
he was
Jewish
behind. So this was extremely important.
points that
So
we
if
have
you
historically,
submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also.
otherwise I have to
And
say
you know that
there
your
is
brother on the left and on the
no
right is risking his life for you.
explicit reference
The
to
army
Michael
was
Dell in the
organized into
literature
5
until the
forces,
19th
each man.
century.
They had
In
their
the 20th
they had a
century
lot of arrows, as
as
many as they could
Christmas
have, but they
becomes
also
much more
retrieved arrows at the end of
particularly
their
in
battle.
America,
And they also would retrieve the
where
enemy
as
arrows.
the
This was a great
Christian
advantage
world moves,
when we were to hit
Jewish
Russia,
world also
because the
moves. So
Russians
just like but in the very first America, you know, it became
and
quite a
sometimes they're
bit
going to
of
be
a thing.
doing by themselves. They don't have any factory behind them. And then one of the things they have is up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without having enough food. They would, so little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest
Okay, I
level.
can't
And it went all the way down.
also
Well, divide the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west.
let's have a custom that we can use in Florida. So one of the arguments that we get is that
West.
we drove gas.
Those 2 weeks, and
Also,
then in the
not
middle was
something that's big in
the
the
center,
future.
this moving center. That was
The
his,
javelin is because
his bodyguard.
so that
Sometimes
they would think it
bodyguard
was
would
just
go out
playing,
as
when
much as
in
2 years
reality they
in
were
advance
actually
to
studying.
clear the land, run
That's
people
where we
away,
get the
scare
idea
them, make them go away.
here it
So
goes
that
on
the
this
grass is
label,
left there
which
for
is
the
an
army when
iconic
it moves through.
Jewish talk.
They never
Label
the way
these
armies do it in a line.
which that was the nature of
You
that
can say,
soul.
all
That
put
was
all
the
the
great
arrows
miracle that
together.
occurred here.
So they had
Where
very
Shin
precise
Jake
ways of doing things.
It is
And
unfortunately
also
source.
punished them.
The German letters are actually
So she came out
identified
and he lost the battle.
because lines on the end, he gets nothing. H,
Went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the
you get
battlefield
everything.
together
The lines
and
on
look
the
it
S,
over. You explain to me what you did.
Does that sound familiar?
We will talk about it.
Probably.
So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him.
But
And they knew they were going to
I
be punished. It's not
don't
like
want
these
you to
countries where the
think
general
that
comes back and gets executed because he lost.
accident.
No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. If they retreat, fine. They're saving local lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it, he had this base from steppe warfare already. But he was to embrace any kind of other
Power.
the first walled cities around 1209. After founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tanga territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow. So he went there, and of course, the walls around him. The Spaniards never encountered walls. The walls around his tent are walls.
Yeah, just imagine like the first time you're like seeing a wall. There's very few natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like we said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential. Anything that too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded. They were able to use it within back then in 1258. So to see things and to try them in a different way. We learn from our mistakes. We all go, yeah. I know I'm going to win the lottery. Because I got the right. That's how we think. Had that real ability to first these other things he didn't know about. Technology, to understand that he didn't understand. But unfortunately, excellent at putting the things in new ways and using them against our
It's continued innovation.
which is where Josephus.
Yeah, it's the same revolutionary idea that promotion based on that idea combined the innovative approach to military positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so every action is judged based on the excellence of that action. And over time, dedicated generation and powerful army.
a difficult fight on it. Anyway, so
And then they were able to do that with region changing its tactics and its
Jerusalem knows
technology.
tremendous care.
And they got worse at it over time.
Particularly in the
When Genghis Khan was iterated, he was the best with it, and
where
he
there
used it
are
throughout his
several
lifetime,
different
and he was getting better over his
there
lifetime
are
with using
leaders
foreign
of
information,
local
foreign
aristocracy
technology,
and
foreign
priests
ideas.
who were at the center of
He just had a genius for that.
provisional government that was set up.
If we go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired. And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually, the way the rotation of the horse would, the horse would usually ride for one day and rest for the next 4 to 5 days. Another horse would be riding the next day.
So
Go lead up to Hungary.
based on the
And 6
6
weeks.
weeks. So just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speed. Does not need to follow roads. Because it's used to riding the open steppe. They can move to all kinds of circling routes. And then also, one of the other famous things is the range retreat. It was used continuously. Can you explain how that works?
The Mongols did not fight harder the way we often think of brave soldiers. Achilles and Iliad and things like they fought for victory. That was the one thing. No shame in that. Mongols would often reject. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him. As we said, for Shinigami, for example, he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting out against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic. They would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected over this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. People, how could they know that? You can't help it. I don't know what that is.
Opposed to circle and attack the flanks.
Then he makes a second.
There's been many great military historians who have written about history, and one of the things in general is the Mongols don't for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the fake retreat.
But there were other things too, they didn't look like the so they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. They had Bukhara, which is just a beautiful, wonderful
city, a great place in the world to this day. And they, the desert.
Action for my sister in my bed.
Well, nobody had, they don't even know what's going on. It was the directions element in every single case. Thinking ways that other people were not thinking yet, and to be able to surprise them.
Syrian Greeks invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and
I think
then
that terror
rededicated the temple
was one of the greatest
child,
weapons that
and
he
there
had.
was this miracle with some oil and
Cultivated this reputation
so
and
like all
philosophy.
the holidays,
He went in battles, but he
that we
refugees away. Always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them. It's going to weaken their food supply, and they're taking, eating children, and all kinds of awful tales. So it's not encouraged. You know, this is propaganda. It's terrorism. You hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear them. They're kind of with all those horses, and that's a part of the process.
As I mentioned in the previous video, was an offer for the totalitarian for them to surrender peacefully.
Boys first to explain to people a little bit about the Mongols. Lord, it was to explain to them if they surrender their possessions, it's just another Mongols. And we have to pay taxes, and usually the same taxes goes kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave the detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country. There's and that's got making a pot, hammering out a metal plate. It can be weaving garments. It can be translating or just reading and writing. Airborne was very hard, so not almost hundreds of miles away. And Afghanistan. These were cases like which I have not had. The thing is, and I think Chica's not just well, it's it off through Colorado Valley and Robbie when they're increasing their Persian history. Which is something like very such a battle. Yeah, no, now is the most valuable. Grandson. The one that so he called the father to him. We can't did not tell him. And they did not announce it to the public. The son came. The son didn't know why he was being summoned in Afghanistan. And then that's the only time I know of that he really kind of control. Of the report really goes against those Jews who wanted more rational way here, which is pieces offered disagreed that and then betrayal is punished. And he did not slaughter the people of the towns. What happened there, the killing of him
incredible.
a lot of
It
people
was a
and a lot of
nature of
cities
the
who want
with a large Syrian Greek army of
There are estimates that
70,000
Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated
straightforward
10% of the world's population.
guerrilla tactics.
So to put this number into perspective of the modern day,
every
A
war.
family led
We
by
don't think every day.
and from
There's
there
always
they
something in
small
the name of peace or in the name of God
Syrian Greek
or in the name of the United States has
conflict here that made it a
evolved with
local
like that.
conflict.
Supplying the weapons from our democracy. And yeah, we bought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan.
Incredibly able.
You can even look back to World War
He
II, our
acquired
global military targets. We're
sword
not doing anything strategic,
personally
terrorizing
campaign.
the country by killing
At another
women.
battle,
That's America.
Amadeus
That's us.
managed to defeat the base
I don't even
when
condemn
half of the
America, but I'm
enemy
saying,
was out looking
how
for
can we
the
condemn clowns? We bombed Afghanistan, we bombed Syria, Iraq. We're always fighting. I'm not a pacifist.
by the way,
I am not.
was
I'm not a pacifist, but I am a realist.
as you
All nations kill.
Europeans,
so can we universally, the way you passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century with Caesar and others in the Roman Empire?
the artist obviously this
Wars of
example
conquest.
is not exactly
In some human way, we're not necessarily defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and listen to it. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists. So I prefer to call it this destruction, but also for new developments and progress. The destruction often is the way forward. So what do you think about this?
Our habits that build goods and sometimes or destroy relationships. We're when you start applying it to world, it does become a little bit more difficult. These episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the mobile empire. Whether or not for the mobile empire having happened, seems like a bit of a stretch. That was a part of the mobile empire. They put together together. it does arrive on destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? So debilitated, and so cooked, and so decayed of their whole fiber. It was easy to remember. Because of Kublai Khan, all of China, decayed, but I'm not 100% against their, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be just in the world sense, but I just make the case for is that if we could tolerate what the Americans did, but we overlook all of our things. That's interesting. For example, we were there for 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against Russia. We kicked them out, and then they kicked them out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jatron clan, just high, were still with us. But we don't even see it. The Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. He said the Americans are just the new. I can see it. I don't accept it. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's an effect that you can talk about. The unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China to today. Conquest of the Hong Kong. We'll talk about that. But let's linger on the critical of work a little bit, showing it, but I'm also a little bit critical as being emphasizing a lot of the positive impacts correctly.
That is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the warfare, but that's pretty much what we need to say. Defeated, it's worse. It was just a strife against our real war. The story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million for hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of China, Russia, the Middle East, you've got to be offering something that they want, something that they learn. And all the things, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest. For the last 20 years, if it went on, there's more to the story.
sides are not these cruel. That there is
how much we say without their suffering. That's such a role for trying to show them in a different light. They conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they created great things. Although they first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that lifetime. There's a time of Roosevelt Pave, where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace.
those figures that have vision, but they're almost able to all those things.
But that's very, very interesting.
And when they call off, they change the direction. This process for all religion was very
What is that? We're going to people in a Christian. This time, they knew that the Emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent delegations to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save.
Stanley
Institutions.
represents actually the first time that Jews
No, we're gonna
actually
allow
seized
them.
not
No one can
Germany,
force them.
were actually
Individual choice. No one in history has ever thought of
specifically
that alone, I mean, that's why he talked about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan.
statewide. It's very clear from
It
archival
just freedom, yes,
documentation
of the
that's
individual
why a large
the world.
that
Practice
date
English.
context occurred quite close to the anniversary of the New Year
I mean,
called
that
Rothschild
is
earlier, and so this
biggest
happens
way that the
very
individuals
nicely
want
with
to
deal with
It was
but
a great
the
source of
night
also.
focuses
I
on
don't say
the
that he did
activity
this
of a
because
young
of some
17
ideal women for
Special
ideological
Rich
reasons.
by living
Through
in
studying ideas of moral
France
right,
and
he
was
came to it through practical
distress
experience,
had
not for ideological reasons.
Jews in their territory.
So they
Germany
fought.
however,
There was no way.
postcard
He
from a
recognized the
relative who
power
was
of
living in
men
Europe.
that
He
both
went out the
were
next
going to be
day,
allowed
bought a
equal
pistol
rights.
with France.
That
Grisham
keeps
made
the
his way
society
to
against
himself,
him.
unable to
It's a kind
contact
of
Belichick
fragmentation.
himself.
He's taking it for reason, but I do think he was quite
So
aware.
Grisham murdered Pombora specifically with the intention to make a statement against for their maltreatment of us every Monday in repentance for his killing of. But nevertheless, he did it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his however, seized on this murder because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of ruin was expressed as Kristall. Two nights make his maximum most eligible to the ground population of the world. But nevertheless, it's still not something to exist. Kristall was really that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of this destroying shop windows
Fernando Castillo, Nacho Belgrande, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Bueling, on the electric guitar, John D's on the keys, and that is Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. Scorcher, we're sitting here at 81.1 degrees Fahrenheit, 78% humidity. The AC guy is here. Make some noise for the AC guy. Doesn't matter how much money Spotify gives you. Here today is a Latino woman with an actual born
Very chill. This photograph is a great photo. That was taken out.
Special night.
This is one of those big ones, ladies and gentlemen. I present to this is actually a long tradition. Hotter it is up here. And all of these various sinners, second from the right, which is Dr. Here, there, and deep from various sinners who are forced to
the crazy thing is that the AC works well in some places right now. On the real late tonight.
I'm thinking we can like alternate breathing. You guys
Benjamin, if anyone's listening, if you leave someone enough anything and can explain himself, do not let that guy fucking leave without giving me some kind of six straight fucking dungeon esque, and he might end up in front of 5.5 million. Right, should we harass the anyone here? intermission bar next air conditioned backstage. We're gonna walk out. They're gonna see them.
But it had to happen out of sight. Not be something
So
that was
let's have some fun. Before we first fucking pull, I have a golden ticket winner here ready to debut in June and for the night. This is Milton Phillips, everybody.
No matter what action they take, it plays very heavily overall.
I think it's too late. You know, I think they got out with 13-year-old Jewish boys. No, I just want to party with
have the same kind of passion for the Jewish. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it. Post rebellion, sometimes called the Keith Needler, but we'll get to it and try to understand what exactly happened at that point. What that rebellion meant, future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take ledger. In all of those battles that I described, Jews essentially lost. We kept running our head. The Romans were able to defeat us at any time. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, the battle of the war in reality we won was one battle of the mind. This is expressed in the codification of the mission. What exactly the mission is, how it's provided for Jews over the next centuries, in fact, millennia. I would like you to bear in mind some of these thoughts of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a history of the Jews. You really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English. Kind of indoctrination is kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build. Nevertheless, they managed not only to survive, but to draw a lot of truth to that vision of the books and pogroms and view our Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual fairly clearly in today's lecture. Find moments when Jewish expression is pretty close to total. They don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetime. There are times period, you'll see that Shaw is a chronicler. He was working with sources, he was doing archival documenting today. Teach right history. Teach ethical legal skills, concepts, and yet historical data is very useful for that purpose. By the way, if you ever get that, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from phenomenal trove of documents in an otherwise completely anonymous name was Babata, and was for the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so just coming back to this very significant movement. Satisfied with the region should be divided into three. You can see it with themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, three of them the temple ground. The Roman soldiers actually took advantage of the temple would be looted over the next destroyed. It was considered a major source for various officials within the Roman government. There's not the half shekel tax that they've been dismantling coming in, even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this. The shekel, which is a place after the temple is destroyed. The Romans would take is they say that have to contribute this to shekel, is Fiscus Judaeus, but in like the upkeep of the temple which we have destroyed, it is going to be a flat taxation burden, but never constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman fee would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? We're actually the real king, and Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria. Comes down to put an end to this political organization of the time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not a leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the kings who are present throughout the first century. They call this the city of specifically Korea was really a there would be some Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, lots of Roman gods and so on. The term, this stone of Jerusalem that actually names Constantine for Barabbas, and when the huddled masses decided they wanted something which has no precedent in any, for example, a Roman Judea, written by those money, but I didn't know that myself. Okay, so it's interesting that Syria is not clear, and quite a few first Roman Jewish large people they ruled in Judea. We were so different, well equivalent of standing up while they played the national anthem at a defiance, and if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so they would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, nobody took the religion, really nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god, nobody thought that the statues really had power. But this was just what you did. This was just, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refuse to do these things. We refuse to work 1 day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which was considered, mutilation of the human form. All kinds of, and of course, we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes or tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception. The most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors he ruled was anti-Jewish book on history. There was a demonstration. Come back to a little later today. A very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against are going to be upset about a few statues. I will show them. I want saying, please, this is the Jews. What's the point trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this before the icon could be involved in Jerusalem? Actually, he was ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the anti-Semitism rising right on campus. So, the Romans were also satisfied with just posting
They said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down. That's fine. You're doing a sacrifice thing, that'll be your assignment. So basically, they're willing to go along and get along as long as they get the money. They also made some efforts not to standards of any living creature within the boundaries of the Creator was in power at the time. By and large, no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, distribution, this is what it takes to get king. And there is a parasol, which I think is kind of in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, observed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. When Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. Judaism of great rabbis that were later as he's reading the Torah, he begins to point a foreigner or father, and Herod was
Michael, how long did see if
Zoe just style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with both in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no expressing these Jewish knowledge. So it's a little bit of a complex character.
This is amazing. From 1875, Nikolai Agrippus the second actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial of Christianity before King Agrippa. So right astonishing that he can simply be completely allied with the Romans, but that is in fact where he's put himself on a political. He had a very scandalous those are the quiet things that are active at this time. Let us war itself. Try to understand the roots of this first Roman year with the fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts for about 3 years. Lastly, Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience. Josephus is a group of troops over there, and they massacre them all in the field. They don't use very brutal and excessively harsh response, and so it just knives called sicarii that they carried, and these were essentially political assassins from their hopes. They would stab the person they wanted to kill, a moderate in particular, and when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife. And they would feign like, this house that's possible, and run away into the crowd. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give ransom. So the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the sicarii back out on the streets, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. But as recall, that their prime target is Jews. We also see the kind of thing happening in the Middle East with Rothschild cultures, right, where modern radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly evolving in the North in particular. So in order to deal with this, the Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with a local procurator, particularly harsh individual named Decius Florus. He, at one point, decides to baskets, asking for collection
about it. Make
for
some
the
noise.
poor
For you,
procurator
sheep
that
guys.
gets his floors so insulted,
Time for
he
you,
comes
sheep
back
guys.
and he attacks the Jews. It was in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They actually retreat to Caesarea, call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the accounts provided in the to the end of our period. But I'm sure you've all familiar with that the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Barksa, right? Where there are two people with very similar names, and they're enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends the servant out to wedding. I hate you, you're my mortal enemy, get out. Come. Have a big wedding present for your children. So why don't you just listen? Anyways, he goes on, and at that point, he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version, he intentionally, the rabbis are discussing what should we do about this animal, which is sacrificed on behalf of the Roman Emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, the Roman Empire's name. More upset with us than the local procurator was. And by not sacrifice, the reverberation felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like face the Romans, that the Jews were no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a point of saying, you know what? Government, we're not going to pray for. And so this intersect. So he brings up a legion and associated troops, perhaps thousands, hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain it, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6 of the ragtag elements of the original force. And this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue. Because they were unarmed. But everybody knew that, you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus, although he has, as he describes, a lot of forget, he's writing this for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time, and we know this because, Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire region. That's incredible. So we have to send, we're not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement, and he will invite his son, Titus, to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley, and it's the most important area of attack. And he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack. In particular, at the Battle of Gex, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besieged the Jews there. Josephus describes his, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problem, they have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Rothschild, they have plenty of water. And they don't, they're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry. But ultimately, your class is the fall for Vespasian, right? And Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers, and they all enter into a suicide. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not do it. And then after the all good, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing? Right? Again, with his tremendous, Josephus leads Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he's not, he's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me Emperor? He says, because I have seen, you were connected with prophecy, I have seen that you will one day be Emperor. And basically, as they're they get a messenger of Nero as the and Vespasian here calls back to Rome to choose a new emperor, along with Titus, his son.
They were supposed to go out in the neighborhood and tell
The attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves for today, but it's really something to explore on today. In Jerusalem, so phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery, and holds off the Romans.
so interesting in this country that
In
lives
fact,
so
at one
far from
point, when the
entry
Romans were
schools.
encamped on Mount Sophim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack against while besieging them. It's a really incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the roads, and they put in lots of wood And then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they have a stunning inability to several different zealous groups to each other in other ways. I mean, thank God we don't do that. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. That's in an attempt to try to weaken their rival Jewish zealot groups, they actually burn their reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened of the silence. So Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics. They without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible. This is siege. Eventually, they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month of Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years. Made a tremendous amount of very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount for their own internal purposes. Among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war. The right-hand side of this arch into captivity with the spoils of the temple. Stephen Klein was the greatest historian at Yeshiva University. The other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism that's very deep in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like for Romans. It's rather garish. I think I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says Law of the Jews. Has been a Torah scroll, or maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then of the Jews, and on the right it appears to be the Shulchan, the table. Things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of Romans over the Jews. They also minted varieties of this coin. Judea is captured. That invariably has on the left the facial at the time of its son
That's
was
pretty
put
much it for
down.
the last
And on
2
the right,
months.
you see Judea Coptic, Judea is chapters. And usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region. And on the left, you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose. It's clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like for example this version here, where she
I did. I literally thought about bringing my skirt.
looks even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins are incredibly popular, and they really seem to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put
giving shit. I do like some magic tricks, but I'm not,
that's the
all very
proclaiming
exciting.
tool of the first Roman Jewish war. I've only got about 5 of the biography, but it's incredibly important, so we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we can cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. The Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, says 600,000 Jews murdered, which is a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still rested. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called People's Rebellion, sometimes called the People's War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan or Trajan in his attack on the Parthian Empire. Down where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other. And this is essentially the heartland of the Jewish region here. Not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland. Where the and again, into the region, the Jewish minority are loyal to the Persians. And they back against the Romans. And there is a backlash from the Jewish minority. They are pushed back in the realm of their independence, so they become Ukrainians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel by Lucius the Titus, and there's widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by the quite a significant amount of deception and so on. But we don't know a lot of the details about that. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It's more like a, so to speak, a police actions using environmental. Bar Kokhba revolt, however, this point minted by the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually quite amazing that they're essentially living in caves. How did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint that they were Jews who love, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the coin system as best they could. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. Siba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, was Bar Kokhba, the son of a star, and it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists discovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, a lot more about what his personality was like. In the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the
what stands out.
Most historians argue
Really
that
extend your
in fact
geographic
it
span.
came about as a result
Like, how do you stop
point
yourself
to
from
hate disastrous bans on the observance of public exercise of Jewish identity. And it was very, very well seen that these were only things about the development of the war, but also the back. I got to take a minute to tell you about this war anyway. Apparently, judging from the cave of horrors for living with the Bar Kokhba, they were not just soldiers, they were communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from, and there was this woman whose name was Babaka, who had exactly what the Daphne took her. All the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farms that she inherited from her father. She kept her marriage with the Tuba, her marriage contract. And she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband. And she all the lawyer documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents, that she wasn't they're not right. I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all boilerplate legal text. But so massacre at Beitar is actually remembered every time Jews grace over meals. The Rabbah Hatorah Meshi was composed in memory of the Hurugay Beitar, the Jews who were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture, more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important. If we go back to time, and she felt that, you know, what their enterprise is clearly clear. They proposed even stabbing the he managed to nevertheless suffer was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to the station and he said, listen, you know, this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud, I won't go into details, but essentially Vespasian gives him three wishes. He says, listen, I appreciate what you're doing, what do you want from me? And the first that Yasor is mainly Yavna. Let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavna, its stages. Then we have a little where those religious scholars can just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginning of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I'd love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. But here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, grafting, and things like that. Holidays, the second is the Sabbath, and Yom Kippur, things like that. The third is women. As you can see, there's a word named women. It indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section on top. But it's like marrying, divorce, things like that. And then if Joe goes, I'll probably cut the thing into that. After you study women, you have to study damages. So damage, one ox scored someone else's cow, and then the ox died of blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last 2 sections deal with temple rituals and his personal laws of purity, like the mitzvah and things like that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable. Because when it was being codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, like about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last 3 lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis in Yavna later would move to Tiberias and other cities who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up the series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention.
What's up? Exactly. No, that thing's nice. I'm half-day traumatized, man. I'm half-day traumatized. Oh, yeah. You're from Nigeria. I was born and raised in Nigeria. So you came here and you're still telling the black Americans they're not doing it right. What? You're telling us full of pants up. I get it.
Yeah, what else is on this list? So what else is on your list of how they can do better?
Illustrations of the Haggadah. It is an amazing.
Wow, that's amazing, bro. For real. Like when I had a lot of money, I used to pay my bills. I was like right there, pay my bills on time. Okay, I don't got it like that no more right now, so I'm dodging to be black. Right. Checking the bill collectors. Sunrise. They call me at 6 in the morning. Time is so high. I gotta tell you, this isn't a racial problem. This is a problem. No, both. Yeah, individuals. Yeah. Okay. We go back. Yeah, I dodged.
What do you owe money for? What are some of your debts?
I know right now I owe
if you avoided having kids?
Man, I'm not getting real good, I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Explain to us, what's your method?
Bro, I feel the pain, like, when you're about to bust a nut, you get a deep feeling. That's the sign that God gave you first. Like, hey,
Here's a picture of
hey man, it ain't this, it's the other one. How you bust? I not listen to nut right on. That's how I'm able to dodge that shit. Man, I don't know this Mr. P feeling, man. Child support, not me.
Do you see like a big figure of your father in the sky in James?
I damn still in my life. Well, no, son. Racist?
Not a feeling at all.
No, my dad's still around, man. He's around.
Is he in Nigeria?
No, he is.
Where is he exactly? And what's he doing up in Minnesota? What does a Nigerian do in Minnesota exactly?
Exactly. You take water to the mouth, man. For real. They don't know my dad, man. They don't know my dad OG, man. He speaks Italian too, so he can talk to the mom.
No way.
Yes.
Wow. And it's true that Nigerians and Somalians don't get along.
I mean, I fuck with them, but, you know, when this that nigga that halal,
Look at this.
I'm out of there. I'm like, oh, bro.
What's your least favorite thing about the Somalians? The craziest thing you have in your refrigerator, Mighty Mike. You have a refrigerator, right? In your fridge. What's the craziest thing we would find if we opened up your refrigerator right now?
Some spinach and broccoli. The nigga eat healthy. No fried chicken.
Wow. There is
incredible.
Does that bring you to any other points?
Do you get any special powers when you get the spinach or broccoli?
You know, man, I knew you in the morning. Like, okay. You can come right on time.
All right. All right. One stop. There goes the Mighty Mike. You already have a big joke about it? There he goes. On to the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. 79.9 degrees, everybody. We've had it. We are officially in the 70s. In this, the hottest episode of Kill Tony ever. Shane's got a team. Shane's going team. Which means I'm just going to bring up your next comedian. Make some noise for Shane Phillips, everybody. Shane Phillips. Oh, shit.
So I know what y'all thinking right now.
People, of course, the language of the Bible.
What the fuck is this fake ass Kimbo Slicer up here trying to make me laugh? Just being a cage beating the shit out of me. Recently I've been trying to get back into dating. And I've been kind of struggling. I realize I struggle because I take words a little too literal. Like I don't like when to call me daddy. There's something deep inside of something deep in my DNA that makes me want to leave.
Here,
it's like every time she says, "Oh, daddy," I'm like, you know what? We go to milk. I'm right back. She's like, "You're lactose intolerant." I'm like, "Shit, man. Would you look at that? I'm just bored." You know, smoke with this bitch. You're a draft day, right? You're going to the NFL. A lot of people give me stupid ass questions sometimes. Oh, what's your favorite workout? Like shoulder press, chest press, bench press.
My letters, they're differently in the middle of the
Yeah, Shane Phillips, welcome to the show. Shane, this is your first time on?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years. Where at?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, that's what I was going to guess. Hell yeah. What do you do for work in Houston?
I'm a machinist.
Whoa, okay. What kind of machinery are we talking about?
My biceps.
Wow. Incredible. Seriously, what kind of machines do you work on?
CNC.
religious figures,
Okay.
Jewish and non-Jewish, and all these
Yes,
Hell yeah. And you don't have kids?
No.
period,
You have a girlfriend?
which of course would have been
You're just single.
on this moving
Running machines. What do you do for fun?
like their enslavement to the moving woman. Sometimes it's based on more violent.
You do jujitsu?
This illustrates
Wow.
okay, which is a passage with
Yeah.
I got a
What do you like to eat?
sandwich made on Sunday.
Barbecue what?
And the
Very good.
soldier there
Just one. name everybody.
You gotta have a sandwich.
Hell yeah.
That has
Shay, how often do you come to Austin, Texas to sign up for the show?
First time.
First time. So look at you. You got lucky. Crap.
Is that one of the dogs?
That is, you remember Lemaire? Compared to Lemaire, this is less scared. This is less like Lemaire got his Hell yeah. Okay, Shay. Craziest thing that's happened to you in the gym? Anything ever stand out to you? Any white women ever accuse you of staring at them or something like that?
No, I did have a whole white lady try to kidnap me one time.
Tell us all about it.
Well, I'm in the gym and shit.
Part here, the pillow there, so you can lay it right
I'm like, lady,
the other part.
I don't work here.
But on the
White
right,
lady started dragging me outside and shit. She's like, I can't carry it by myself. I get sidecar, motherfucker. When I'm up, it's
high in the air,
You think she was trying to have sex with you?
building in the dare.
I think she was doing a bunch of
And
heavy
it
shit.
looks like they're
I'm like, no,
taking a capitalist.
Yeah,
And
right,
they're about to
bitch.
break.
Emancipation Proclamation. What did she want you to dig up for herself? That bitch,
Anyway, that's
shucks. Let me try to get it.
it's
That could have been great.
I think that the anti
Old enough? Yeah. Old enough. You'd be like, old enough for 401k? Yeah. Why'd you hesitate?
should be
I'm stupid. I wanted to see you go drunk. I should have done it. Yeah, I could have been like, man.
That's over.
Interesting. Shay, what's the craziest thing about your life you would find interesting about you? You ever save anyone's life, accomplish anything big?
See, craziness thing. When I was in the military, there was a kid that was trying to walk home, but it turns out that this island like it floods like crazy and shit. So as the kid's walking, like his face is like sticking his face out the water and stuff. So they just had to carry the motherfucker home. He's gonna drown.
Where was this at?
I talked to you today about an absolutely amazing
What exactly, what branch of the military were you in?
Sarajevo,
I was in the Navy.
which
What did
is
you do exactly in the Navy?
I was in construction forces.
Okay.
earliest of the Native
Wow,
manuscripts
look at
that
you
we have.
helping someone else not drown. Okay, Shay, 3 or 4 years in Houston, your first time on, very fun, and here is, we don't have any mediums, I guess you're getting a big one, there you go, Shay Phillips. Shay Phillips. Oh shit, I did that one quick, huh? Oops. Hey look, it's all behind you. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Close there. Yeah. How many people like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Wow.
Are you sure?
They like it. It is hot. No doubt about it. For those of you watching on the internet, congratulations. This is the episode to be in the air conditioning.
If it was cold, we'd be fucking killing it.
Yeah. It would be a whole different episode. But you know, it happens sometimes. Every once in a great while. Okay. Awesome, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks as always for your next media. You guys having fun out there still? Do we hear about how hot it is in the room? Make some noise for Nate Ortiz, everyone. Nate I've been on all of it, man. Absolutely. I've been on Tinder, Bumble, DoorDash. Just looking for love and big nuggets at this point, you know? I'll entertain a Salvadorian, man, if he's giving me Subway. Just want to watch SmackDown, dude. I didn't pay $20 for that Tinder premium to find out the 2 women I matched with look just like me. Same facial hair and everything. We got to the point I had to ask my buddies for advice. Like, hey man, how do I get better matches? How do I beat
this algorithm.
But at
Like,
any
they
rate,
used to start losing some weight, bro.
and here's a great
They
picture
started with like a
showing
Puerto Rican
the
mom from the back.
prophetess Miriam with the women
Sunset
dancing
wet
to
bottom,
the
dude.
Jews are rescued from the
So I updated my
Greece.
Tinder profile. I said from the front, I look
Pharaoh's
like if Hagrid started
soldiers
a
are
Twitch
drowned in
channel.
water. But here's an image that is
But from the
especially
back, dude, looks like I'm washing
Art
dishes while
historians
salsa
have a great
dancing.
amount of difficulty figuring out exactly what's going on here.
Thank
It
you.
appears to be a state of
This is your first time on the show, right?
Yes, yeah. For the very first time.
Awesome. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 years in Houston.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Did you know Shay?
I'm sorry?
Did you know Shay?
I know Shay. We're actually the same weight.
And that's all fascinating.
Personal trainer.
Look at the woman
All
as
right,
the
look
Lord
at this, dude. It's real. That's
clearly
What do you do for work?
and
I actually just got laid off Saturday.
Her face seems to be kind of bluish, and other photographs look a bit darker, but she's clearly
Yeah.
not of the same
Notice that.
And they found out that I actually wasn't white. I was fully
but
Puerto
she's
Rican.
clearly
They
participating
let
in
me
the
go.
deal. She's
Oh,
holding
where
up what
was
looks
this
like
job?
I was working- I was selling Samsung phones.
there.
Not
And
like a
she's looking to read her computer like everyone else. She's seated like she's a guest at the table. She's not
Our clientele is very Middle Eastern, very Nigerian.
Related to
A lot of haggling.
who is this dark skinned woman at Silver Stadium?
I don't even know how to spell the words. I just gave them the shield.
Yes. What is
You
going
would be
on?
asked if a phone store manager will try to let you go.
I don't have an
I
answer to
did
that
work
question
at
yet.
T-Mobile. That's actually the most Hispanic thing about me.
It's crazy.
What happened to this Agata?
So why exactly did they let you go?
Very late. 3 times.
Why were you late?
I didn't show up till 7 a.m.
There it is. That's why you're shaped like that. A mixture of bad food and cocaine has you shaped like
I
that.
say good decisions, but okay.
What's the most fun that you've ever had on cocaine until 7 a.m.?
My cocaine song is actually You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon. I like listening to it anyway. That's awesome.
Yeah, you do cocaine by yourself?
Oh, it's the best. I don't have to share with nobody. Yeah. I've been there, brother. I just want to put jobs on you. You get home, you go, oh, I still have some left for the party. Now it's time to keep going. They can jack off the beer. That's a good time. Till like 9 a.m. Yeah, it's too much. It's real negative. But for a while, it's awesome. When you're in your underwear dancing, fucking all time.
Success in eradicating
It's pretty
and
great.
collecting all kinds of artwork all around
That's a
Europe.
good time,
Trying
man.
to populate
Had a great special on YouTube.
It's incredible how much you look like an unhealthy version of one of my friends. Philip, can you come down here? I want to do a side by side of you and my friend Philip. Where's Philip at?
So the cocaine, I actually lost like 60 pounds, dude. So this is the healthiest I've been in years.
Incredible. Are you still doing a lot of cocaine?
Oh yeah, I was doing it a lot earlier.
No, I'm good. For now, I'm good.
Do you have a book?
No, I don't do it. How do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not really a comedian. I do the show for the pay and the free drink tickets, so that's really it. You gotta fucking got money for the pay.
Most likely,
No, I got it for the free drinks, dude. Yeah.
Islamic books and
Twice a day.
why the war there until eventually reunited with the collection.
Even for free drinks, it doesn't make sense. Here's a healthy version of yourself. Stand side by side. Side by side. Side by side. Keep going up, Philip. Keep going up. Keep going up. Keep going up. Now stand side by side. Square to a camera. Look at a camera together. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you could look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
Into their home.
So you've been losing a little weight. Yeah, when you were chubby, you really did look like that guy. I lost
So
30
they
pounds.
actually had this Jewish girl.
Yeah.
They gave her some very basic training in how to behave and so on.
That's actually more expensive.
And she managed to survive the war.
That's
In
right.
the end, she eventually moved to
So,
Israel, where she
incredible Philip, do you have any advice for him on exactly how to get his license?
of the righteous
I lost like 30
nation.
pounds.
And in fact, he was so recognized by God story.
Yeah, you look exactly like him. You have the exact same face. Unfortunately, he's just so much fatter. Only I can see it. Yeah, you have the same face. If something terrible happened and you completely went Lieutenant Dan on yourself, this is what you would look like.
It sucks for both of you, right?
Yeah, it does. Philip has a new podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. What's that called?
Not a damn chance podcast.
Not a damn chance podcast. There you go. There's a free plug. There goes Philip. And Nate Ortiz. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like you have a lot of backstory.
My ex-girlfriend was non-binary.
All they had was
I don't know what his name.
gather up. Take with them their apartment.
We wore the same bra.
Was it always non-binary? Or did that happen when you were dating?
I didn't know until we were fucking.
And then when did you find out?
Use the wrong pronoun, but you're looking.
Made their way
She kept calling me brother, like Hulk Hogan.
and they presented
I was like, wait, what?
folded up
No,
documents to give
I had a lot of hard times
as to
with
what their background were. Of
whatever.
course, the Jewish
Because I couldn't figure out words to say during an argument.
the righteous of the nation.
So I just kept saying shit my dad said. So I was like, hey, calm down, slugger.
The prime minister, who was at the time Netanyahu, as he is right now, was like,
Yeah, you got that one, Chip. You can't call her a bitch. You gotta be like, hey,
airport
the jerk.
Israel, where they were given
The whole thing's so weird to me. Was she
amazing
non-binary when you
story
started
how
dating her? Or did
No,
this
she looked beautiful, dude. And then we got together and then cut all her hair off.
treasured Jewish documents. Later,
And what else changed other than the
saved
haircut?
his own
Her pits got hairier.
What else changed?
Her legs got, everything got hairier.
So I would leave it to the great
Wow.
That was not a good experience.
what possibly this
Was
is.
she
I'd like to suggest
on medication at the
maybe
time?
something to discuss at your
I don't know. Liberalism, I don't know. Like, no, but I liked it because she was the only one to allow me to just face fuck all night, which was really great.
What do you mean by that exactly? You mean
Just as she
I
was
mean, on the chin, Tony. That was,
efficiently Sarah given together.
oh
Just
fuck
as
me?
left her a cackle was the other, masquerading as a Muslim servant inside
You know what,
the
you actually did good.
just like Sarah Gable is together
There
itself
you go.
was
Just throw a
masquerading
joke
as
on
a book on a shelf in
Bouncing him right off there.
oh, okay, thank you.
There he goes. All right, another bucket full. We are back into the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees. So if you're paying attention, somehow it's getting warmer again. Everybody, who likes it hot in here? Okay.
Hey, by the way, Dean did new shit. Where the fuck is Dean?
Dean,
Gave us 2 degrees less.
yeah.
Fuck Dean. Bring Dean's bitch ass down here. I'm gonna shave his head. Give him a crew cut. Tell him to start acting right.
Pull another name. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe Filey. Whoa.
Fuck yeah, mother shitter. God damn. I'm getting real tired of getting called white trash. I like that. I'm like upper middle class trash. You know what I mean? Like, we got some money with the problems. Like, my sister invents her own parties and holidays. Like, she had a skin tone reveal party. If you don't know what that is, it's just she fucked 3 guys that year and didn't have health insurance, and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like a skin tone. And it was crazy because, like, I don't know. It sounds horrible to have to say, but, like, how good is my sister's pussy? Because, like, as a white guy, you know how good the pussy would have to be for me to go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's my kid. And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy. Like, it was crazy. Like, 2 days before, I was 12, and 2 days before, I knew that the baby was going to be black. Because, like, we were in the hospital, and the black guy's like, yo, I need to go get some milk. And left the hospital. Like, they have it here. All right, that's my time. Thank y'all.
Joe Filey. Good job, Joe.
Thank you.
You've been on this show before. Am I correct, or have I just seen you hiding under my bed as a kid?
the band, the bridge, but yeah, this is my third time on here.
Hell yeah, welcome back, Joe. This had to be your best set of them all.
For sure, for sure.
Yes, absolutely. You've been working hard.
Oh yeah, working, just not partying as much.
Hell yeah, absolutely. What kind of partying were you doing?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of coke. Well, I mean the bag said coke on it, but it tasted funny. But there's a lot of coke for a while there. A lot of shrooms, LSD, weed. It's 6th Street. Like, there's no rules here. I'll make the rules of 6th Street.
Absolutely incredible. And how long has it been since you had the operation to remove the backside horse part of your body?
About 2,000 years, don't it?
Incredible. Incredible. I still want to make wishes every time I see you, Joe.
Listen, they're saying there's nothing wrong with the water in East Palestine, so I'm gonna keep drinking the tap water in Ohio. You know what I mean? Yeah, where are you from? Well, Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, you are from Youngstown,
Yeah,
Ohio?
I grew up on South Von Air, then East Florida Ave in Youngstown.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah,
Even for Youngstown, you're weird looking, dude.
I'm the one white guy in the hood they didn't fuck with. I have a look, I know that.
That is.
Yeah, I didn't know it was white hood. I thought it was Amish.
No, it's not.
Same here.
It's not Amish at all in Youngstown, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I can see why the black people would get scared of you.
I was scared the shit out of
You dumb fucking.
I was the needle in the haystack, I guess you would say. That was definitely.
Huh?
I said I was the needle in the haystack for sure in Youngstown. That was
Right.
yeah. Oh sure.
What do you do for work, Joe Filey?
Right now I work at a weed shop on 6th Street.
Okay.
God damn, dude, I have to buy weed. I must have a sell weed. They love it. Like, yeah. I don't know if it's like the brow ridge, but they come in like, honey, this weed works. Fuck the THCA label. Like, we're getting the weed.
Right. No doubt about it. They're like, this weed will make your eyes move apart from one another. You have a girlfriend?
No, fuck.
What's dating like? Being, looking, having a...
More like me? Have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow Room,
Yeah,
but the Dollhouse ATX is way doper. It's like Pornhub, but you like rent the chick by the hour. You like they have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. They're probably getting shut up. Redman's nodding. He knows. He's been there.
Oh, Redman knows. Well. Who's been playing at the Dollhouse?
The craziest part was you followed it with the Sunset page. That's like I can grab mine when I follow.
Order in the court. We hereby find the defendant completely guilty.
Yo, isn't your wife here?
You can see her at the Dollhouse today. No, actually, I heard about Joe. Okay, is it the place where you can like rent like a room? Yeah, that's what he just said. Room.
Oh yeah, it's like Liam Neeson style. They put sheets in the bigger rooms to divide them up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh God. There was like this poor little Colombian chick, and it was like I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like.
Hold on, nice and slow. Poor little Colombian chick.
I didn't happen to have a 30-cent OnlyFans.
I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like I put some coke on my dick. I had her snort it and suck the rest. And like midway through the stuff, she was like 200 more, and I just paid it to her because it was worth. That's not gonna lie. Like I wish it wasn't. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what you're up to. So, $200, and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club.
Halfway.
This is a endorsement for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I always feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad read.
Listen, they don't have no Heidi's at the Dollhouse, all right? If you're going to the Dollhouse for a Heidi, they don't.
No doubt about it. They have running Heidi's. You can run when you can't Heidi. The chicks there probably look like you.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a $50 menu for sure. There's like a 3 p.m. happy hour.
My God.
The fourth meal.
So you make money in the weed shop, and then you can lug it over to the Dollhouse ATX.
Oh, that's like a once every 2 month thing. That's like a Red Lobster. You know what I mean? Like every 2 months, you get some cheddar bay biscuit.
You really are from Youngstown. That confirms that everyone in Youngstown thinks Red Lobster is an every 2 month celebration. It really is. I was shocked when I grew up and got just a little bit of success. I was like, oh, wow, this is not the best restaurant in the world. It's incredible. I was tricked for the first 18 or 19 years of my life.
I went to have to buy a combination. Red Lobster was huge.
The best. I mean, you could just count on it. Big shrimp cocktail.
Oh, the biscuits.
Come on. No doubt about it. So
you're getting coke on your dick with the sex slave at the place.
The sex slave, like in Thailand, they felt like sex slave shade. But you went to Thailand? Yeah, I've been to Bangkok. I have this look, brother. Like they know. But when I landed in Thailand, there's like 30 bitches there. Like he's the one. That's
you probably if you learn Russian, you'll be fucking sick. You look like a Dagestani wrestler.
I can't fight at all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. A CCW class is like 8 hours, and you're just as tough as them. Like that.
we're gonna read a couple Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATX. Here we go. Here we go. We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something, all capital letters, else. If you want sex toys, go next door. There's a much larger selection.
Wait, who the fuck wrote that?
It's just Matt M. Some piece of shit named Matt M wrote that.
I was on a search for a giant dildo, and I was watching naked ladies on them sex with me.
Yeah, exactly. A 4-star review from James. It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go in, and there's a lobby. Costs $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like 55 on Sunday nights and Monday nights.
Look at that. On
Discount.
yeah,
Early bird special.
working on a budget. If you want a private show, it costs another $65, and you pick your model. And if there's more than one working there, you've already spent $130 to get a non-nude dance. If you want nudity, it's $100. Is that true?
75 on Sunday nights.
So to get in from the lobby, you get a full nude dance. It costs $165 total. Any day but Sunday. If you have money to burn and like the idea of being in your own room one-on-one with a hot model dancing and grinding in your lap, it's cool. I personally prefer that to going to, say, Yellow Rose, where there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you are great sponsors. This is fucked up. Look what you've
I'll
done.
mention you when I go there.
No, it's okay. Shout out. Shout outs to Kill Tony. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh, I don't like anything in my butt, and one chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play a little bit.
Whoa, what did she
I didn't realize, like, the nightstand had 2 drawers, so she opened the first one. Now they look at, like, level 1 through 5. It's like, I can take 5, but let's start with 1. And I didn't know there was, like, a level 6 through 10 in the second drawer down. And I made it to 8 without yelling, so that was...
Were you facing the other way or something? You just didn't see what was going on?
I like, you're face down in the bed, and, like, you're peeping over. Like, she's holding your... She doesn't want you to see what's in the drawer.
Right. And how much...
But you paid, right?
Yeah, you could have smoked up.
When number 5 was in your aspect, let me talk to a manager right now. She was the manager. That was
shit. Wow.
It was a $75 manager special on a Sunday, and I got paid.
This place is going to be packed on Sundays from now on. This is completely backfire. Backfire is also what happened that day for you. You have a big joke book from here yet?
I got a couple.
You have a couple
Yeah,
big
I
joke
do.
books?
I mean, they're pretty cool.
Perfect. There you go. Fill them up.
Thank you, sir.
There goes Joe Filey, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's do one more bucket full. We've had a lot on today. We've been flying through these interviews, believe it or not. Make some noise for your final fucking. How about another hand for Heidi, everybody? For your final fucking poll of the night, make some noise for Ramus, everyone, or Ram, or Ramus.
So last time I was here, thinking about bags and boxes. Yeah, and I actually worked for a moving company. I was telling Tony that, and one time I was moving this dude, I thought he had Down syndrome, so I'm looking at him weird. He looking at me weird. I'm like, man, I don't know, So I'm trying to be all extra soft. And then he said, like, yo, I went to ASU and I grew up in Phoenix, so I'm like, oh, where yeah, I did shrooms and I smoked weed and drank and shit. I'm like, they let people with Down syndrome do that shit? That's not normal. And then at the end of the job, he gave us like $60. So I knew he didn't have Downs because I thought, like, otherwise he would have gave us like Cheez-Its, maybe some jelly beans, like a single marshmallow. But you gotta take it. You can't, it's gonna stick to your finger, but you gotta take it. You can't not say no, right? Yeah, that's why I'm really like, so I'm a minute.
50 seconds for Ramus.
I'll take it. Rabbbi, actually.
Rabbbi.
Yeah, I think there was something.
Yep, there's a little space. You left out a space between the line down S.
Why did I the wrong name?
No, I didn't. It's your handwriting sucks.
I'll take it. Let's go.
You see that? Confirm the goes in Ramus.
No.
Separation between the
100% Ram. R-A-M-B. Yeah. Oh, but you're saying
right, because it doesn't connect.
yes. Maybe the capital B. Yes. Ram. Yeah, maybe it's like lamb. Okay, Ram. That's right. Yeah. And the center of Ram.
How long you been doing stand-up, Rabbbi?
I moved here in 2021 and I did about 10 open mics in Wisconsin before that, so about 4 years. But I have taken some months off because of like, my dad, my house fans, and some other stuff. I'm just being honest. But I have stayed consistent with right doing that 4 years. So I've been doing it 4 years. That was around about the same way for 4 years.
Got it. How did Dad die?
Leukemia. I beat it once, and then he came back.
Wow. He beat leukemia once. Leukemia is your mom's name?
Depends on who you ask, I guess.
Alright, so
I love that show.
I love it. So, how do you make money?
I work at a call center, internet company, but I can't say it. You know what I'm saying?
You like it?
It works for right now.
What are the hours like?
When do I get there? When the hours? No, 10 to 7.
Okay. Do you have any trouble waking up in the morning?
Before this job, I didn't. I was an early riser, and now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna sleep till about 9:30. Give myself some leeway.
What do you do?
Like it's like self-care.
Sure. What do you do at nighttime for fun?
I go to the mics, and then I also play.
Random police fight for
I dodge cops, but I dodge cops on Red Dead Redemption 2. That's the kind of shit I do.
Have you ever gotten arrested?
Never. Actually, you know what's funny? There's a lot of people get surprised that I've never been to jail. And when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like, I can't even fucking believe it. But it's just because I've been lucky, to be honest. Yeah. You never heard of Samuel?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was in Arizona, and at the time, about like 22 years old. I don't think about it. Maybe I shouldn't say this.
Go ahead.
Fuck it.
Go ahead.
Let it out. Taxes probably get before you leave. But he was doing like an ecstasy rate, and my dude that I was living with was doing ecstasy in there. Now we make a few bucks on the weekend or whatever you go. And all of a sudden we saw the dude that we were getting the pills from in the parking lot on the news. And I wasn't a very good drug dealer. That was the end of my drug dealing days. Wow. Yeah. 23 people were in that ecstasy rate.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were in it. You didn't
No. Tony's not incriminating Ram today. Ramus, that's you said.
Yeah, Ramus. Ramus is going to be
Let's be clear, Rabbbi.
I love it. What's your love life like, Rabbbi?
Well, we talked about this last time. I don't remember. I was laughing at the Francis, and I sang the song about the girl not calling me back. You know, yeah. So she's still like, Paul, I'm chilling, man. You know, I'm really just trying to build my life up and not really worry about that side of my life. You know,
No kids.
my daughter's 21, living her life, doing her thing. Wow. Yeah, she's very good at it.
Okay, great.
College and everything.
How much did you contribute to that child?
I raised her half. I lived in Wisconsin for 20 years, which was a very much a sacrifice. Yeah. After growing up in Phoenix, it was like, fuck, that shit takes. Yeah, we're in Phoenix. Wait, we're in
How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
because her mom was from Wisconsin. I got like 50% white mom.
How did the white parents take to you moving to Wisconsin? Can you give an example of what that means? These people have no idea.
The whole family hates this, right?
But how do you know? Give us an example.
Oh man, that's rough, man.
Give us.
They might see this.
They might. So what's one good little story? You're not naming them out. Could be any
You ever
family.
had somebody look at you like this? Like for way too long, right? Like that?
Yeah.
It was constantly that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
Even at Thanksgiving, they supposed to have a good, hey, let's hang out.
They never said anything disrespectful or anything, though? Nothing in particular, just a look?
I almost felt something.
Yeah.
Wisconsin was an interesting time. I'm gonna say that. Yeah. Like I recently went back there and the bar owner loved that he approached the bar for a while. Like, I didn't know this motherfucker. Like, I'm serious. And he just kept looking at me. And I forgot that I tried to fight him about 10 years ago. Yeah. I mean, you know.
How can you forget about it?
Well, you know, you live a life. I'm 47, so if you live a life where you kind of fuck some people, you forget. And it's 2 a.m. and they get accused me of something I didn't do. So I was extra charged, and he's behind the bar yelling at me, and I'm like, hey, I'll fuck you up type shit. You know, I didn't. I was rapping something like that. And I'm very much mature though when I think about it these days.
Incredible. You're 47 years old. You successfully raised a 21-year-old daughter. You avoided getting arrested.
Yeah. I'm a fucking miracle right now, right?
Yeah. What's your secret? What's your secret?
More than 6 months, 2 pounds, right?
Wow.
So I've been a miracle over and over again. All them stats. I'm like LeBron, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 47 and I'm still going, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Amazing.
I really feel that way. And I wake up every morning like, you're LeBron. Not running.
And then you go to a call center and take calls.
Yeah, I know.
Someone's just yelling, get him shady.
Let's go, Shane. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I was having a drink. They took my drink away. They drink. I had some vodka. I had to sit down. They take your drink. Yeah, well, I couldn't bring it down the alley. You know, I couldn't do that. You have another emotion, though. Yeah, we can apply this stuff.
There you go. All right, Randy.
I appreciate it.
You already have a big joke book?
I got a strong one.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting it in the extra yard edition Kill Tony joke book. Congratulations. It's to Rampy, not Remus at all. It's Rampy. All right. It's been a hell of an episode. The hottest episode in the history of Kill Tony. We went from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a very rare treat. It does not work for comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your herodom, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews on the show, the reigning defending Hall of Famer, the Emperor of ExpressVPN, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for my first feature-length film. The guy seems super nice. He actually sent the script to my father back in Memphis, which is weird as shit. It's like,
didn't even get his fucking address, but I'm really excited. Ozzy Osbourne died, 30 years ago. I'm doing my first intervention tomorrow, and I've got a ton of anxiety because I just don't know. I don't know what to wear. And that's a true one. Okay, let's keep it moving. Dad. If you don't want me to join a cult, quit wearing all those groovy clothes in your propaganda videos. And we get free juice. Sign me the fuck up. Free love, no taxes, VIP access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish fits. Presbyterian Church, take the West down. Asking for that 10% tithe shit, my goal keeps it. God damn it, I messed that part. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% tithe shit, my goal was 100% of my assets, and they're gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have you all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's my time.
The intervention's tough.
Yeah,
I wanted to fucking Notre Dame coaches follow to my sister's intervention. Sit in a hotel in Pittsburgh, like, gotta make some change. Tux is fucking crazy. I know you don't care. My name's Bond.
Yeah, maybe coat and tie. I don't have a tie.
Coat and tie is crazy.
Suit could work.
Yeah. Okay. Where you go Notre Dame coach? Well, it worked. My sister's not going there.
Well, too bad I fucking can't stand Notre Dame, dude. I'm a fornicator. I cannot stand after the whole anti-Teo debacle you'll handle. I can't stand Notre Dame.
No. How's that a debacle? Innocent also. Yeah, whatever. You guys are totally irrelevant these days, so whatever. Get a good run.
Maybe this year. Okay, but
Get a good run.
William, this is incredible. This intervention.
College ball.
This intervention you're doing, is this for a family member, a friend? What are they on?
Are they having a good time or a tired time?
no, thinking of tired time.
They're sleepy.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a sleepy intervention myself.
Yeah, is that the one with the Notre Dame jersey or
Yep.
what?
Notre Dame coach ball.
What was your sister? Just get
She's getting a little sleepy.
She was on drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
Downers.
Yeah, heroin.
And then, that makes you not off. And I think that's the situation I'm dealing with.
It makes me, well, are they mean a lot? Now? Have they turned mean when they're not on? But I see all this stuff a
little bit. Yeah, I can't have over my
That's probably heroin that made it go.
Yeah.
But it's surprising how quickly they come back. You go, there's that person I like. Well, good luck.
I'm praying.
What's your speech? Yeah, can you give us an example?
Stop doing it.
You gotta stop doing that shit, man! We need you eating cheddar bay biscuits again. He literally is not hungry anymore. He used to go to fucking that place with me all the time, but yeah, we're gonna get him eating cheddar bay biscuits again.
Are you saying cheddar day?
Cheddar bay biscuits?
Cheddar bay.
Yeah, cheddar bay biscuits. But yeah, oh my gosh, Tony, this past weekend, just to look at old sets, I watched every single, and I've never done this. And that's what I want to say, my importance melting a little bit, is what I'm doing these jokes. I don't really ever see y'all's reactions, too much of your reaction, and it always makes me smile to myself when I can see your ass laughing at some of my jokes. And Red Man, I do have to say, I don't feel horrible about talking about your slutty ass mom every single time. It was like probably in 100 sets of mine, I was talking shit about your mom. So I did have a very nice weekend just reminiscing over these times. I'd never gone back and watched them. All three, yeah.
Red Man, you brought those prop glasses just for this moment with William. I been wearing? These are real glasses. But you put them on now?
Yeah, I always put them on.
I don't forget him. What do you know? Does that? It was yeah.
No, he's never done that before.
Oh, man, it's a classic kill punch. When the glasses come on, you know it's wrapping up.
What do you think about Red Band's glasses, William?
I think they made him look a lot smarter. And I had been worried that he's been looking kind of stupid recently. I think they got those glasses. They made you look a lot smarter. Red Band, I'm kidding. You look like if you're homeless kind of person. They look scary in those glasses. They take them off. Are those even prescription glasses, Red Band?
Yes, they are.
They are. How much do they cost?
$350.
No, that's embarrassing, dumbass. I was thinking you were going to say something like that. Ruby, you actually do look better. I swear to God, you somehow you still look worse. I think. Yeah, you still look okay, getting worse. But
Is this the intervention that you were
yeah, Red Band. We have to get you about your apartment. We have to get you. I know you've been holed up there a long time. You know you're fucking super depressed. You've been on VR way longer than normal.
My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man. My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man.
Tell us about this new plaque and psoriasis commercial. Not many of us have seen it.
It's just this nasty looking bitch walking around with all these fucking, like, it looks like she got real sunburned on different parts of her body. That's what plaque psoriasis is. It's like this nasty disease people get. I don't know if it's sexually transmitted. I don't know how people get it, but it's just this real sickening disease people get. Yeah, I know. So the commercials seem really good. It's just getting more, it's getting people these pills.
Have you, let's go back to the intervention for a second. Have you planned a speech for this? Have you written this?
I was starting to write some earlier. I just have to really finish it up.
Don't do it. Don't read like a. Yeah.
So I shouldn't read. Yeah, what do you think? Do I go from the heart? Or
You would do a brand new minute for the. I would, go for the heart on the intervention. You read it. It better kill. It better kill. Yeah. It's like everybody reads like it's a fucking best man speech. I sat in the room and everyone was like, I'm a little nervous. It's like, this is about her.
Okay, let it flow.
They get the fucking horrible person that belched right there. We're talking about a friend of mine that's quite literally dying. I hear this monster word right there. That was you? Nice homosexual couple right here. But you burping on his dick. Wow.
It's amazing how you do that. It makes the whole place light up all crazy.
Tony, I am stinking tonight. This is weird. I swear I think they did the formulation of Old Spice deodorant differently. It's starting to stink in tonight. It's never happened before. I've never stunk like this.
This is a new thing, and you changed your diet and all.
I just Metamucil out the frame. I'm up to 4 cups of it a day, and I did shit twice today, which is great because I did go a span of time of 3 days this past week without shitting. Wow. And you're doing so much row. I've been 720 miles on the row machine since January, so I just feel like my body's actually really using all the bananas on the stuff I'm getting. It's go straight to my muscles, is what my gut says. Right. So that's why I'm not doing it's all like peanut butter crackers, fucking bananas and shit. It goes straight to my muscles. So.
What else goes straight to your muscles? Give us some examples of things that go straight to your muscles.
You know I'm drinking a fucking protein shake with Scoop. Weirdly enough, a lot of jelly beans. I think a lot of these sports people are saying, go down with sugar, no jelly beans are good. The popcorn, the buttered popcorn jelly beans, I'm all up in those right now, 30. And I'm going to bring some to the intervention tomorrow. I feel like everybody loves a...
Get a hook on something.
Yeah.
Like I went to you. You think that's good? Try this.
Yeah, try these jelly beans.
But I gotta tell you, a lot of heroin people, they're gonna go straight to candy as soon as they get done. He's going right to the jelly beans.
Yeah.
If it's heroin.
Is it heroin? Is that the main drug of the person getting the intervention?
Yeah, amongst working home.
Other than heroin and other stuff. Oh yeah, it's time for an intervention. Wow. Hurry down.
I've never heard you use the word cornucopia before, William. Are there any other new words in your vocabulary this week that you're excited about? Looks a little spiced.
Licensed.
Whoa. All right.
Wait.
Didn't even activate the hard when you got sad horns on that one. Sometimes when you're not passionate about it, you get a barely a drum sad horns and barely any light.
He had received a very strong education, including in theology.
Assessor.
You should do polysubstance drug user. Polysubstance drug user. That's what your friend is.
Oh, polysubstance.
Yeah, he's your polysubstance drug user.
The words is so hard one, Tony. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm really screwing up on this one. I can't
Say anything. Honestly, the ones that you don't really know that aren't that exciting are kind of funnier than the crazy ones. A new word this week from Montgomery. We're almost there. In here, media. Could be anything in the world.
I gotta tell you, it's impossible. I'm trying to think of one word. I can't think of one word. Wyoming. Words are tough.
Domino! Wow! Look at that!
What's the one thing that you're hoping at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person that you're giving the intervention to will not say?
I am gonna stop using drone mode!
That's William Montgomery. This has been the hottest episode of Killzonian history. We were able to get it down to 79.2 degrees. Guys, the Charlie McBride Geneva is in. How loud can you guys get for our guests tonight? Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, everybody. You did it. Brought to you by ExpressVPN. Tire Season 2. Matt and Shane's Secret Pod on Spotify. Anywhere else? Anything else you guys want to plug or anything? Matt?
I'll be in Atlantic City August 16th.
Hell yeah.
Video Casino Resort. Please come.
The Killzone, yeah. Thank you, Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis. The band will be a Blue Note in New York City the Monday after Madison Square Garden, 818-818. This episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. One more hand and our guest Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. Right, man?
Check out the Secret Show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bat's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripbtx.com for tickets.
Hell yeah, make some noise for Red Man, everybody. Keep it going for the best Sam's hand in the land. This is Skill Tony, brought to you by Express VPN. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande, Michael Gonzalez, Sweating Bullets, Big Mike. On the drums, Matt Muling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is D Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute scorcher. We're sitting here at 81.1 degrees Fahrenheit, 71% humidity. The AC guy is here. Make some noise for the AC guy. Texas, late in July. Welcome. Holy shit. ACs be breaking. This is a real live show. Anything can happen. Happens everywhere. Doesn't matter how much money Spotify gives you. ACs be breaking in Texas. A good old stress test here today. You see people fanning themselves. There's a Latina woman with an actual portable fan. I don't know how she stuck that in here. They lock up phones, but I guess you're allowed to shove a portable fan up your puss. Anything can happen here. As you can tell, this is an action-packed episode. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bat's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to start tonight's fucking show, huh? Well. You know, every single week I book the show, and I can tell you with no ego, we're really doing it, Red Man. This is one of those very special nights. You guys hit the fucking comedy lottery. You did it. This is one of those big ones. Ladies and gentlemen, I present two of the greatest guests in the show's history. This is indeed Shane Gillis and America. It's crazy how much hotter it is out here. Unbelievably hot. Fucking blows. It is incredible. I don't want to bring it up because I know that, you're thinking about it. The crazy thing is that the AC works well in some places right now. The other room, which is an open mic filled with absolute bottom of the barrel peasants, they're chilling 69 degrees in there. The green room, 71 degrees, right behind that curtain. Very, very nice.
It's nice right behind there, man. Right before we went home, it's like, it's not that bad. It's like, wait,
This is where God has decided that he will lay tonight. Matt, how you feeling down there?
Pretty good. I'm thinking we can like alternate breathing, guys and girls.
We're gonna have to come up with some kind of plan. The AC guy is here. I'm gonna ask management if anyone's listening. Wave to me before he leaves. I want to know if maybe we can get the AC guy to agree to a quick appearance, live appearance. Maybe he can explain himself. Whatever we do not let that guy fucking leave without giving me some kind of signal. I know he was just planning on another quick stop on a 6th Street fucking dungeon-esque bar, but he might end up in front of 5.5 million people real quick. Who gives a fuck? Right? Should we harass the AC guy? Anything can happen here. You guys have been guests numerous times on the show. 305 human souls signed up for tonight's show. Matt and the Shane, what the fuck is up. The bucket gets crazy. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. Then their time is up and they hear the sound of a kitten. They wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angriest Hollywood bear, which interrupts them. I conduct an interview. It's going to be a lot of fun watching them truly physically sweat tonight. They are in for the shock of their lives. None of them know that the AC is broken here, so they're in a nice air-conditioned bar next door right now. They're going to be in the nice air-conditioned backstage. When they're going to walk out, they're going to think it's them. So let's have some fun. Before we get to that first bucket pull, I have a golden ticket winner here ready to debut a new minute of stand-up comedy. We're going to watch them all together. One of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your first comedian of the night. This is Martin Phillips, everybody.
Holy shit, oh my god. Growing up, I didn't have any Jewish friends, not on purpose, but I was never invited to a bar mitzvah. I think it's too late, I think people would notice that I specifically got out when they're ridiculous Jewish boys. I just want to party with damn, it's still a thing. Anyway, circumcision started. I felt God's only friend to do it. He also told him to kill his son, that he took it back as the past. So maybe he waited too long to say something. He came back. He was like, oh, by the way, crap. You can't get on it. It looks great. You told everyone to do it. Yeah, that's the thing now. Okay.
Martin Phillips, the brand new minute. Acknowledging the heat up top. How does the heat affect your condition?
I just sweat like a motherfucker.
Anything else when it gets real hot? Do you strain out your legs?
I think I just get heat exhaustion. I'm a heavy sweater, so I definitely go out short-head up here.
Okay. And a sweater, you're dressed for the occasion. You're one of the only people wearing shorts tonight on the crew.
Yeah, I texted you like 15 minutes ago.
Perfect. Nobody needed to know that, but I guess that's fine. Yeah, you needed a last-second opener there, Martin, and gave you the opportunity of a lifetime, but I guess you've exposed my lack of preparation in front of the world.
I didn't have time.
Yeah, he's gonna tell us that's all. You gotta get like 4 hours. You gotta call him on fucking Friday. Friday we're gonna need panties by Monday. Me too, by the way.
Oh, shit. Martin, you ever have a bad experience putting on your pants?
No, I can fit them on.
It looks smooth as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about me. I gotta like lay down.
Thanks, Sam.
Martin, what else has been going on in your life?
I don't know. We haven't sweated. My glasses are fucking up. I bought a new car myself. Yes. Wow. Not because I crashed the old one. I just needed a new car. So,
What kind of car did you get?
I got a Prius, so it's official. I want to get the same car as you have, and then I can pull up and be like, hey, twinsies.
Hell yeah. And then I'd have to get a Prius.
And it would make sense. Your dad others. So that's the drinking game every time. Oh, yeah, okay.
Do you drink, Martin?
Sometimes.
Ari Maddie tells us some crazy
Dude,
tales.
that's not even true, dude. Ari's insane, Jim. I'm like, I go to bed. Ari's the one out till 6 a.m.
Hello, everyone. I'm really
I know
grateful
one
to
night I think
Rothschild
it's wrong.
back at the
Already,
University of Wisconsin
yeah, I was drunk,
to
yeah.
deliver a very
And
short
it doesn't
for us.
make me look any more evil.
And
It makes it worse, I think, actually.
I got the first wave twice.
Like, my hotel was like a block away. I had to order, like, I was not gonna make it there, so, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Martin, you got the show started tonight. Thank you so much. Rising a winner, reigning, defending, Martin Phillips. Is the AC guy there, Zach? No, he's on his way down. We do have an update incoming. Well, hold it back there while I bring up the first fucking poll of the night. You guys know how this part works. This is where shit gets a little crazy. Because we're going to meet somebody. Could be the next star of the show. Could be a fucking insane person. Make some noise for your first fucking poll of the night. It's Daniel Shepard, everybody. Daniel Shepard.
So my birthday's coming up in a few days. I think I look great for 36. The problem with that is I'm turning 26. So that fucking sucks. I've been watching this show about guinea pigs. It's pretty funny, interesting. It's called The Sopranos on HBO. Perhaps y'all have heard of it. Another great show is Friends. But I think an even better show is Seinfeld. Because if Seinfeld is a show about nothing, that means Friends is a show about Jennifer Aniston's nipples. I forgot to equate how they were similar. I'm a little nervous. I just had some sushi recently. Over in the hood at this new place called Nigiri Please. I ordered the unagi. What? Yeah, they didn't have a drive-through, but they had a drive-by. And last joke, what do you call a black lawyer? A brother-in-law. Thank you guys.
Okay. Thank God you didn't do the punchline I thought was coming there. Holy shit.
I like watching the autism bleed through. You're like, I forgot to equate that last thing to the autism. Yeah. Straight to sushi.
Yeah.
Fucking sushi next.
So the three shows that you've been watching recently, Sopranos, Seinfeld, and Friends. Did you just get, what, a VCR player or something? How are you just starting these 3-decade-old shows now?
Friends is a lot like Seinfeld. I just, that was kind of the point of the joke, and I almost didn't include that. I artistically added it.
Do you remember what the correlation between the three was?
Friends is like Seinfeld without the Jews.
Okay.
My father wrote that joke, helped me write that joke before he died.
Wow, when did he die? 25 years ago?
He died 10 months ago.
Wow, how did he die?
He had a lung condition, so he had connective tissue disease, which paralyzed his stomach and then drained into his lungs and destroyed his lungs. And then he died in my arms. He died in my arms at home one day. What? What was on the TV? It was the Roku TV. Just a Roku screen. The Roku, like, Roku City, the side gazing into the sunset. So one last sunset, that's Roku. How long ago was this? Like 10 months ago. Oh, shit, all right. Like, it was my sister's birthday was the day before. What? October 1st. Did your sister bust into the room like Kramer? Like, what? She must have blown out all the candles or something. She was in a big fight with my dad, so she wasn't home at the time. Oh, so maybe she did blow out the candles and made a nasty little wish. Oh, yeah.
don't even think she saw him that day.
Well, it's really fucking horrendous, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, for real.
Yeah. What were they arguing about? Your sister and your father at the time of his death. The people at home want to know.
My sister would try to attend to my dad a lot, and there was a pushback with like a sick guy, and he told him to do.
What was she trying to get him to do?
Oh, just like she's just kind of up his ass kind of person, I guess. My sister's a little bitchy.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember. I try not to really pay attention. I just saw a lot of arguing.
God damn it, it's just like really, yeah, you're really fucking crazy.
Yeah, but she feels so bad.
You like Star Wars? What's going on there? Fucking dad watch. Star Wars rules, that's it.
Yeah,
Kylo Ren could have been the best. Yeah, they really did. So,
I like that.
yeah, for sure. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
I'm between jobs right now. I got lots of life insurance for my father's death.
How much exactly did you get?
$70,000.
$70,000.
I'll never talk about that. I don't know why I just nonchalantly said no. You're finding the silver lining. You got 70 G. Yeah, it's over halfway gone.
Question: did your sister get the same amount?
No.
Wow. Sister got cut out of the life insurance.
Mostly.
Poor thing. Wow. I mean, you just called her a bitch in front of 5 million people a minute ago, but now she's a poor thing that you feel bad about.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like that.
All right. Very fun. And how much more of the 70,000 you have left? It's been 10 months. You don't have a job. What are we at now? 25,000. It's going fast. It's going fast. So what's your plan? What type of job are you looking to get?
I was into welding for a minute, but that's kind of, laborious and hard to juggle comedy. I burned myself really bad here. And then I'm looking into some kind of audio video thing. I'm really good with that. Filmmaking background and stuff.
All right.
Short clips.
Well, there you go. Daniel, welcome. Congratulations. You got him from the show.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Daniel Shepard, everybody. There he goes.
Appreciate it.
Oh, here's a little joke book, Daniel. There you go. Nice catch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting word that the man that we all want to talk to is here. I present to you for the first time in the show's history. This is the AC guy. Crowd going absolutely wild. This is incredible. A monumental moment in the history of Kill Tony. 12 years and 3 months. If you've never spoken to an AC guy live on the show before, sir, what is your name?
My name is Dean.
Dean. Tell us about it. What was the issue?
So the issue was you guys tripped the smoke alarm with your smoke machines.
The haze. The new upgrade to the cameras. A little bit of haze. So how do we avoid that in the future?
Truthfully, if you're using smoke machines, probably not.
Okay, can't do it. All right, let's reset the cameras. Recalibrate the cameras to zero haze.
I'm your biggest fan.
There you go.
Thank you. No, great job. That's awesome.
So, Dean, how long have you been working at this?
About 8 years.
8 years. Wow, you're very good at what you do. I noticed that it wasn't long that you were here. You came here about 5 to 10 minutes before the show started. You were able to figure it out. 8 years in the game. What's your love life like, Dean?
I'm married. No, I'm married.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Very lucky, cold woman.
It is pretty cold in my house.
Well, Dean, have you ever thought about trying stand-up comedy? Do you like comedy?
I'm about to have a fucking heart attack.
I love it. I love it. Well, we were all about to have Eatstroke before you came around, so now we're even Stevens. Dean, thank you so much. Make some noise for Wow, what a special episode. 82.8 degrees. For those of you wondering, we're hoping that goes down at some point. Dean, why don't you stick around until this thing starts to lower? You'll be fine. Shout out to Airco Air Conditioning coming in and doing their job. I think that's a great plug for them. Airco, here in Austin, Texas. The trusted air conditioning Associates of Kill Tony and the Comedy Mothership. Wow. There's a plug. God, I hope Dean doesn't get fired. No, he won't. A free ad for Airco. HVAC. You can get Airco yourself just by going to airco.com, I'm guessing. I'm hoping here. Yeah, it's plumbing, heating, and AC. That's the website. There we go. Airco. Yeah, go to aircomechanical.com. Get yourself some AC. All right. Just save Dean's job, everybody. It's about a $30,000 ad read right there. It's open 24 hours. Call them 512-537-1234. Based out of Round Rock, Texas. 40 years in the business. Airco, air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing. 5 stars. All right. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get there with a licensed provider, typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes getting help convenient. You can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home, and you can even talk it out between sessions by sending text messages to your therapist. Get therapy and medication in all one place, unlike any other telehealth companies. Psychiatry is available through Talkspace. You can get the medication you need to supplement your talk therapy if needed. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay. Now, let my man, Red Man, tell you why he loves Talkspace.
And Tony, I think Talkspace is amazing. They're providing the best mental health treatment out there.
As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $8 off your first month with Talkspace. When you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match your licensed therapist today. Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. This podcast is sponsored by Tecovas. Anywhere we're going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. I've wondered if you love boots with your personal style. You owe it to your feet to pull on a pair of Tecovas. Find comfort in the traditions of the West and confidence from making it your own. Tecovas now offers professional grade work boots that will bring comfort and timeless style to the job site.
Tony, I love my Tecovas. They're most comfortable boots I've ever worn.
They're the most comfortable boots.
Yeah, that's the best. I wear these too, Tony.
Plus, with Tecovas Best in the West guarantee, you get free returns and exchanges for 30 days. Right now, get 10% off at Tecovas.com/KillTony. You sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/KillTony. Tecovas.com/KillTony. See site for details. Tecovas, point your toes west. Your next fucking call is a one-word name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Paul.
Islamic terrorism. I don't get it. 72 virgins? I don't even get out of bed for less than 100 virgins.
Look at this map, which is the second century
Not this easier.
rebellion when you have a fairly well
I was so nervous back. This is my first time. I was so nervous backstage. Even after I ripped a couple out.
the shading here with
That's right.
gap in the regional
I'm an assassin.
especially prominent because
I usually don't bring this up, but my family and I hunt vampires. scenes.
From that region.
You're not naming vampires right now because of one family.
So this is the heart map.
I apologize. Hey, Tits, you want a small joke book? Hey, Timo.
All right, Paul, everybody, very good, Paul. So clearly a fan of the show, and you chose to sign it. This is truly your first time. What made you want to do it like this? What made you want to pick tonight?
Actually, I got injured last year, and I had to have surgery. I was off work, and I wrote a screenplay. And I wrote a screenplay for a little number. So I'm trying to. I thought it was good. Well, this was today. We need more.
Can I get the elevator pitch?
Yeah,
Let's hear the movie.
the elevator, not the stop, the elevator pitch. Okay. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley.
The way you said that Shaquille had me, I mean, really.
They must say Shaq.
This whole name.
They are used to be partners. They were private investigators. But they had a falling out 15 years ago. They hate each other, and they find that their kids kept in touch. And they get married. They have a fight. They lose the ring, and then they gotta chase these bikers all across the country to find the ring. They don't want to have the wedding, but they don't want to let their kids down.
Have you ever considered having to play aliens in basketball?
Sounds like Wild Hogs, but it's NBA.
Wild Hogs. It's
Yeah. But those are tough kids.
They're phenomenal.
Yeah, they're real nice.
So what was the job that you had before all of this?
I'm a construction worker. Yeah,
And you got injured on a construction site?
no, it's helping someone move.
Total separate injury. Is it a back injury?
No, I snapped my distal bicep tendon, so I had to get surgery.
The fuck we care.
It was I was in the wrong position. It was a team.
Was surgery in a flat screen?
Yeah, it was plasma. You might be confused by the plasma.
I gotta brush up on the Newtonian physics. I didn't know how much a plasma weighed.
Oh my god, it's insane.
So let's just take 1 second here to talk about the minute of comedy that you prepared. Islamic terrorists, 72 virgins. I don't get out of bed for less than 100 virgins. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean by
Yeah, well, don't you get on it?
It's where I
Fucking classic. It's a classic, dude.
Just out of curiosity, last question. What is William's character in this movie that features Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal?
he is a homeless wanderer, but we find out he's a fugitive. But Jack and Chucky.
Oh, you call him Chuck now? Wow, you're so close with him.
He's fine. They get robbed, and they have to enlist William to help them finish their mission.
There you go. Very good. Here's a little joke book. There you go. There goes Paul, everybody. Good luck, Paul.
Oh, what's your last name? All right.
There goes Paul, everybody.
Want to have that one?
Whoa! Lovely Heidi has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. The delicious light. All right, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Michael Scott, everyone. Michael Scott. We're down at 81.9 degrees.
I know what I look like. I know what I sound like.
I guarantee this.
I got the vibe of, I just got cast as Donatello in Tyler Perry's New Ninja Turtles movie. He's the tech guy. I get it. I'm a weird kid. I was a weird kid. I had a lot of animals. I started off with 2 rabbits. I ended up with 14. That being said, I've seen rabbits fuck a lot, guys. It's pretty crazy. It's like one rabbit minding his own business. That was my white one. The black one would come hopping along, mountain,
furiously fuck it for about 10 seconds, and then everyone takes off. My question, guys, why does a rabbit sex only last 10 seconds? Is it evolution? Or is a rabbit pussy just as good as I think it is? Hell yes. Is this true? You have that many rabbits? No. Technically, I had guinea pigs, but rabbits fuck like crazy, so it's fun here. Wow. Guinea pigs appears to be the magical word combination of the day. It's been used by 2 out of 3 buckets in an unprecedented anomaly. So, Michael, how long been with stand-up? 8 years. 8 years. Where at? Fresno, California. Bakersfield, California. Wow. Is that where you still live? I'm out here. I've been here since December 30th last year. Nice. Awesome. What do you do for work? I work valet at Hotel Villa, and I just got a new job 2 months ago at Benefast. I deliver construction equipment to sites. Awesome. Yeah. Absolutely. It's been incredible, Michael Scott. What do you do for fun? I used to train in the Bay, play poker, watch movies. I got cats. How many cats do you have? 3 cats. Risky Wolves. Those are my 2 girls, and I got 2 together. How's cat pussy? Everything I dream. It's incredible. How many guinea pigs did you have in the world? I started with 2, and they just kept fucking. It got to the point where I was selling them back to the pet store. Wow. Yeah, just a bunch of inbred, angry guinea pigs. Yeah. Incredible. How old are you? 12. They share a little bit. Hell yeah. What were they saying about it? They made motherfucking guinea pigs. You better get these motherfucking guinea pigs. All right. Now, what did they say? I saw an opportunity. Everybody relax. These motherfucking guinea pigs. Man, you fucking picture me stinking, Michael. It did, right? It did stink. See, this is what they said, right? Yeah. Did they kind of sound like that, or did they speak perfect American English like you? My mom? Yeah. She sounds like me, just not. Northern California blast. So you had how many of those guinea pigs were in your room at once? So you had 14 in your room. You were jacking off in there for 14 guinea pigs. How many times did you jack off for 14 guinea pigs? A lot. So 4 better from the crowd. What can I say? Just to hear them. You had to be able to hear them while you were jacking off. My mom accidentally killed 4 of them once, though. How did she do that? She's going to be much better by impression of her. I think you're right. School one day. And I had them in 3 separate cages. She wanted to give them some air, so she took the cage and put it outside in the hot sun. Yeah, I think I had 3 too many. Once a month. You were my son. Put those bags. You have to get pigs in the bag. Just smack it. Stop watching my son jack off. Fucking perverts. That's why I got him. Behold. Behold, my son. My children. Did you bury the dead? Yeah. Where did we bury him? Backyard. Nice. What type of, you put up like a monument? Shoebox. What do you think of monuments? They were like 2 months. Egypt was Cairo.
didn't put anything above ground. Remember it?
Significant Jewish
I don't know. You didn't give a fuck about that.
I was a kid. I didn't know tombstones were
Right. Definitely. The one that survived didn't have any special powers. Or he was
the first one. He was the sort of the whole thing. His name was Hammy. Hampton J.
What did J stand for?
Jenkins.
What's it?
Were the other hamsters Jewish in this mass genocide? I ran a guinea pig concentration camp.
This would not have to survive the Holocaust. Did she ever explain herself why she said it was hot on the inside? You know what, honestly, if there were 14 guinea pigs in this room when I got here tonight, I would have sat 4 outside in a cage. Yeah. Thank goodness for Dean from Air Conditioning.
So hot in hell in here. I need to bring Dean back. Kill him. Put him outside.
Michael, I'd love to have you back on the Secret Show, man.
Here's the big joke about Michael Scott. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Open Phone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every customer conversation matters, you need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is a one business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying 2 phones or using a landline. With Open Phone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts like a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Tony, I love Open Phone. It's the best business phone system, hands down. Say goodbye to voicemail. Your AI agent is set up in minutes to handle calls after hours, answer questions, and capture leads, so you never miss a customer. So whether you're a one-person operation drowning in calls and texts, or have a large team that needs better collaboration tools, Open Phone is a no-brainer.
I love a no-brainer. That's why I've been working with you for so long. Open Phone is offering our listeners 20% off on your first 6 months at openphone.com/Hilltony. That's OpenPhone.com/Hilltony. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Open Phone will port them over at no extra charge. Open Phone, no missed calls, no missed customers. We are moving along smoothly here. Bucket full number 4. This is definitely a new name, and I'm excited about it. Make some noise for Yoshika Gonzalez. Yoshika Gonzalez. Oh, shit. Okay. One more time for Yoshika, everybody.
Hi. A little bit about me or whatever. I'm having a sale on my OnlyFans. Yeah, so for 30 cents a day, you can help a short bitch pay her rent. No, I am a sex worker, and I figured it's actually better than dating, because I usually date white men, and that's like a pyramid scheme. So they just do weird shit, like lie, first of all, drink Mountain Dew, and prioritize themselves. I'm just too lazy for that, you know? Yeah, I'm too lazy for that, because I'm like sucking dick, washing the dishes, and in return they make me keto fucking pancakes.
Yoshika Gonzalez. Hell yes, so many questions. Let's begin.
One of Mike's guns. Can you
Excuse me?
No, it's not about you.
I have a serious question. When you do your sex work, you get picked up in front of the Home Depot.
Just kidding.
No, but when you do your sex work, you go to the Home Depot, don't you?
Whoa. Sounded like a bird. Zero.
Come with the queen, you best not miss.
Chica Gonzalez. Hell yeah, you are definitely a specific type. Is this a condition? Is there a label for this? Or
Your Jimmy challenge?
no, you look like a tall midget. You look like a.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a shorty, but they used to be short back in the day in the 60s. I don't know what's going on now.
Okay. Yoshika, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
For a year now, it's my last resort into screenwriting.
Oh, you gotta team up with Paul.
Yeah, this is why you're part of the brothers. This is a special episode. We have two screenwriting references and two guinea pig references. And somehow they're all mashing together right here with Yoshika Gonzalez. Yoshika is an interesting name. What does that mean? How do you end up with a Japanese name?
I was named after a Japanese film camera.
You don't know.
I know. My dad used to say different shit, like a hooker one time, cashier, a book. Then he told me sure I could guess.
38 cents, you said?
30 cents a day.
Is that real? 30 cents?
Is that legal?
Mathematically, yeah, I think so.
Okay. What do you do on this OnlyFans exactly? Haunt people's laptops.
I don't know. I twerk. I do like anime costumes and fucking degrade guys. Degrade.
Give girls a line, that's too much. Don't do it.
There's a lot.
How long have you been on OnlyFans?
Since the pandemic, when the strip clubs closed temporarily.
So you were a stripper up to the pandemic. What was your stripper name? Easy question. Impossible to forget.
There's been a bunch, Jenna was a good one. Yvonne Austin. Back in the day. That was Jenna.
Okay. Anything crazy ever happened in the strip club? Wild stories. Okay.
Same old.
You close with your parents?
Not right now, not at the moment.
Why do you think you're not close with your parents?
I didn't think this was a therapy session. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude.
Hey, you're the one with your backstory, lady. Who's following up here? Do you think your dad subscribes to your OnlyFans? I mean, 30 cents a day.
I need to go.
Check in on your little dar-dar, you know what I mean? Okie dokie. It's a real live show, everybody.
I don't think so. No. He said he never loved me, never will, never did. We're good.
Is this a long time ago or like kind of recent?
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago, the pandemic, most of mine were the pandemic.
Well, that's all
That's not
right.
right. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's all right.
It's okay, guys. We're here now. We're somewhere.
For what it's worth, I think you're worth more than 30 cents a day.
Okay.
Yeah. How much are you making a month on OnlyFans?
$4.12. You're killing it. You're making
I'm making my rent
$20.
$1,000.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay. How do you get to everything else? How do you pay your bills if you're only making your rent spot on from the monthly OnlyFans? What else are you doing to make money on the side? Okay, Rick, man, that is out of control. That is rude. That is out of line right there.
Don't do oral, but
Wow. Yeah. Genetics drivers went off the charts with that one. That explains why the white guys you've been with just lie and drink Mountain Dew all the time. If you want some honest answers, you gotta fuck
No, I sell vintage. I sell vintage.
Oh, cool.
Most of the markets outside of the heat. I do actual work. I do AV work too, but you know, they hire the guys.
Acid vagina. Is that one of the vintage shirts you're wearing?
Yeah, this one, thank you.
Is it vintage underwear, like your kids' ones or something?
Red man, that's good.
Program.
30 cents a day. I mean, it's $7 a month divided by 30. I don't know.
Oh, okay, all right. I see that day. Yeah, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. I subscribed onto the paper. It was at 30 cents this day. Come on. That's a I'd be losing money not doing it. I don't get out of bed for 100 cents. I'm talking here.
You're going to be making a lot more money after this, I'm sure. There are a lot of people watching online right now. Any other last pitches for your OnlyFans that you would like to give to the people out there? Many, many men.
We're
trying to help her.
Yeah.
She's just barely making her rent.
Yeah, I mean, I have a wish list, but I just have like a printer on there and no one will buy it.
I'll get you a fucking printer.
She's going to buy her a printer. Yo, Chica, here's a little joke book.
Okay,
Ready for it? Boom, you got it. Wow. She got it. You're going that way. There she goes. Yo, Chica, everybody. There's Heidi. Yum. Time for another golden ticket winner, everybody. This young lady won hers maybe a little less than a year ago. She's fantastic. Works here. Works on Kill Tony. Makes a noise. A brand new minute from Aya, everybody. It's Aya, everyone.
People don't trust Muslims. I get it, whatever. Me personally don't trust Jehovah's Witnesses. I feel like some Jehovah's Witnesses are just registered sex offenders who got really, really, really nervous at the last second. Like they were supposed to go out in the neighborhood and tell everyone what they did, which is it's telling me, oh, I molested a child. So they go knock knock, who's there? Have you heard of the child that was touched by God? Jesus Christ. It's like, why is your parole here? It's like, sorry about that. I don't know. I feel like we treat registered sex offenders so interesting in this country. Like we make them live so far from elementary schools, but distance only makes the heart grow fond.
Fantastic. Great pedophile joke.
Okay, thanks. What's up? Hey guys.
How you doing? How's it been going, Aya?
It's good. It's kind of warm in here.
Yeah.
I put on a jacket, so when I take it off, I feel cooler.
Oh, look at that. A little reverse psychology on pure heat.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you guys?
That's good. I gotta be honest. This is good. Yeah, everything going good?
Yeah, everything's good. Yesterday, I talked my... Huh? No.
So, yeah, every single person's come up here. Yes. My dad died. My dad hates me. Things are bad.
Yeah. No, you guys didn't even hear what happened with my dad.
Oh, that's great. Is he good? Die and give you that fucking jacket. Where is he?
No. Yesterday, to boil pasta in water.
What was he doing before?
He didn't know about that.
Now is he cooking pasta?
He never cooks. He doesn't cook. He just learned. I just taught him yesterday.
Oh, okay, so he's alive. That's fine.
Yeah, he's alive.
Sounds like he's struggling. Sounds like he's still learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day. That's good. Where's he at? Where are you from?
From Dallas, but my family's from Africa.
What?
Yeah, I'm Moroccan.
Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. What was your dad doing with the noodles?
Eating the noodles.
Just raw hard noodles.
Well, no, I boiled them for him, and yesterday he came and he was like, "Oh, so that's how you do it." He said he's always seen people make pasta, but he never paid attention.
Just been sitting on the floor and eating salad.
Yeah.
Incredible. That's good. Amazing. What else is going on? Anything else crazy?
Recently I had a weird dream the other day. I had a dream that there was this girl, and she was really young, she was like 17, 16, and she was like in a trap house. And I didn't know what to tell her to get out of the trap house. So I just told her, girls like you end up fat in their 20s, and she left. I got her out the trap house.
Wow.
Yeah, good for her. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's just my life.
Yeah.
It's the truth.
Well, great new minute, favorite pedophile joke of the day without a doubt so far. One more time for everybody. Back to the bucket we go. 3 ladies in a row. Thanks tonight's your next comedian. It's Jenny Rodriguez, everyone. Jenny Rodriguez.
I just watched this documentary on Netflix recently. It was about a woman who went to jail after she had sex with a man who the court said deemed mentally incapacitated. This was a man who was intellectually disabled. And that just goes to show that there's hope for all of you guys here tonight. Able-bodied women are having sex with retards. I know I am. I love him. He's my best friend, my partner in crime, my PIC. You guys heard that, partner in crime, PIC. But I'm Mexican, so that would make me his SPIC. SPIC, it's Texas. Do you want me to spell that out for you guys? We actually just saw the Fantastic Four movie. I gave a hand job during it. I guess you could call it a Fantastic Five. That's been my time. I'm Jenny Rodriguez.
Jenny Rodriguez. Welcome to the show, Jenny. Have you been on before?
I have, a couple times.
What did we find out the other times you were on about you?
I hate to throw this out here, but I work in a tire shop.
Whoa. Yeah.
I'm engaged. That's pretty much it for the last 2 times. But,
what does your man do? What's his name?
He works at Jared Jewelers. He's a jeweler.
Oh, wow.
We did pro wrestling. That was another thing that we did. Right now, we just finished clown school, actually.
Okay.
So that's another
good choice.
Yeah. You learned stuff at clown school?
Did I learn this stuff at clown?
No. Did you learn a lot of stuff?
Oh, I really did, actually. I learned how to do, like, balloon animals.
Do you have any balloons on you?
I wish I did. I literally thought about bringing my skirt, but...
Is there anything you can do in the clown world right now if John played some clown music and we gave you a spotlight? 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh. Nothing. Okay.
I need props.
All right.
I do a lot of like gimmick shit. I do like some magic tricks, but I'm not like really good. You know, it's all very sleight of hand stuff.
What if somebody has a condom? Can you do something with a condom? As a man, thank you so much. Great. Oh, yeah, great. Thank you, Red Man.
Nobody has a fucking condom there from the 80s.
Jenny And so how's stand-up been going for you?
Stand-up's been going pretty well. The last few months I've been focusing on clown school, ironically. But I've been, going to shows, just trying to do what I can around here. It is a little more difficult, I think, finding a good clique around here compared to where it was last before I moved here. I came from South Bend area. So,
Are you a fan of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish?
yeah. Notre Dame or like Notre Lame.
Say Grandma's sucks dick. Football rolls.
I love sports.
There you go. Well, Jenny, congratulations. You got picked for another minute. You've been on the show multiple times. There she goes, Jenny Rodriguez, everybody. We're going to keep flying through it. Here we go. On to the next one. It's cooling down. We're at 80.4 degrees. We are around the corner from the 70s, everybody. This next bucket bowl's from the inside. Make some noise for Truly Joy. Truly Joy from the inside. Is that real? Oh, wow. The furthest possible looking seat in the entire venue. Literally can't make it up, everyone. How perfect. It's great. Awesome. You would think we would coordinate this better, that someone signs up and they don't sit in the seat that's 97 seconds away from the front. Tire Season 2 out now on Netflix, everybody. Madison Square Garden coming up this week. The 15th, we do stand up the 16th. We do Kill Tony. Where the fuck is this fucking inside bucket bowl? Thanks for Truly Joy, everyone.
So I'm pretty bad on dating apps. Like, I literally don't get any matches. And I got this buddy who's just bragging about all the matches he has. So one day I was like, let's see him. He's on Grindr. And he's got tons of matches. That's kind of like a weird flex. But then it dawned on me, if I was gay, a lot of my problems would disappear. Like, I wouldn't be as lonely. I would have better fashion sense. And I'd be in great shape. Because you have to be strong to fuck a dude. Right? It's like fucking a bear. And then even jacking off in the mirror would be better. Like, come on, guys. Toddling, alright? You're jacking off in the mirror, and there's a hot dude jacking off to you in the mirror. Right? You start going faster, he starts going faster. Right? And then you jack off, and you bust a nut, and then this dude who's been jacking off to you for 25 minutes busts a nut, you bust a nut. Pretty fucking awesome if you're gay, right? Thank you.
Truly Joy. Welcome back.
I like that you say jack off would be in the mirror would be better if you had as if you do jack off in the mirror. Have you ever? Fuck no. I don't want to see this shit. You jack off in the mirror? No, I don't. 25 minutes. Oh, 25 minutes is crazy. It's 25 minutes. I'm not trying to bust a nut and not be worth it, dude. Jack off in the mirror for 25 minutes. Bro, don't knock it until you try it. But I will.
25 minutes is what stands out about that material. Do you really extend your jack-off experience for that long?
Yeah, when I do jack off, I definitely milk it, but I try not to.
When you say milk it, are you implying,
guys? Alright, whatever. I'm fucking weird, okay?
So you last 25 minutes with yourself?
When I do it, yeah, I try.
When you're about to come, what do you picture?
What do you mean?
You're saying that you're edging, right? So, like, how do you stop yourself?
Something that turns you on. And then you, like, get ready, and then you just ride that wave until you are ready to bust a nut. Hey, plan on killing Bart Simpson. You spend the rest of the night watching out for rakes on the ground. Or party rock, whatever. Yeah, well, either side.
What do you tend to Julie Joy?
Honestly, I'm a pretty fast spank bank. So I just,
What are some of the wilder categories? Yeah, what are some of the weirder things that you're into?
I'm into, I like dom stuff, you know, DS. You know about that? I've heard of it. Are you a dom or a sub? I'm a dom. Whoa. Dude, I'm already subbing out to you right now. Yeah, we're all sitting down and dom is like this, we're sitting down. Bro, sorry, give him a big number right now. Get rid of this dom daddy.
What's the craziest thing you've ever done dom-wise in real life? Picturing you in like a body mask with your hair hanging out. Everybody being like, well, we know who that is.
I was living in LA and I was like going to these parties and it was pretty crazy. They were like, we're gonna film this. And I was like, I don't want to be filmed, right? And they were like, put on a mask, no one's gonna know who you are. I'm like, yeah, no one's gonna know the tall ass dude with fucking afro blue eyes. But I just had them film behind me, but I just had like this girl and they were like, had all these toys. I like using my own parts, my hands and stuff. But yeah, they had like all these crazy toys, so we did that stuff. And I was just like, I would find myself like an open-minded person, you know? You work with your hands. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those toys. Your hands, man. How are you doming though? Like, where's the dom? You got your cheat sheet. It's like, how do you got it up? I'm not telling you telling them what to do. You're in charge, you know? Like, there's some dudes that like want the girls to take control and shit. You know, like I want to be in control. I'm in control. Oh shit. Like that, dude. Never again. I'm going to dom on 3. She wants out shade. I'll talk to you. Come on, dude. Don't dom me. I'm coming over there. I can't believe you're not doing good. I'm taking it. It's a fella, you know. Girls in there. Goddamn.
What do you do for work?
I work in AV, freelance.
Wow.
So yeah, I never heard everyone say that.
Yeah.
I've done some catering jobs since I've been here.
Okay.
Yeah.
They make you wear a hairnet?
They make me pull my hair back in a ponytail.
Yeah.
Man, that looks different. It disappears. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. How about for fun? What do you do for fun?
I like going to White Horse. I've been practicing two-step, like learning. I like Martin Springs. I go there almost every day. Finally, down up there. A little bit. Yeah. The girls out there.
And what's your love life like?
I don't have a girlfriend here, but I have like a lover on the East Coast.
You have a lover on the
Yeah,
East Coast.
she's my sub. Jesus. What you do? Like, yeah, it's over. Get the fuck out of here. Yo. Sorry. Yo. What the fuck, dude? You're so fucking oriented. What's his name? I'm like, bro, come on now. Hey, kid, what's his name? Oh, here. What's his name? What's his name? It's a cousin. What's your son doing right now? She's probably sleeping, honestly. You should wake her up. Yeah, or a real dom would wake her up. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna call her after this. No, we're not going to. We're gonna keep it moving along. Julie Joy, there he goes. There goes Julie Joy, everybody. Hell yeah. There he goes, everyone. All right, fist bumps for the dom Julie Joy. I thought it was pretty funny up there. All right, this looks like a new name. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Mighty Mike, everyone. Mighty Mike. Okay. All right. Man, that last comment looked like Condado on WWE, didn't it? What it's like to be cool. Nah, man. Man, I'm about to quit comedy, man. This shit. Don't make no money in this motherfucker, man. I'm broke, bro. Man, so broke, man. I can't even be racist with my heart. That's not broke right here. Like that's the last white racist activity. White and blacks. No more, buddy. I put the whites first. I put the blacks first. I made Jamaican food the other day, rice and pasta. Called it Rasta.
It's a cat with his pussy?
Okay, all right, Mighty Mike. Slightly mental breakdown towards the end of his segment. Mighty Mike, welcome back. You've been on this show before.
Yeah, my favorite.
Talk into the microphone there. We have mics here in America.
Oh, yes. Woo! With the shots.
What were you saying? Go ahead and say it.
No, I said I'm my guy, baby. Yeah, I'm Mighty Mike. That's my stage name, Mighty Mike. Put that on there today. I was on here last time, right? No, I was checking, man. Respect, bro. Respect you, bro. Never mind. I thought I was. No, he wasn't. Oh, all right. Well, fuck. Maybe I'm racist. Yeah. Maybe I am actually racist. I was like, oh, I remember him. Ladies and gentlemen.
We know. Mike, relax. So, tell us what's been going on, Mike. You said you're broke. What do you do for work?
Oh, I just got a new job at FedEx. The last time I was at Amazon.
Okay. Well, you're just still delivering packages.
Still delivering packages, yes. The packages don't talk.
Packages don't talk. What do you mean by that exactly?
I used to be in an office. I used to work in an office. Offices, people talk a lot. Oh, when you...
Now you're driving the truck.
Yep.
And you're dropping off the packages. How long you been doing that for?
I started dropping packages off. Like, and I started with Amazon. I was like,
got the Amazon thing. We're talking about FedEx. How long?
FedEx is like 2 weeks. No, a week.
So how do you do that? Do you have any specific style? Has anything crazy happened yet? Do you?
No. I'm still training right now. I think it's still training.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still training. Yeah.
All right. What have you learned so far?
Man, you gotta put the packages when the white people want them. Because they'll type up that review, man. Next thing you know. Right, you gotta keep them right where the black people can still get them. I was in the hood today. You know, I help my niggas out. Hey, come quick, Brian. Shit.
Mighty Mike, how about for fun? What are some hobbies of yours? What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
Man, when I'm not doing stand-up, think about how black people would be better.
What have you come up with exactly? We've been wondering the same things.
I was chilling in my balcony the other day, man, blowing the trees. I was like, man, the head knot thing that black people do. I'm about to get rid of that. No, it's nice. I mean, fuck, we got to speak words, man. Hi, hello. Fuck you, like that. That's gonna be a problem. I was walking by and my guy was like, hi. Yeah, like that. No, you gotta smile. So, exactly. That thing's nice. I got everything traumatized, man. You're from Nigeria. I was born and raised in Nigeria. So you came here and you're still up to that black man. It's not doing it right. What? Tell me full of pants. I get it.
Yeah, what else is on this list? So what else is on your list of how they can do better? Number 2 on the list.
Number 2, man, pay bills. Wow, pay bills, bro. For real. Like when I had a lot of money, I used to pay my bills. I was like white man, pay my bills on time.
Okay.
I don't got it like that no more right now, so I'm dodging too. I'm being black. Right. You get the bill come back to sunrise. Then what was that? They call me at 6 in the morning every time. So God. I gotta tell you, this isn't a racial problem. This is a me problem, huh? No. Yeah, whoever the individual is, yeah. Okay. We've all been there. Yeah, I've dodged that.
What do you owe money for? What are some of your debts?
I know right now I owe charter communication right now. I owe them a lot, $300. The fuck is that? Charter communication, Spectrum, my bad. Spectrum. Okay. Wait, you have cable? Where's that internet? No, internet, man! You know that? Internet, man! Cable! Whoa, that's expensive.
Okay. Do you have kids?
I'm cool out getting real good, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Explain to us, what's your method?
Bro, I feel the beat. Like, when you about to bust a nut, you get a beat feeling. That's the sign that God gave you first. Like, hey, man, it ain't piss, it's the other one. Stick it out. I must. I not listen to that voice. I nut right off. And that's how I'm able to dodge that shit. Wow. Man, I don't know how niggas miss that beat feeling, man. Child support, not me.
Do you see like a big figure of your father in the sky and James?
My dad is like, pull out now, son. Racist. No, my dad's still around, man. He's still around.
Is he in Nigeria?
No, he here.
Where is he exactly?
He's in Minnesota.
Okay. And what's he doing up in Minnesota? What does a Nigerian do in Minnesota exactly?
Like, man. Exactly. He take water from the mall. Yeah, always in the mall. Yeah, for real. They don't know my dad, man. They don't know my dad OG, man. He speaks Italian too, so he can talk to the mom.
No way.
Yes.
Wow. And it's true that Nigerians and Somalians don't get along.
I mean, I fuck with them, but, you know, when they start thinking that, I'm out of there. I'm like, whoa, bro. Whoa, what that mean?
Welcome to
What's your least favorite thing about the Somalians?
infighting and fall.
Craziest thing you have in your refrigerator, Mighty Mike. You have a refrigerator, right? In your fridge.
I got a fridge.
What's the craziest thing we would find if we opened up your refrigerator right now?
Some spinach and broccoli. The nigga eat healthy. No fried chicken.
And also,
Does that bring you any other points?
Did you get any special powers when you eat the spinach or broccoli?
You know, man. I do it in the morning. You can come right on time.
Okie dokie. All right. Fun stuff. There goes the Mighty Mike. You already have a big joke, Bob?
Already got one.
There you go. On to the next one.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Gildo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. 79.9 degrees, everybody. We are officially in the 70s in this, the hottest episode of Kill Tony ever. Shane's gonna pee. Shane's going to pee. Which means I'm just gonna bring up your next comedian. Make some noise for Shane Phillips, everybody. Shane Phillips. Oh, shit.
So it's definitely a very sad day.
So know what y'all think
What
right
I'd
now?
like to do with our time together today is to
What the fuck is this fake ass Kimo Slice up here trying to
epicenter
make me laugh and shit?
sadness,
Supposed to be in the cage beating the shit out of people.
and to explore
Recently I've been trying to get back into dating.
especially
And I've been
highlighted
kind of
by
struggling.
the rabbis.
I realize I struggle because I take words on too literal.
Jewish infighting,
Like, I don't like when women call me daddy.
We will, of course, be looking
Because something
at
deep
other
inside me,
groups
something
besides
deep in my
the
DNA just makes me,
Pharisaic community,
wanna
we
leave.
look at the Idumeans, we look at the early Christians,
it's like,
the Albanians as
it's
well.
like every time she
But
says,
the
oh,
idea is
daddy,
that
I'm
I'd like
like,
to
you
do
know
the
what?
next hour or so,
We all do, I'll come right back.
many different groups that are
She's like, you're lactose intolerant. I'm like, shit, man, what you look at that? How this works? You know, slow ones, bitch, you gonna be our draft day, right? You go to the NFL. A lot of people give me stupid ass questions sometimes.
First of all, let's have a look
Like, man,
at
what's your favorite workout?
although I looked at this topic,
Chest press, bench press.
the Shabbat,
Like,
unfortunately,
they're trying to deep press.
I
You know, like,
lecture.
work out so much.
Yeah, Shane Phillips, welcome to the show, Shane. It's your first time on?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 3 or 4 years.
4 years. Where at?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, that was what I was gonna guess.
How good
Hell yeah, what do you do for work in Houston?
Machines.
it's
Whoa. Okay, what kind of machinery are we talking about?
over 100 years ago.
Wow.
Created, suffer from a lot of
Seriously, what kind of machines do you work with? Okay.
narrative was
Sounds
very
professional.
fresh.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. And you don't have
so much
kids?
so that I read it in English translation,
You have a girlfriend?
but his history was actually
You're just single.
published as
Running machines. What do you do for fun?
with new additions with extra footnotes to help us catch up with all the scholarship that's happening. I'm going to rely heavily on Emily Tudor's account in order to understand.
What do you like to eat?
Modern research, of course, Steve Mason
Barbecue
is
what?
perhaps the greatest authority
Very good. There's one name, everybody.
guy out of me.
Hell yeah. Shay, how often do you come to Austin, Texas to sign up for the show?
First time.
First time. Look at you. You got lucky. Incredible.
Is that one of the dogs?
That is. You remember Lemaire?
Looking at classical churches, they go to the highest point in the country, which is a difficult
You're at Lemaire. This is less scared.
Damn,
This
this
is
thing.
the last thing you want to
primarily
go
because
HGH.
the classical author is
Hell
a
yeah.
book that is
Okay, Shay. Craziest thing that's happened to you in the gym? Anything ever stand out to you? Any white women ever accuse you of staring at them or something like that?
No, but I can have a whole Whitley trade up there.
but it is primarily
Tell
a
us all
religious
about
thing.
Well, I'm at the gym and shit. She
Specifically,
goes,
it has to do with religious law, how ritual conduct should be maintained,
I don't work
which often involves
but instead she started
digressions
dragging me
into
outside and
that
shit. She's like, I can't carry this by myself.
So,
Get inside the
the
car,
rabbis
motherfucker.
never
We're
got
going up this
after obviously a very
You think she was trying to have sex?
position from which
I
to
think she like that bunch of heavy shit for it. I'm like, oh, no.
and it's especially
Yeah, I already
impactful
took bitch. Emancipation Proclamation. What did she want you to dig up for herself?
boil down
That's
the
what you're talking
causes of
about.
destruction
Yeah.
of the temple, both the
Shucks.
temple
They
that
tried
was destroyed in
to
the 6th century
That could have been great.
by the Babylonians, and then the temple destroyed in the 1st century by the
Hold
Romans.
up. Yeah. Hold on. You'd be like, yeah, hold on. Yeah.
Sort of boil it down into a really simple, basic idea that is very clear.
Yeah, okay.
The first temple was destroyed because three particular
Shay, what's the craziest thing about your life that you would find interesting about you? You ever save anyone's life, accomplish anything, anything
These
about
are the so-called those who should rather give up their life than transgress these three sins, which are idolatry, adultery, and murder.
But it turns out that
One way to say about that, but
crazy as shit.
to be honest,
Spanish kids walking like this space.
and then they said that the second temple was not destroyed for these very serious transgressions,
where was this
rather
at?
for these idea of not taking on
And what exactly, what branch of the military were you at?
I was in the Navy.
And what did you do exactly in
level
the
of
Navy?
general hatred is really what brought down the temple to the rabbis. Now, they don't break it out
Look at
into
you helping
specifics of
someone
this
else
person
not
and that
drown.
person. I heard you do a little bit today, but they offer an example of a story. And people with
Okay,
very
Shay,
similar names,
3 or 4 years in Houston, your first time on, very fun, and here is, well, we don't have any mediums, so I guess you're getting a very good Shay Phillips. Shay Phillips. Oh shit, I did that one quick, huh? Oops. Hey, look, it's the lovely Heidi. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Woman plus there. Yeah. How many people like having comedians do good on this show? How many of you like having comedians do bad on this show? They like it. This is it. It is hot. No doubt about it. For those of you watching on the internet, congratulations. This is the episode to be in the air conditioning.
If it was cold, we'd be fucking killing.
Yeah. It would be a whole different episode.
That's crazy.
But you know, it happens sometimes. Every once in a great while. Okay. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. You guys having fun out there still? Do we care about how hot it is in the room? Make some noise for Nate Ortiz, everyone.
I've been on all the band. Absolutely. I've been on Tinder, Bumble, DoorDash. Just looking for love and big nuggets at this point, you know? I'll entertain a Salvadorian, man. Just give me Subway, you know? Just want to run SmackDown, dude. I had paid $20 for that Tinder premium to find out the 2 women I matched with look just like me. Same facial hair and everything. I got to the point I had to ask my lady, man, do I get better matches? I don't like beating this algorithm. used to start losing some weight, bro.
The historicity
Started
of all
looking like
these
a Puerto
events
Rican mom from the back.
look totally different. But I
So I said,
see
what
that
about
they're
dude?
definitely echoing things.
So I updated my Tinder profile. I said from the front, I
Our
look like a
major
pig that
source
started
for
a
today, of
Twitch
course,
channel.
is going to be down there.
But from the back, dude, looks like I'm washing dishes while salsa dancing.
Page 14. This is your first time on the show, right?
Yes, yeah, for the very first time.
Awesome. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 years in Houston.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Did you know Shay?
I'm sorry?
Did you know Shay?
I know Shay. We're actually the same weight.
He was
personal trainer.
Was assigned to
It's real. That's
What do you do for work?
I actually just got laid off Saturday. I was already a country
However,
champion.
he was captured by this
I mean, they found out that I actually wasn't white and I was fully Puerto Rican. They let me go.
Where was this shop?
I was selling Samsung phones. I had like a but our clientele is very Middle Eastern, very Nigerian. A lot of haggling.
He was hired to roll.
Haggling, that's Nigerian.
I don't really know how to spell the word, so I just gave him a good deal.
Did you have the ass of a phone store manager? I'm surprised they let you go.
I did work at T-Mobile. That's actually the most expanding thing about it.
It's crazy.
So
So why exactly did they let you go?
I was very late 3 times.
Why were you late?
I didn't come until 7 a.m.
Ah, there it is. That's why you're shaped like that. The mixture of bad food and cocaine. Because you're shaped like
I say good decisions, but okay.
What's the most fun that you've ever had on cocaine until 7 a.m.?
My cocaine song is actually You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon. And I like listening to it anyway. That's awesome.
Yeah, you do cocaine by yourself?
Oh, it's the best. I don't have to share with nobody.
Jack off in the mirror.
That's a good time. Till like 9 a.m. Yeah, it's too much. It's a real negative experience. But for a while, it's also putting your underwear dancing all the time. It's pretty great. That's a good time, man. Whatever. Had a great special on YouTube.
Thank you, man. It's incredible how much you look like an unhealthy version of one of my friends. Philip, can you come down here? I want to do a side-by-side of you and my friend Philip. Where's Philip at?
So the cocaine, I actually lost like 60 pounds, man. So this is the healthiest I've been in years.
We're gonna incredible. How much are you still doing a lot of cocaine?
Oh, yeah, I was doing it a lot earlier. You want any bump?
No, I'm good. Clear really good.
Do you have a bump?
No, I don't do it. How do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not really a comedian. I do the shows for the pay and the free drink tickets, so that's really it. You gotta do fucking company for the pay. No, I got it for the free drinks, dude. Yeah.
Widely regarded as being
What you said today?
incredibly culturally sensitive to specific
Even for free drinks doesn't make sense. Here's a healthy version of yourself. Stand side by side. Side by side. Side by side. Keep going up, Philip. Keep going up. Keep going up. Keep going up. Now stand side by side. Square to a camera. Look at a camera together. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you can look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
I feel like you've been losing a little weight. I didn't let you there, Joey. You really did look really good.
I lost 30 pounds. I like 100.
images, like
Yeah.
They're saying you do meth. That's the thing.
that gets you
That's actually more expensive. That's right.
So, incredible. Philip, do you have any advice for him on exactly how to get his life?
Well, I lost like 30 pounds.
The region of Galilee and the north.
eat healthy. Drink a lot of water.
conflict with
Let's go.
soldiers in the streets.
I know some hesitate. Yeah, because you said Philip, I was like,
The Romans
yeah,
decided
is there
to
another
send
Philip in here?
No, you
I'm
look
kidding. I just,
Yeah, you look exactly like him. You have the exact same face. Unfortunately, it's just so much fatter. Only I can see it.
Marchdown, he actually set up
Yeah, you have the same
outside
face. If you
Jerusalem.
if something terrible happened and you completely went Lieutenant Dan on yourself, this is what you would look like.
His presence there has
So's
made
for
a
both
statement
of you, right?
that Martin had nearby,
It does.
and he
Philip
decided
has a
to
new podcast on the Your
I
Mom's House
was
Network.
really, I
What's
don't
that
think
called?
we've seen as a
Not a damn
really
chance
good
podcast.
Not a damn chance podcast. There you go. There's a great plug. There goes Philip.
very
And
cleverly
Nate Ortiz. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like you have a lot of backstory.
My ex-girlfried was non-binary.
actually
What
destroyed
was his
it.
name?
And Sexual Dallas, I know he survived, and now his information goes back to one very briefly before he
We were
passed
the
away.
same broad.
Humiliating to see
Was
that
it always non-binary, or did that happen when you were
zealots and
dating?
rebels
I didn't know until
not
we were
representing
fucking.
any official
And then
faction
what did you
other
find
than,
out?
you know, kind of
Yeah,
being
use the wrong pronoun.
they
Like,
never were able to defeat a Roman
she
legion.
kept calling me brother. You know, like, oh, damn.
This obviously got Rome's
I was like,
attention.
wait, what?
They
No,
decided to
no.
take still
Dude, I had a lot
more
of hard times
stringent
with
measures, and they would
whatever.
ultimately send in
Because, like, I couldn't figure out words to say during an
as the
argument.
conflict
You know, so I just kept saying shit my
escalated.
dad said. So I was like, hey, calm down,
Justice
slugger.
Gallus is sent packing. There's more radical activity. An individual
Yeah, you
named
got that one,
Tanaka
Jim.
attacked
You call her
the
a bitch.
Roman
You
base
gotta
at
be
Masada,
like,
and
jerk.
he uses all of those activities, which is a really
The whole
amazing
thing's so
thing as
weird
well.
to me. Was
And
she
then he went
non-binary
to
when you started
Jerusalem.
dating
There,
her?
No, she was
actually
beautiful, dude.
ordered
And then we got together and then
high
cut all her hair off.
tremendously scandalous things to
And
do.
what else changed
And
other than
there
the
was
haircut?
some significant
Her pits got hairier.
uprising
And what
between
else
the
changed?
general population.
Her legs got,
Although
everything
they
got
may not have
hairier. That
agreed
was,
with what the
Wow.
that was not a good
had to say
experience.
and his policies in general,
Was
they
she
certainly weren't in favor
on
of having
medication at the time?
outsiders come in.
I don't know.
They investors
I don't know.
take
Like,
over the city. One of the things that happened
no,
early
but
on
I like
is
that
that they
because she was the only one to allow me to just face fuck all night, which was really
replaced with
great.
all the local vectors.
What do you mean by that exactly?
And this
You mean
indicates to somehow that
On the
strong
chin. Oh, yeah, that was,
socioeconomic elements to the early conflict.
Oh,
That
fuck
they
me.
wanted to remove all of the records
Alright.
of early 2015 so that they
You know what? You actually did good too.
could
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Just throwing jokes. It's
Murderers
right off there.
Naka, who had murdered
Oh, okay,
Elijah's
there
father,
There he goes.
with the
There he goes. All right, another bucket full. We are back into the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees for those of you paying attention. Somehow it's getting warmer again. Everybody, who likes it hot in here?
By the way, Dean didn't do shit. Where the fuck is Dean? Dean dropped the gave us 2 degrees less. Yeah, fuck Dean. Great Dean's bitch ass down here. Should have shaved his head. He went for a cut. So I started after a
Pull another name. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe Filey. Whoa.
real tired guy called white trash. I like upper middle class trash. You know what I mean? Like we got some money with the problem.
But more significantly,
My sister invents her own parties and holidays. Like she had a sketch out for the old party.
Participation is shortly called the
If you don't know what that is, it's just she fucked 3 guys that year and didn't have health insurance, and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like this kid thing on my
here is Battle Guard.
And it was crazy because, like, I don't know, it sounds horrible to have to say, like, how good is my sister's pussy? As a white guy, you know how good the pussy would have to be for me to go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's my kid? And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy? Like, it was crazy. Like, 2 days before I was 12, and 2 days before, I knew that the baby was going to be black. And, like, we were in the hospital, and the black guy's like, yo, I need to go get some milk. And left the hospital. Like, they have it here. All right, that's my time. Thank you.
Joe.
First,
Finally.
the dominant group is so-called eroding.
Good job, Joe.
So-called because there is a standard from King Herod who has passed away.
You've been on this show before. Am I correct, or have I just seen you hiding under my bed when I was a kid?
The band, the bridge, but yeah, this one's third time on it.
Hell yeah. Welcome back, Joe. This had to be your best set of them all.
For sure, for sure.
Yes, absolutely. You've been working hard.
Oh, yeah, we're here just not partying as much.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. What kind of partying were you doing?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of coke. Well, I mean, the band said coke on it, but it tasted funny. But there was a lot of coke for a while there. A lot of shrimp, LSD, weed at the 6th Street. Like, there's no rules here. I don't make the rules of 6th Street.
Incredible. And how long has it been since you had the operation to remove the backside horse part of your body?
About 2,000 years, don't it?
Incredible. I still want to make wishes every time I see you, Joe.
Listen, they're saying there's nothing wrong with the water in East Palestine, so I'm going to keep drinking the tap water in Ohio. You know what I mean? Yeah, where are you from? Oh, Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, you are from Youngstown?
Yeah, I grew up on South Lawn there, and then East Florida, Youngstown.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at you. Even for Youngstown, you're weird looking.
I'm the one guy that they didn't fuck with. I have a look, I know that.
That is.
Yeah, it's white hood, that's what it's on.
It's not Amish at all in Youngstown, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I can see why the black people would get scared of you. Like,
I was scared that shit out of him. I was the needle in the haystack, I guess you would say. That was definitely. I said I was the needle in the haystack for sure at Youngstown. That was.
right.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
What do you do for work, Joe Filey?
Right now, I work at a weed shop on 6th Street. I don't know if it's like the brow red, but they come in like, honey, this weed works, fuck the THCA label. I work at a weed.
Right. No doubt about it. They're like, this weed will make your eyes move apart from one another. You have a girlfriend?
No, fuck.
What's dating like? Being, looking, having
Like, man, have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow Room. But the Dollhouse ATX is way over. It's like Pornhub, but you like rent the chick by the hour. You like, they have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. They're probably getting shut. Look, Redman's not he knows. He's been there.
Oh, Redman knows. Well. He's been playing in the Dollhouse.
The craziest part was you followed it with the Sunset page. That's like, I can grab my when I
That's what he just said in a room.
Oh, yeah, it's like Liam Neeson style. They put sheets in the bigger rooms to divide them up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh, God. There was like this poor little Colombian chick, and it was like, I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like,
Oh, nice and slow. Poor little Colombian chick.
Eminem at 37 I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like, I put some coke on my dick, I had her snort it and suck the rest. And like, midway through the song, she was like 200 more, and I just paid it to her because it was worth. That's not even a lie. Like, I could. I wish it wasn't. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what you're up to. So, $200 and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club.
Yeah, got it halfway.
This is a mighty investment for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I almost feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad rate.
Listen, they don't have no Heidi's at the Dollhouse, right? If you're going to the Dollhouse, you're a Heidi.
No doubt about it. They have running Heidi's.
You can run when you can't hide it.
Chicks there probably look like
like you.
take over.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a $50 menu for sure. There's like a 3 p.m. happy hour.
On the other side of the illogical transform the Pharisees and the Sadducees,
The
who
sword
of
field.
course the Pharisees use this
So you
particular
make money at the
century
weed shop
to
and then you
illustrate that
can
because
plug it
the
over to the
Pharisees
dollhouse
are generally
ATMs.
Oh, that's like a once every 2 month thing. That's like a Red Lobster. You know, if you like every 2 months, here we go. You got some cheddar biscuits.
You really are from Youngstown. I've heard that everyone in Youngstown thinks Red Lobster is an every 2 month celebration. It really is. I was shocked when I grew up and got just a little bit of success. I was like, oh, wow, this is not the best restaurant in the world. It's incredible. I was tricked for the first 18 or 19 years of my life.
Separated in the sense that they separated from the
Fast. I mean, you can just count on it. Make sure it's cocktail.
popular party
No doubt about
that
it.
they have the support of most of the countryside who are alienated by the violence of the zealots.
Sex slave, like in Thailand, they felt like sex slave
Despair
shame.
of any
But in
effective
Thailand, yeah,
leadership
they're the main
from the
couple.
Movements. So the Pharisees are kind of
I
like
have this
the
look, brother. Like they know
the,
when I
the
landed
actual
in Thailand, there's
leadership
like 30
of
bitches
the
there. Like,
gathered
that's the one.
masses, but they
You probably,
concentrate
if
other
you run Russian,
people
you'll be fucking
power
sick.
base other
You're
than
fucking
the
Dagestani
sort of
wrestling.
charismatic spiritual leadership.
I can't fight at all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. CCW class is like 8 hours. So you're just as tough as them. Like that's
What some scholars call the peace party. And the peace
We're
party
going to read a couple of Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATMs.
the Sadducees are ideological elements of the Pharisees. Sadducees, for example,
We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something off capitalism else. If you want sex toys, go next door. It has a much larger
It's
selection.
surprising to see that kind of alliance, but what they all agree on is that the level of real violence I would say the
He's a
Jews
shit named Matt F. Bro. That.
found
I'm
a way
gonna search for a giant dildo. I'm supposed to naked ladies on that sex with me.
Yeah, exactly.
the
Four-star review from James. It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go in and there's a lobby. Costs $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like 55 on Sunday nights, Monday early bird special.
Working on a budget. If you want a private show, it costs another $65, and you pick your model. And if there's more than one working there, you already spent $130 to get a non-nude dance. If you want nudity, it's $100. That's true.
75 on Sunday.
So to get in from the lobby, you get a full nude dance. It costs $165 total. And you do it Sunday. If you have money to burn, you like the idea of being in your own room one-on-one with a hot model dancing and grinding in your lap, that's cool. I personally prefer that to going to, say, Yellowbirds, where there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our great sponsors. This is fucked up. Look what you've done.
I'll mention you when I go there next.
No, it's okay. Shout out. Shout outs to Kill Tony. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you with the Dollhouse ATMs?
Oh, I don't like anything in my button. One chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play a little bit.
Whoa, what did she
I didn't realize like the next day I had 2 drawers, so she opened the first one. Now you look at like level 1 through 5. It's like I can take 5, but let's start with 1. And I didn't know there was like level 6 through 10 in the second drawer down. I made it to 8 without yelling, so that was.
Were you facing the other way or something? You just didn't see what was going on?
I like you're face down in the bed and like you're peeping over, like she's holding your. She doesn't want you to see what's in the drawer.
Right. And how much?
Wait, you pay, right? Yeah, you could have spoke up. What number 5 was in your ass? Let me talk to a manager right now. She was the manager. That was
Wow.
It was a $75 manager special on a Sunday, and I got paid.
This place is going to be packed on Sundays from now on. This is going to be backfire. Backfire is also what happened that day for you. You you have a big joke book from here yet?
I got a couple.
You have a couple
Yeah,
of
I
joke
do. I
books?
mean, they're pretty old.
Perfect. There you go. Fill them up.
Thank you, sir.
There goes show 5, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's do one more bucket full. We've had a lot on today. We've been flying through these interviews. Now, make some noise for your final. How about another year for honey, everybody? Your final bucket full of the night. Make some noise for Remus, everyone. For Ramba. For Remus.
So last time I was here, thinking about bags and boxes.
Century after the
And I actually worked for a moving company. I was telling Tony that, one time I was moving this dude, no, he had Down syndrome, so I'm looking at weird. You know, could be weird.
exacerbated by
I don't know.
large,
So I'm trying to be all extra soft.
non
And then he said, like, yo, I went to ASU. I grew up in Phoenix. So I'm like, oh, where are they at? I did shrooms. I smoked weed, drank and shit. I'm like, I mean, they let people with Down syndrome do that shit, you know? It's not normal. And they had, at the end of the job, he gave us like 60 bucks. So I knew we didn't have Downs because I was like, otherwise he would have gave us like Cheez-Its, maybe some jelly beans, like a single marshmallow. But you gotta take it. You can't. It's gonna stick to your fingers, but you gotta take it. You can't not say no, right? Yeah, it's funny, Rabbbi.
We'll have some passing comments.
That's what I meant.
Another book that we would like later called
50 seconds.
Antiquities.
Remus.
I'm thinking Rabbbi, actually. Yeah, I think there was something.
Yep, there's a little space. You left there was space between the blind down.
Vesuvius' massive
Right.
church history.
No, I didn't. It's your handwriting. So
And he writes in his introduction, for
Remus.
example, that his book is going to be a history book that focuses primarily on things that immediately overtook the whole ethnos because of their thought process. It's clear from my passage the particular theological interpretation of the destruction of the second temple. That is essentially what used as
How long you been doing stand-up, Rabbbi?
I moved here in 2021 and I did about 10 open mics in Wisconsin before that, so about 4 years. But I have taken some months off from the like, my dad, my pops fans, and all that other stuff. I'm just being honest. But I have stayed consistent, been right for that 4 years. So I've been doing it 4 years. That was a roundabout staying away for 4 years.
before the war, saying that we should all leave.
I beat it once and then it came back.
The oracle revealed
Leukemia
that
once.
they
Leukemia is your mom's name?
to a place called Pella, which was
Depends on who you ask, I guess.
area. That's the phrase that I'll show you what happened in a second. But according to other historians,
She's gonna love that show.
just on the other side of the Jordan River.
So,
And
how do you
they
make money?
believe that this is
I
where
work at a call center, internet company,
that
but I can't say it. You know what I'm saying?
You like that?
It works for right now.
What are the hours?
Which is clearly like a capitalist, so there's
When do I get there? When the hours? No, I'm joking. 10 to 7.
Okay. Do you have any trouble waking up in the morning?
Before this time I didn't. I was an early riser, and now I'm like, you know what?
now we should turn to some of the names
Give myself some leeway. What do you do? Like, it's like
fighting as we
Sure.
with
What do you do
the
at nighttime
Herodians,
for
the
fun?
Pharisees, the
I
Sadducees,
go to bikes, and then I also
John of Scala is one of the significant Scala
but I dance cops on Red Dead Redemption 2. That's the kind of shit I do.
Have you ever gotten arrested?
Never. Actually, you know what's funny? There's a lot of people who get surprised that I've never been to jail. And when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like, I can't even fucking believe it. But it's just because I've been lucky, to be honest. You never heard of Sam Nicole?
Yeah.
Someone up there. At the time, I was like 22 years old. I'm like, now I think about it, maybe I shouldn't say this. Fuck it. Cut it out. Text treasure for historical source. But
a very difficult treasure to work with because it's hard
he was
sometimes
doing
to
like
parse
ecstasy ring. My dude, and I was like, doing ecstasy, and every time we would make a few bucks a week and whatever, you know. And all of a sudden, we saw the dude that we were getting bills from in the parking lot.
escapes Vespasian
And I was
Vespasian
American
still
drug dealer. I was heading my drug deal with that. Wow, yeah. 23 people were in that ecstasy ring.
John of Scala would portray himself as an ally to
Tony is not incriminated. Ram today. Ramus, as you said.
Yeah, Ramus. Ramus is gonna be good.
Let's go with Rabbit.
I love it. What's your love life?
Tom about this last time. I don't know where I was laughing at the band's boxes. I sang a song about the girl that called me back. So she's I'm trying to I'm really just trying to build my life up and not really worry about that side of my life.
No kids.
Oh, my daughter's 21, living her life every day.
Wow.
Yeah, she's very good at college and everything.
How much did you contribute to that child?
I lived in Wisconsin for 20 years, which was very much a sacrifice. After growing up in Phoenix, it was like,
also there are more refugees because
we're in Phoenix.
No. How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
Because her mom was from Wisconsin, so we moved there, and so I stayed there until we broke up to raise her. I lived in 50% white mama.
How did the white parents take to moving to Wisconsin? Can you give an example of what that means? These people.
The whole family hates us.
Right. But how do you know? Give us an example.
Oh, man, that's rough, man.
Give us.
They might see this.
They might. So what's one good little story? You're not naming them out. Could be any
You ever
family.
had somebody look at you like this?
by the way, of course, we're all Jews.
Like for way too long, right? Like that.
Yeah.
It was constantly that.
How they control the year to see a little bit
Even at Thanksgiving, they supposed to have good.
Hey, let's hang out.
understand.
They never said anything disrespectful or anything, though. Nothing in
Here's an
particular.
aerial
So
view of the city of Jerusalem.
Yeah, Wisconsin was an interesting town. I wouldn't say that.
And you can see the
Like I recently went back there and the bar owner loved to be across the bar for a while. Like,
when they are close together,
serious, and he just kept looking at me. And I forgot that I tried to fight him
that
about
means a
10
much
years ago.
steeper
Yeah.
decline of
Yeah.
the
I mean,
further apart, it
How
means
can you
more of
forget
a
about it?
plateau. So Jerusalem is
you
built
know,
on
you live a life 47, so if you live a life where you
and
kind of function,
there's
you
a
forget.
significant
42
geographic
a.m.
separation
He
by the
accused me of something I didn't do.
So
So I was
we're going to look at the temple
And
mount,
he's behind the
which
bar
is
yelling at me, and I'm like, hey, I'll fuck you up, type shit. You
we're
know,
also going to
I
look
didn't
at
this
this
and I'm very much
tower called the Onion Tower,
Incredible.
which
You're 47 years old. You successfully raised a 21-year-old daughter. You've avoided getting arrested.
it was actually
I'm a fucking miracle right now, right?
Yeah. What's your secret?
soldiers
What's your
about
secret?
More than 6 months, 2
and
pounds,
it is
right?
the base
I've been a miracle over and over again. All them stats. I'm like
We also have
LeBron,
this
right?
region called the
You know
Lower
what I'm saying?
City.
Like, I'm
And of
47 and I'm
course,
still
this
going,
hot
baby.
area called the
You know what I'm
Upper
saying?
City,
Amazing.
where
I really feel
Herod
that way.
actually built.
And I wake up every morning like,
There are also several walls around
And then you go to a call
there
center
is
and
the
take
so-called
calls.
first wall, which is kind of an extension of the wall
Someone just say, like, get a
itself,
machine.
but actually the Upper
let's go,
City
Shane.
and the
No, I
Lower City.
appreciate it. Yeah, yeah, so I drink.
So
They
it's
took
like
my drink away.
a
I know.
larger
They got 3 minutes of my
expression
man. They said, man, I
of
take
the
it.
wall.
Yeah, well, I could bring it down the alley. You know, that's that.
Ammonia,
You know, we know that was still.
of course,
Yeah,
some
you know,
of
black
the
and
older
stuff.
suburbs. Finally, especially as the population of this
All right, Randy.
I appreciate all
You already have a big joke book?
I got a small book.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting into the extra nerd edition of the Hill Tony joke book.
So now we have a little bit of geography.
Not Remus at all. It's Ram B.
High priest and the Pharisees. Again, this is one of those.
All right. It's been a hell of an episode. The hottest episode in the history of Kill Tony.
Coming
We
together
went from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a very rare treat. It does not work for comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your hero note, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews on the show, the reigning defending Hall of Famer, the Emperor of ExpressVPN, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the favorite machine, William Montgomery, everybody.
By the aristocracy, by the Herodian, and with those three troops to rescue them in Jerusalem.
Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for my first feature-length film. The guy seemed super nice. He actually sent the script to my father back in Memphis, which was weird as shit. It's like, how do you even get his fucking address? But I'm really excited. Ozzy Osbourne died, 30 years ago. I'm doing my first day tomorrow, and I've got a ton of anxiety because I just don't know. I don't know what to wear. And it's a true one. Okay, let's keep it moving. Zad. If you don't want me to join a cult, quit wearing all those groovy clothes in your propaganda videos. And we get free juice. Sign me the fuck up. Free love, no taxes, VIP access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish fits. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% time. Shit, my gold keeps it. God damn it, I missed that one. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% time. Shit, my gold was 100% up my assets, and they're gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe black psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's my time.
Yeah, I'm already fucking Notre Dame coaches pulling out of my sister's intervention. Sitting in a hotel in Pittsburgh. He's gotta make some change.
Well, too bad I fucking can't stand Notre Dame before the game. I cannot stand after the whole anti-Teo debacle y'all handle. I can't stand Notre Dame.
No. How's that? It's innocent also. Yeah, whatever. You guys are totally irrelevant these days, so whatever.
William, this is incredible. This intervention, this intervention you're doing, is this for a family member, a friend? What are they on?
Maybe
having a good time or
sorry about those
Dude, entire time.
They're sleeping.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a sleeping intervention myself.
Yeah, is that the one with the jersey or
Yep. Notre Dame coaches will know.
What was your sister?
She's getting a little sleepy.
She's on drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
Heroin. And then, it's not all, then I think that's the situation. I feel like
You think so? Yeah. Well, are they eating a lot now? Have they turned mean when they're not on? I see all this stuff a little bit. Yeah. There was a it's surprising how quickly they come back. You go there, that person like,
also, door-to-door attacks.
What's your speech? Yeah, can you give us an example?
Stop doing that.
To give you an example of the level of lawlessness, the zealots wanted to put a particular
We need you eating cheddar bay biscuits again. He literally is not hungry anymore. He used to go to fucking that place with me all the time. But yeah, we're gonna get him eating cheddar bay biscuits again. Cheddar bay biscuits. Cheddar bay. Yeah, cheddar bay biscuits. But yeah, oh my gosh, Tony, this past weekend, just to look at old sets that I watched every single night, never done this. And Tony, I want to say something.
Finally, it gets so bad that even the
jokes,
regret
I
that.
don't really ever see y'all's reactions, but we love your reaction. It always makes me smile to myself when I can see your ass laughing at some of my jokes. And right there, and I do have to say, I don't feel horrible about talking about your slutty ass mom every single time. It was like probably in 100 sets of mine, I was talking shit about your mom. So I did have a very nice weekend just reminiscing over these times. I'd never gone back and watched them.
Shows actually
Red
shoot
Man,
the area
brought those prop
right
glasses
off
just
the
for this
chain
moment with
on the
William.
station. You can see on the
You've
right
been wearing
These are real glasses.
but you put them on now.
Yeah, I always put them on. I don't forget them. Wait, you don't notice that? Yeah.
No, he's never done
Up
that
until
before.
this time, he has not been injured. He has been
When the glasses come on, you know it's wrapping up.
What do you think about Red Man's glasses, William?
I think they make them look a lot smarter, and I have been worried. It's been looking kind of stupid. I think they got those glasses. They make you look a lot smarter. Red Man made you look like if you're a homeless kind of person. It looks scary with those glasses and take them off. Are those even prescription glasses?
Yes, they are.
They are. How much do they cost?
Regularly
$3,850. That's embarrassing. No, man. You're gonna say something like that.
So,
You know what, Rabbbi, you actually do look better. I swear to God. Somehow you still look worse. I think. Yeah, you still look getting worse. But
is this the intervention that you were
yeah, right.
fighting each other.
Up out of your apartment. We have to get you. I know you've been holed up there a long time. We know you're fucking super depressed. You've been on
But
VR
when
way
they
longer.
kidnap his wife, he actually comes up to the wall of the city of Jerusalem. It's on such a
Tell us about this new plaque in psoriasis commercial. Not many of us have seen it.
It's just this nasty looking bitch walking around with all these fucking, like, it looks like she got a sunburn on her body. That's what plaque psoriasis is. It's like this nasty disease. People get, I don't know if it's sexually transmitted, I don't know how people get it, but it's just this real sickening disease.
and you can see that the
Yeah, no, so the commercials
three
are really
major
good.
areas.
It's just getting worse, getting people on these pills.
The early cells we spoke about is
Let's go back to the intervention for a second.
John and
Have you planned a speech for this? Have you written this?
I was starting to write some of it.
like rings of walls that protect them from each other. Darkuria is
So I should have.
Korean
What do you think? Do I go for the hard part?
Do a brand new minute for the
three-way fight.
I would, go for the hard on the intervention.
Right, forces that are Ravens are side on this point.
It's like everybody reads like it's a fucking fast man speech. I sat in the room and everyone was like, I'm a little nervous. It's like, this is about her.
So the fight
Let it flow.
becomes so intense.
Oh, they get the fucking arm horse and the belts right there. We're talking about a friend of mine that's quite literally dying. I hear this monster burp right there. That was you. This homosexual burp here. But you burping on his dick.
It's amazing how you do that. It makes the whole place light up all crazy.
Tony, I am stinking tonight. This is weird. I swear I think they did the formulation of Old Spice deodorant differently. I've been starting to stink at night. It's never happened before. I've never stunk like this.
This is a new thing, and you change your diet.
The patient
I
has
just
actually
met
come
him.
back to
Soul
work
help
by
the
now.
brain. I
But
looked
he's
up
supposed
4
to
cups of
be
it a
following
day.
the
I did shit twice today, which is great because I did go
making
expand the time
forays
of 3
around
days
the
this past
north
week.
central part of Israel, down to the southern Israel.
And you're doing so much row. I've been 720 miles on the row machine since January, so I just feel like my body's actually producing all of the stuff I'm eating to go straight to my muscles. Is what my gut says. So that's why I'm not doing it's all peanut butter crackers, fucking bananas and shit. Go straight to my muscles.
What else goes straight to your muscles? Give us some examples of things that go straight to your
Did
muscles.
you know I'm drinking a fucking protein shake with scoop? Oh, no, really not a lot of jelly beans. I think a lot of these sports people are saying, go down the sugar, no jelly beans are good. The popcorn, the butter popcorn, jelly beans, I'm all up to those for 130. And I'm going to bring some of the intervention for I feel like everybody loves me.
Yeah.
That's good. Try this.
Yeah, try these jelly
And
beans.
I tell you, a lot of heroin people think they're going to go straight to candy. As soon as they get done, they go right to the jelly beans.
the devil surprised them by
Is it heroin? Is that the main drug of the person getting the
actually
intervention?
checking uphill at tremendous disadvantage to themselves. And actually managed to make tremendous progress.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of weird
Because
intervention.
himself was amazing in all these checks until they finally were
I've
able
never
to push
heard
the
you
devil
use the word
back into the
cornucopia
city.
before, William. Are there any other new words in your vocabulary this week that you're excited about?
Another example, the Romans, their join the city
It's a little
is going to be with
spicy.
lots of
Whoa.
people and technology, specifically the building of siege
Didn't even
engines,
activate
which
this
are
hard one. It's just that
massive
you got
towers that they can
saddleboards on
wheel
that one.
up to the
Sometimes
walls, and
when
then
you're
they
not
can
passionate about it,
throw
you get a
things
barely a
over
drum
with
saddleboards,
catapults, and they
barely
can
anyone.
climb over the walls with them. But it takes time to build these things. And there are certain
Assessor.
places where they're, most ideally situated. So while they're busy building these things, the rebels actually dig underneath these ramps that they intend to use for the siege engine, and they build a tunnel underneath, they fill it with wood, and when the Romans place their
Words is so hard
laborious
with Tony. I'm so sorry.
product of their
Really
work
screwing up on
with the
this
siege
one.
engine in place, the rebels
Say
set
anything.
fire to the wood.
Honestly, the ones that you don't really know that aren't that exciting are kind of funnier than the crazy
This
ones.
is like hugely frustrating to Titus because this is it's schlepping out, so to speak. The war is going on much longer, and it's actually embarrassing to the Romans that the Jews should be
And here,
success.
we
Josephus puts it very well when he says that
anything in the
Romans
world.
held it terribly
I gotta tell you, it's
disgraceful.
impossible. I'm trying to think.
Cunning should always prevail over valor,
Wyoming.
desperation over weapon, mass over expertise, judaism over Rome. In fact, that's what's happening in the early
What's the
months
one
of
thing that you're hoping at the end,
that
at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person that you're giving the intervention to will not say?
I guess.
I never
The last decision that Jesus makes there was, you know what, this is
the hottest episode of Kill Tony in history. We were able to get it down to 79.2 degrees. Guys, the Charlie McBride J email is in. How loud can you guys get for our guests tonight, Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, everybody?
very carefully to make
You
sure
did. Brought to you by ExpressVPN. Tire Season 2. Matt and Shane's Secret Pod on Spotify, everywhere else. Anything else you guys want to plug or anything? Matt?
I'll be in Atlantic City August 16th.
Hell yeah.
Casino Resort. Please come.
Kill Tony. Yeah. Thank you, Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis. The band will be Blue Note in New York City the Monday after Madison Square Garden, 818-818. You got it. This episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. One more time for the best damn band in the land. And our guests, Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. And man,
Check out the Secret Show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX.com.
we love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
And says that he wants to burn out the temple complex and take care of the last temple, but he wants to actually preserve the temple itself. Now, it's possible that Josephus places Jesus in a very positive light here, because Josephus was so sponsored by Jesus. He, in fact, ends up being assigned the Flavian name because of his close relationship to the Roman. But it's also possible that Jesus wants to preserve the temple because, after all, this was a navigation into the world. It was one of the most fascinating and well-known architectural feats, renovated significantly and attracting thousands and
Check out Matt's Secret Show every Thursday. SunsetStripATX.com for tickets.
We know how serious it is. It's not impossible to imagine that Jesus did not actually want to destroy the temple itself. He wanted to destroy rebellion, like he may have rededicated the temple to Jupiter or something like that, like Antiochus did but this is at any rate the account that Josephus gives us. The rebels, in the context of this fighting, which we'll discuss in a little bit more detail in the previous lecture, they rush out to engage the Romans, and in that context, Josephus, one of the rebels grabbed a piece of burning wood and threw a window into the inner sanctuary, and that was actually the spark that ignited the temple itself, which continued from the night of God well into the tent of God. So we can conclude, let's just go back to the quick story.
Hey, this is Rabbbi coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in
much, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute scorcher. We're sitting here at 81.1 degrees Fahrenheit, 71% humidity. The AC guy is here. Make some noise for the AC guy. Texas, late in July. Welcome. Holy shit. ACs be breaking. This is a real live show. Anything can happen. Happens everywhere. Doesn't matter how much money Spotify gives you. ACs be breaking in Texas. A good old stress test here today. You see people fanning themselves. There's a Latina woman with an actual portable fan. I don't know how she snuck that in here. They lock up phones, but I guess you're allowed to shove a portable fan up your puss. Anything can happen here. As you can tell, this is an action-packed episode. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bad's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstrippatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to start tonight's fucking show, huh? Well. You know, every single week I book the show, and I can tell you with no ego, we're really doing it right, man. This is one of those very special nights. You guys hit the fucking comedy lottery. You did it. This is one of those big ones. Ladies and gentlemen, I present two of the greatest guests in the show's history. This is indeed Shane Gillis. It's crazy how much hotter it is out here. Unbelievably hot. It is incredible. I don't want to bring it up because I know that you're thinking about it. The crazy thing is that the AC works well in some right now. The other room, which is an open field with absolute bottom of the barrel peasants, they're chilling 69 degrees in there. The green room, 71 degrees, right behind that curtain. Very, very nice.
It was nice right behind there, man. Right before we got home. It's like, it's not that bad. I was like, wait till we fucking
This is where God has decided that he will lay tonight. Matt, how you feeling down there?
Pretty good. I'm thinking we can like alternate breathing, you guys, if you're all good.
We're going to have to come up with some kind of plan. The AC guy is here. I'm going to ask management, if anyone's listening, wait to me before he leaves. I want an update. Maybe we can get the AC guy to agree to make a quick appearance, live appearance. Maybe he can explain himself. Whatever we do, do not let that guy fucking leave without giving me some kind of signal. I know he was just planning on another quick stop on a 6th Street fucking dungeon-esque bar, but he might end up in front of 5.5 million people real quick. Who gives a fuck? Right? Should we harass the AC guy? Anything can happen here. You guys have been guests numerous times on the show. 305 human souls signed up for tonight's show. Matt and Shane know what the fuck is up. The bucket gets crazy. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. Then, their time is up and they hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the ambiguous Hollywood bear, which interrupts them. I conduct an interview. It's going to be a lot of fun watching them truly physically sweat tonight. They are in for the shock of their lives. None of them know that the AC is broken here, so they're in a nice air-conditioned bar next door right now. They're going to be in the nice air-conditioned backstage, and they're going to walk out. They're going to think it's them. So let's have some fun. Before we get to that first bucket poll, I have a golden ticket winner here ready to debut a new minute of stand-up comedy. We're going to watch them all together. One of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your first comedian of the night. This is Martin Phillips, everybody.
Holy shit, oh my god. Growing up, I didn't have any Jewish friends, not on purpose, but I was never invited to a bar mitzvah. I think it's too late, I think people would notice that I specifically hung out with 13-year-old Jewish boys. I just want to party with damn finger. Anyway, circumcision started because God told Abraham to do it. He also told him to kill his son, and he took it back as the pen. So maybe he waited too long to say something. He came back. He was like, oh, by the way, oh crap, you did it. Oh, this looks great. You told everyone to do it. Oh, just a thing now. Okay.
Acknowledging the heat up top. How does the heat affect your condition?
I just sweat like a motherfucker.
Anything else when it gets real hot? Do you like spread out your legs or anything?
I think I just get heat exhaustion.
You're human other than
I had these sweaters, so I'm constantly going for it.
Okay. And a sweater, you're dressed for the occasion. You're one of the only people wearing shorts tonight on the ground.
Yeah, actually like 15 minutes.
Perfect. Nobody needed to know that, but I guess that's fine. Yeah, you needed a last second opener there, Martin, and gave you the opportunity of a lifetime, but I guess you exposed my lack of preparation in front of the world.
I didn't have time.
Yeah, if he's gonna throw his pants on, you gotta get like 4 hours. You gotta call him on fucking Friday. Friday, we're gonna need pants by Monday. Me too, by the way.
Oh, shit. Martin, you ever have a bad experience putting on your pants?
No, I could fit them on.
Oh, fuck this.
Yeah, you asshole. Yeah, it was a button-up shirt. They made me get them on. It's coming through the show.
Yeah, it's been me. I gotta like lay down.
Thanks, Sam.
My joke is better, but yeah.
Martin, what else has been going on in your life?
I'm sweating. My glasses are falling out. I bought a new car myself. Wow. Not because I crashed the old one. I just needed a new car.
So what kind of car did you get?
I got a Prius, so it's potential I guess I want to get the same car as you have, and then I want to be like, hey, twinsies.
Hell yeah. And then I'd have to get a Prius. Just
Then it would make sense.
Right, very good. Yes, Martin. That would be implied. Only 2 ungays so far in 2.5 minutes. This is another episode of Kill Tony. Blended with the others.
Well, that's the drinking game every time.
Do you drink, Martin?
Sometimes.
Ari Maddie tells us some crazy
Dude,
tales.
that's not even true, dude. Ari's been saying shit. I'm like, I go to bed. Ari's the one out till 6 a.m. I know one time I think it's wrong with already getting drunk. I'm drunk, yes. And it doesn't make me look any more able. Yes, it makes it worse, I think, actually. Like, my hotel was like a block away. I had to Uber. Like, it was, I almost said I'm going to make it there. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Martin, you got the show started tonight. Thank you so much. The winner, reigning, defending, Martin Phillips. Is the AC guy there, Zach? No, he's on his way down. We do have an update incoming. We'll hold it back there while I bring up the first bucket pull of the night. You guys know how this part works. This is where shit gets a little crazy because we're gonna meet somebody. Could be the next star of the show. Could be a fucking insane person. Make some noise for your first bucket pull of the night. It's Daniel Shepard, everybody. Daniel Shepard.
So my birthday's coming up in a few days. I think I look great for 36. The problem with that is I'm turning 26. So that fucking sucks. I've been watching this show about guinea pigs. It's pretty funny, interesting. It's called The Sopranos on HBO. Perhaps y'all have heard of it. Another great show is Friends. But I think an even better show is Seinfeld. Because if Seinfeld is the show about nothing, that means Friends is the show about Jennifer Aniston's nipples. I forgot to equate how they were similar. I'm a little nervous. I just had some sushi recently. Over in the hood at this new place called Nigiri Please. I ordered the what? Yeah, they didn't have a drive-thru, but they had a drive-by. And last joke, what do you call a black lawyer? A brother-in-law. Alright, thank you guys.
Okay. Thank God you didn't do the punchline I thought was coming there. Holy shit.
I like watching the autism bleed through, and you're like, I forgot to equate that last thing to the other thing. Yeah.
Straight to sushi.
Yeah.
Getting sushi next.
So the three shows that you've been watching recently, Sopranos, Seinfeld, and Friends. Did you just get, what, a VCR player or something? How are you just starting these 3-decade-old shows now?
Friends is a lot like Seinfeld. I just, that was kind of the point of the joke, and I almost didn't include that. I artistically added it,
Do you remember what the correlation between the three was?
Friends is like Seinfeld without Jews.
Okay.
My father wrote that, helped me write that joke before he died.
Wow, when did he die? 25 years ago?
He died 10 months ago.
Okay. Wow, how did he die?
He had a lung condition, so he had connective tissue disease, which paralyzed his stomach, and that drained into his lungs and destroyed his lungs. And then he died in my arms. He died in my arms at home one day.
What? Yeah, so what was on the TV?
It was the Roku TV.
Just a Roku screen.
The Roku, like, Roku City,
Died gazing into the sunset. Saw one last sunset. It was Roku.
How long ago was this?
Like 10 months ago.
Oh, shit. All right.
Like, it was my sister's birthday was the day before.
What?
October 1st.
Did your sister bust into the room like Kramer? Like, what?
She must not have blown out all the candles or something.
She was in a big fight with my dad, so she wasn't home at the time.
Oh, so maybe she did blow out the candles and made a nasty little wish.
Oh, yeah. I don't even think she saw him the day before.
Well, it's really fucking horrendous, man.
Yeah, I was trying to hear that for real.
Yeah, what were they arguing about, your sister and your father at the time of his death? The people at home want to know.
My sister would try to attend to my dad a lot, and there was some pushback with like a sick guy being told what to do.
What was she trying to get him to do?
Just like she's just kind of up his ass kind of person, I guess. My sister's a little bitchy.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember. I try not to really pay attention. I just saw a lot of arguing. God damn it.
It's like really. Yeah, you're really fucking bringing it.
Yeah, but she feels so bad.
You like Star Wars? What's going on there? Yeah, this is like your fucking dad watched.
So that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Red could have been because that's yeah, they ruined it.
So I like that.
Yeah, for sure. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
I'm between jobs right now. I got lots of life insurance for my father's death.
How much exactly did you get?
$70,000.
$70,000.
I never talk about that. I don't know why I just nonchalantly said that.
Yeah, you're finding the silver lining. I said,
Yeah, it's over halfway gone.
Question: did your sister get the same amount?
No.
Wow. Sister got cut out of the life insurance.
Mostly.
Wow.
Poor thing.
Wow.
I feel bad for her.
I mean, you just called her a bitch in front of 5 million people a minute ago, but now she's a poor thing that you feel bad about.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like that.
All right. Very fun. And how much more of the 70,000 you have left? It's been 10 months. Don't have a job. Where are we at now? 25,000. It's going fast. It's going fast. So what's your plan? What type of job are you looking to get?
I was into welding for a minute, but that's kind of, laborious and hard to juggle comedy. I've hurt myself really bad here. And then I'm looking into some kind of audio video thing. I'm really good with that. Filmmaking background and stuff.
All right. Short films. Well, there you go. Daniel, welcome. Congratulations. You got him on the show.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Daniel Shepard, everybody. There he goes. Oh, here's a little joke. Look, Daniel. There you go. Nice catch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting word that the man that we all want to talk to is here. I present to you for the first time in the show's history, this is the AC guy. Look at the crowd going absolutely wild. This is incredible. A monumental moment in the history of Kill Tony. 12 years and 3 months. And we've never spoken to an AC guy live on the show before. Sir, what is your name?
My name is Dean.
Dean.
I did, yeah.
Tell us about it. What's the issue?
Yeah, so the issue is you guys tripped the smoke alarm with your smoke machines.
Oh, it was the haze. The new upgrade to the cameras. A little bit of haze. So how do we avoid that in the future?
Truthfully, if you're using smoke machines, probably not.
Okay, we can do it. All right, let's reset the cameras. Recalibrate the cameras to zero haze. I'm your biggest fan. There you go.
Thank you. No, good job. That's awesome.
So, Dean, how long have you been working in AC?
About 8 years.
8 years. Wow, you're very good at what you do. I noticed that it wasn't long that you were here. You came here about 5 to 10 minutes before the show started. You were able to figure it out. 8 years in the game. What's your love life like, Dean?
I'm married. No, I'm married.
Nice. Hell yeah.
She must be a very lucky, cold woman.
It is pretty cold in my house.
Yeah. Well, Dean, have you ever thought about trying stand-up comedy? Do you like comedy?
I'm about to have a fucking heart attack.
I love it. Well, we were all about to have heat stroke before you came around, so now we're even Stevens. Dean, thank you so much. Make some noise for Dean. Wow, what a special episode. 82.8 degrees, for those of you wondering. We're hoping that goes down at some point. Dean, why don't you stick around until this thing starts to lower?
Yeah. You might want to delete that for
They'll be fine. Shout out to Airco Air Conditioning coming in and doing their job. I think that's a great plug for them. Airco, here in Austin, Texas, the trusted air conditioning associates of Kill Tony and the Comedy Mothership. Wow. There's a plug. God, I hope Dean doesn't get fired. I know he won't. A free ad for Airco HVAC. You can get Airco yourself just by going to airco.com, I'm guessing. I'm hoping here. Yeah, it's plumbing, heating, and AC. That's the website. There we go. Airco. Yeah, go to aircomechanical.com. Get yourself some AC. All right. Just save Dean's job, everybody. It's about a $30,000 ad read right there. It's open 24 hours. Call them 512-537-1234. Based out of Round Rock, Texas. 40 years in the business. Airco, air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing. 5 stars. All right. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get there with a licensed provider, typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes getting home convenient. You can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home, and you can even talk it out between sessions by sending text messages to your therapist. Get therapy and medication all in one place, unlike any other telehealth companies. Psychiatry is available through Talkspace, so you can get the medication you need to supplement your talk therapy if needed. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay. Now, let my man, Rabbbi, tell you why he loves Talkspace.
My man, Tony, thank you. Tony and I think Talkspace is amazing. They're providing the best mental health treatment out there.
As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. This podcast is sponsored by Tacobas. Anywhere we're going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tacobas. Ever wondered if you can pull off boots with your personal style? You owe it to your feet to pull on a pair of Tacobas. Find comfort in the traditions of the West and confidence from making it your own. Tacobas now offers professional grade work boots that will bring comfort and timeless style to the job site. Rabbbi.
Tony, I love my Tacobas. They're the most comfortable boots I've ever worn.
Your hands, they're the most comfortable boots.
Yeah, that's the most. Wow. I wear these and you should too, Tony.
Plus, with Tacobas Best in the West guarantee, you get free returns and exchanges for 30 days. Right now, get 10% off at Tacobas.com/Kiltony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TACOVAS.com/Kiltony. Tacobas.com/Kiltony. See site for details. Tacobas, point your toes west. Your next bucket pull is a one-word name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Paul. Paul.
Islamic terrorism. I don't get it. 72 virgins? I don't even get out of bed for less than 100 virgins. Wow. Thought this would be easier. I was so nervous backstage. This is my first time. I was so nervous backstage. Even after I ripped a couple out. That's right. I'm an assassin. I usually don't bring this up, but my family and I hunt vampires. No, we are not Van Helsings. You're not knee-deep in vampires right now because of one family. I apologize. Hey, Tits, you want a small joke book? Hey, T-Bone.
All right, Paul, everybody. Very good, Paul. So clearly a fan of the show. You chose to sign it. This is surely your first time. What made you want to
Actually, I got injured last year, and I had to have surgery that's all work, and I wrote a screenplay. For Blood Number. So I'm trying to. I thought 50% was good. Well, this was a taste. We need more.
Can I get the elevator pitch?
Yeah,
So let's hear the movie.
the elevator, not the synopsis, the elevator pitch. Okay. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley play.
The way you said that Shaquille had me, I mean, really,
I think it was a Shaq. Right. So,
his full name.
they are used to be partners. They were private investigators. They had a falling out 15 years ago. They hate each other. They find out their kids kept in touch and they're gonna get married. They have a fight. They lose the ring, and then they gotta chase these bikers all across the country to find the ring. They don't want to have the wedding, but they don't want to let their kids go.
And they really considered having them play aliens and basketball?
So it's like Wild Hogs with NBA.
Wild Hogs.
Those are tough gets.
They're phenomenal. They're missing out.
So what was the job that you had before all of this?
I'm a construction worker.
And you got injured on a construction site?
No, I was helping someone move.
A total separate injury. Is it a back injury?
No, I snapped my distal bicep tendon, so I didn't get surgery. That's what we care. I was in the wrong position. It was a team. I was
The flat screen?
it was the plasma. If you know anything about the plasma.
I gotta brush up on Newtonian physics. I didn't know how much the plasma weighed. My bad.
Oh my god. It's insane.
So, let's just take 1 second here to talk about the minute of comedy that you prepared. Islamic terrorists, 72 virgins. I don't get out of bed for less than 100 virgins. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what don't you get on it? Fucking classic. It's a classic, dude.
Just out of curiosity, last question. What is William's character in this movie that features Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal?
He is a homeless wanderer, but we find out he's a fugitive. But Shaq and Chuck
We call him Chuck now. Wow, you're so close with him.
He's fine. They get off, and they have to enlist William to help them finish their mission.
There you go. Very good. Here's a little joke bug. There you go. There goes Paul, everybody. Good luck, Paul.
What's your last name? All right.
There goes Paul, everybody.
I have that one.
Whoa. The lovely Heidi has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. A delicious Bud Light. All right, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Michael Scott, everyone. Michael Scott. We're down at 81.9 degrees.
I know what I look like. I know what I sound like. I hear it too, guys. I got the vibe of, I just got cast as Donatello in Tyler Perry's New Ninja Turtles movie. Yeah, he's the tech guy. I get it. I'm a weird kid. I was a weird kid. I had a lot of animals. I started off with 2 rabbits. I ended up with 14. That being said, I've seen rabbits fuck a lot, guys. It's pretty crazy. It's like one rabbit minding his own business. That was my white one. Then my black one would come hopping along, mounted, furiously fucking for about 10 seconds, and then everyone takes off running. My question, guys, why is rabbit sex only last 10 seconds? Is it evolution? Or is a rabbit pussy just as good as I think it is?
Hell yes, Michael Scott.
Is this true? You have that many rabbits? No,
combination of the day. It's been used by 2 out of 3 bucket lists in an unprecedented anomaly. So, Michael, how long been with stand-up? 8 years. 8 years. Where at?
Fresno, California, Bakersfield, California.
Wow. Is that where you still live?
Yeah, I'm out here. I've been here since December 30th last year.
Nice. Awesome. What do you do for work?
I work valet at Hotel Ella, and I just got a new job 2 months ago at Benefast. I deliver construction equipment to sites.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Incredible. Scott, what do you do for fun?
I used to train in the Bay, go poker, watch movies. I got cats.
How many cats do you have? 3. 3 cats.
What are their names?
Whiskey, Waffles, those are my 2 girls, and I got 2 new folks.
Yes.
How's cat pussy? Everything I drink.
It's incredible. How many guinea pigs did you have in the world?
Yeah, 14. I had 14. I started with 2, and they just kept fucking. It got to the point where I was selling them back to the pet store.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of inbred, angry guinea pigs. Incredible.
How old are you when you had these guinea pigs? 12. So you're living with your parents? Hell yeah. What were they saying about all these things? They need motherfucking guinea pigs. You better get these motherfucking guinea pigs. All right.
Now, what did they say? I saw an opportunity. Everybody relax.
Guys, relax.
These motherfucking guinea pigs. This man, you fucking measured me stinking, Michael. All right, and it did stink. This is what they said, right?
Yeah.
Did they kind of sound like that, or did they speak perfect American English like you?
Well, my mom, she sounds like me, just not like guy.
Perfect. Northern California blacks.
So you had, how many of those guinea pigs were in your room at once? So you had 14 in your room. So you were jacking off in there for 14 guinea pigs. How many times did you jack off in front of 14 guinea pigs?
A lot.
That's so many.
4 better in front of a crowd.
What can I say? You can hear them. You had to be able to hear them while you were jacking off. You're like, whiskey, be quiet. Michael Scott's trying to jack off around here.
My mom accidentally killed 4 of them once, though.
How did she do
She's
that?
not gonna like it. When I was,
She's going to be much madder at my impression of her than
I think you're right. I was at school one day and I had them in 3 separate cages, and she took one of the cages because she said it was a hot day, so she wanted to give them some air. So she took the cage outside in the sun.
She killed them on purpose.
Yeah, I think I had 32 many. One survived.
You had a lot of guinea pigs. If you were my son, I would have. I would put those bags, those guinea pigs in the bag. You gotta smack them. Say, stop watching my son jack off. Fucking perverts.
that's why I got them.
Behold. Behold, my son. My children.
Did you bury the dead?
Yeah.
Backyard.
Nice. What type of, if you put up like a monument to it?
Shoebox.
You put anything above shoes? They were like Pumas. You didn't put anything above ground to commemorate?
Not around.
You give a fuck about those.
I didn't. I was a kid. I didn't know tombstones were right. Definitely. The one that survived, did it have any special powers? Or
He was the first one. He was the start of the whole thing. His name was Hammy.
Hammy.
Hampton J. Guinea.
Wow. Wow. What did the J stand for? Jenkins?
Jew.
Oh, Jew. I love it, Michael.
He was Jewish.
What's the...
Were the other hamsters Jewish in this mass genocide? I ran a guinea pig concentration camp.
You did not survive the Holocaust.
Wow.
Did she ever explain herself why she really said it was hot on the inside? You know what? Honestly, if there were 14 guinea pigs in this room when I got here tonight, I would have sat 4 outside in a cage. Thank goodness for Dean from Airco Air Conditioning Company.
Let's see. So hot in the village. We need to bring Dean back. Kill him. Put him outside.
Michael, I'd love to have you back on the Secret Show. Thank you. Here's the big joke book, Michael. Michael Scott. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Open Phone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every customer conversation matters, you need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying 2 phones or using a landline. With Open Phone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts, like a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Antonio, love Open Phone. It's the best business phone system, hands down. Say goodbye to voicemail. Your AI agent can set up in minutes to handle calls after hours, answer questions, and capture leads, so you never miss the customer. So whether you're a one-person operation drowning in calls and texts, or have a large team that needs better collaboration tools, Open Phone is a no-brainer.
I love a no-brainer. That's why I've been working with you for so long. Open Phone is offering our listeners 20% off on your first 6 months at openphone.com/Kiltony. That's OPENPHONE.com/Kiltony. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Open Phone will port them over at no extra charge. Open Phone, no missed calls, no missed customers. We are moving along smoothly here. Fucking hole number 4. This is definitely a new name, and I'm excited about it. Make some noise for Yoshika Gonzalez. Yoshika Gonzalez. Oh shit. Okay. One more time for Yoshika, everybody.
Hi. A little bit about me or whatever. I'm having a sale on my OnlyFans. Yeah, so for 30 cents a day, you can help a short bitch pay your rent. No, I am a sex worker, and I figured it's actually better than dating. Because I usually date white men, and that's a fucking pyramid scheme. So they just do weird shit, like lie, first of all, drink Mountain Dew, and prioritize themselves. I'm just too Latina for that. Yeah, but you know. Yeah, I'm too Latina for that because I'm like sucking dick, washing the dishes. And in return, they make me keto fucking pancakes.
Yoshika Gonzalez. Hell yes. So many questions. Let's begin.
One of Mike Scott's guinea pigs.
Excuse me?
No, it's not about you. No, I have a serious question. When you do your sex work, you get picked up from the Home Depot?
No, but when you do your sex work, you go to the Home Depot, don't you?
Whoa. Sounded like a bird. 0.
That's what you get, dude. You come with the queen, you must not miss.
Yoshika Gonzalez. Hell yeah, you are definitely a specific type. Is this a condition? Is there a label for this? Or you
Usually challenge.
no, you look like a tall midget. You look like a...
I don't know. I'm a shorty. They used to be short back in the day in the 60s. Yeah, I don't know what's going on now.
Okay. Yoshika, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
For year now. It's my last resort to screenwriting.
Then shall all the
Oh, you got to team up with Paul.
This is fine.
Farley Brothers.
Yeah.
Brothers.
Special episode. We have two
the palace at the door.
screenwriting references and two guinea pig references. And somehow they're all mashing together right here with Yoshika Gonzalez. Yoshika is an interesting name. What does that mean? How do you end up with a Japanese name?
I was named after a Japanese film camera.
You don't know.
I know. My dad used to say different shit, like a hooker one time,
Okay, go shoot.
cashier, a book, and he told the truth, I guess.
38 cents, you said.
30 cents a day.
Develop ourselves.
Is that real? 30 cents?
That's legal.
Mathematically, yeah, I think so.
Okay. What do you do on this OnlyFans exactly? Haunt people's laptops.
I twerk. I do like anime costumes and fucking degrade guys. Degrade.
Give girls a line, that's too much. Don't do it.
There's a lot.
How long have you been on OnlyFans?
Since the pandemic, when the strip clubs closed temporarily.
So you were a stripper up to the pandemic. What was your stripper name? Easy question. Impossible to forget.
There's been a bunch, you know. Jenna was a good one. A lot of people in Austin. Back in the day. Jenna.
Okay. Anything crazy ever happened at the strip club? Wild stories.
Very unusual in that when you look at the lives.
Same old.
You close with your parents?
Not right now, not at the moment.
Why do you think you're not close with your parents?
I didn't think this was a therapy session. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude.
Hey, you're the one with your backstory, lady. Just following up here. Do you think your dad subscribes to your OnlyFans? I mean, 30 cents a day. Check in on your little dar, you know what I mean? It's a real live show, everybody.
I don't think so. No. He said he never loved me, never will, never did.
Perfect.
We're good there.
Was this a long time ago or like kind of recent?
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago, did they ever almost money? Well, that's not right. Yeah, sorry, that's all right.
It's okay, guys. We're here now.
Yeah.
We're somewhere.
For what it's worth, I think you're worth more than 30 cents a day.
Okay.
Yeah. How much are you making a month on OnlyFans?
$4.12. You're killing it. You're
I'm
making
making $1,000.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay. How do you get everything else? How do you pay your bills if you're only making your rent spot on from the monthly OnlyFans? What else are you doing to make money on the side? Okay, Rabbbi, that is out of control. That is rude. That is out of line right
We
there.
don't do oral, but
Yeah.
Taxi drivers went off the charts with that.
That explains why the white guys you've been with just lie and drink Mountain Dew all the time. You want some honest answers, you gotta fucking...
no, I sell vintage. On the market outside in the heat. I do actual work. I do AV work too, but you know, they hire the guy.
How their
Acid vagina. Is that one of those vintage shirts you're wearing?
No, this one, thank you.
Is it vintage underwear, like your used ones or something? What do you sell?
Red band, that's
You're on a program, right?
Okay, so
30 cents a day.
Let's get back to this.
I care deeply about
I mean, It's $7 a month divided by 30. I don't know.
Oh, okay, all right. I see that day. Yes, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. That is how they get you. I subscribed on that tape. It was at 36 this day. Come on. That's a I mean, losing money not doing it. I'm gonna get out of bed for 100 cents. We're talking here. You're doing great.
You're going to be making a lot more money after this, I'm sure. There are a lot of people watching online right now. Any other last pitches for your OnlyFans that you would like to give to the people out there? Many, many men.
Where are you trying to?
I'm trying to help her. She's barely making her rent.
Yeah, I mean, I have a wish list, but I just have like a printer on there. No one will buy it.
I'll give you a fucking printer.
Shane's going to buy her a printer. Yo, Chica, here's a little joke book.
Okay,
Ready for it? Boom, you got it. Wow. She got it. You're going that way.
Hey, nice to meet you.
There she
Nice
goes.
to meet you.
Yo, Chica, everybody. That's Heidi. Yep. Time for another golden ticket winner, everybody. This young lady, one of hers, maybe a little less than a year ago. She's fantastic. Works here. Works on Kill Tony. Makes a noise. A brand new minute from Aya, everybody. It's Aya, everyone.
Some people don't trust Muslims. I get it, whatever. Me personally, I don't trust Jehovah's Witnesses. I feel like some Jehovah's Witnesses are just registered sex offenders who got really, really, really nervous at the last second. Like they were supposed to go out in the neighborhood and tell everyone what they did, which is it's tough, you know. Child, that's so they go knock knock. Who's there? Have you heard of the child that was touched by God? Jesus Christ! It's like, why is your parole officer here? It's like, don't worry about that. I don't know. I feel like we treat registered sex offenders so interesting in this country. Like we make them live so far from elementary schools, but distance only makes the heart grow fond.
Fantastic. Great pedophile joke.
Okay, thanks. What's up? Hey guys.
How you doing? How's it been going, Aya?
It's good. It's kind of warm in here. I put on a jacket, so when I take it off, I feel cooler.
Oh, look at that. A little reverse psychology on pure heat.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you guys?
I gotta be honest, this is good. Everything going good?
Yeah, everything's good. Yesterday, I talked my. No.
So, yeah, every single person come up here. Yes. My dad died, but things are bad.
Yeah. No, you guys didn't even hear what happened with my dad.
Oh, that's great. Is he good? Die and give me that fucking jacket. Where is he?
No. Yesterday, I taught him that you have to boil pasta in water.
What was he doing before?
He didn't know about that.
That was fucking crazy.
He never cooks. He doesn't cook. He just learned. I just taught him yesterday.
Okay, so he's alive.
Yeah, he's alive.
Sounds like he's thriving. Sounds like he's still learning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day. That's good. Where's he at? Where are you from?
I'm from Dallas, but my family's from Africa.
What?
Yeah, I'm Moroccan.
Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. What was your dad doing with the noodles?
Eating the noodles.
Just raw hard noodles.
Well, no, I boiled them for him, and yesterday he came and he was like, oh, so so that's how you do it. He said he's always seen people make pasta, but he never paid attention to.
Just sit on the floor and eat salad.
Yeah.
Incredible. That's good. Amazing, Aya. What else is going on? Anything else crazy?
Recently I had a weird dream the other day. I had a dream that there was this girl, and she was really young, she was like 17, 16, and she was like in a trap house, and I didn't know what to tell her to get out of the trap house, so I just told her, girls like you end up fat in their 20s, and she left. I got her out of the trap house.
Wow. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's just my life. It's the truth.
Well, great new minute, Aya. Favorite pedophile joke of the day, without a doubt, so far. One more time for Aya, everybody. Back to the bucket we go. 3 ladies in a row. Makes a noise to your next comedian. It's Jenny Rodriguez, everyone. Jenny Rodriguez.
I just watched this documentary on Netflix recently. It was about a woman who went to jail after she had sex with a man who the courts had deemed mentally incapacitated. This was a man who was intellectually disabled. And that just goes to show that there's hope for all of you guys here tonight. Able-bodied women are having sex with retards. I know I am. I love him. He's my best friend, my partner in crime, my PIC. You guys heard that, partner in crime, PIC. But I'm Mexican, so that would make me his SPIC. SPIC, it's Texas. Do you want me to spell that out for you guys? We actually just saw the Fantastic Four movie. I gave a hand job hearing it. I guess you could call it a Fantastic Five. That's been my time. I'm a Jenny Rodriguez.
Jenny Rodriguez. Welcome to the show, Jenny. You've been on before?
I have, a couple times.
What did we find out the other times we're on about you?
I hate to throw this out here, but I work in a tire shop. I'm engaged. That's pretty much it for the last 2 times.
What does your man do?
He works at Jared Jewelers. He's a jeweler. Oh, wow. We did pro wrestling. That was another thing that we did. Right now, we just finished clown school, actually. So that's another
good choice.
You learned this stuff in clown school.
Did I learn this stuff at clown?
No, did you learn a lot of stuff?
Oh, I really did, actually. I learned how to do, like, balloon animals.
Do you have any balloons on you?
I wish I did. I literally thought about bringing my skirt, but...
Is there anything you can do in the clown world right now if John played some clown music and we gave you a spotlight? 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh. Nothing. Okay.
I need props.
All right.
I do a lot of like some magic tricks, but not like really good. You know, it's hilarious sleight of hand stuff.
What if somebody has a condom? Can you do something for the condom? That's Red Man. Thank you so much. Great. Oh yeah, great. Thank you, Red Man.
Nobody here has a fucking condom. This is the 80s.
So how's stand-up been going for you?
Stand-up's been going pretty well. The last few months I've been focusing on clown school, ironically. But I've been, putting my school into shows, trying to do what I can around here. It is a little more difficult, I think, finding a good clique around here compared to where I was last before I moved here. I came from South Bend area.
Are you a fan of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish?
Definitely not, bro.
Yeah. Notre Dame or like Notre Lame.
Say grandma's sucks.
I love sports.
There you go. Well, Jenny, congratulations. You got picked for another minute. You've been on the show multiple times. There she goes, Jenny Rodriguez, everybody. We're going to keep flying through it. Here we go. On to the next one. It's cooling down. We're at 80.4 degrees. We are around the corner from the 70s, everybody. This next bucket ball's from the inside. Makes noise for Truly Joy. Truly Joy. From the inside. Is that real? Oh, wow. The furthest possible fucking seat in the entire venue. Literally can't make it up, everyone. How perfect. It's great. Awesome. You would think we would coordinate this better, that someone signs up and they don't sit in the seat that's 97 seconds away from the front. Tire Season 2 out now on Netflix, everybody. The Madison Square Garden coming up this week. The 15th, we do stand up the 16th. We do Cowtowny. Where the fuck is this fucking inside bucket hole? Thanks for Truly Joy, everyone.
So I'm pretty bad luck on dating apps. Like, I literally don't get any matches. And I got this buddy who's just bragging about all the matches he has. So one day I was like, let's see him. He's on Grindr. And he's got tons of matches. That's kind of like a weird flex. But then it dawned on me, if I was gay, a lot of my problems would disappear. Like, I wouldn't be as lonely. I would have better fashion sense. And I'd be in great shape. Because you have to be strong to fucking do. 12 years ago, I decided to right? It's like fucking a bear. And then even jacking off in the mirror would be better. Like, come on, guys. And I shared the timeline, alright? You're jacking off in the mirror, and there's a hot dude jacking off to you in the mirror. Right? You start going faster, he starts going faster. Right? And then you jack off, and you bust a nut, and then this dude who's been jacking off to you for 25 minutes busts a nut to you, busting a nut. Pretty fucking awesome if you're gay, right? Thank you.
Truly Joy.
I don't think you say jacking off would be in the mirror would be better as if you do jack off in the mirror. Have you ever? Fuck no. I don't want to see this shit. You jack off in the mirror, I don't, but after 25 minutes is crazy. It's crazy. I'm not trying to bust a nut and not be worth it, dude. Jacking off in the mirror for 25 minutes. Bro, don't like it until you try it.
25 minutes is what stands out about that material. Do you really extend your jack-off experience for that long?
Yeah, when I do jack off, I definitely milk it, but I try not to.
When you say milk it, are you implying,
guys? Alright, whatever. I'm fucking weird, okay?
So you last 25 minutes with yourself?
When I do it, yeah, I try.
When you're about to come, what do you picture?
What do you mean?
You were saying that you were edging, right? So, like, how do you stop yourself?
Something that turns you on, and then you, like, get ready, and then you just ride that wave until you are ready to bust it. Then you play it on like part 6. Spend the rest of the night watching out for rakes on the ground. Whatever. Yeah, well,
what do you tend to watch when you're jerking off? Truly Joy?
Honestly, I have a pretty fast spank bank.
What are some of the wild categories? Yeah, what are some of the weirder things that you're into?
I like dog sub stuff. You know, DS. You know about that? I've heard of it. Are you a dom or a sub? I'm a dom. Whoa. Dude, I'm already subbing after you right now. Yeah, we're all sitting down. Dom is like this while we're sitting down. Bro, sorry, give him a big notebook right now. Give it to this Dom daddy.
What's the craziest thing you've ever done Dom-wise in real life?
mask with your hair hanging out. Everybody needs you. Oh, you know what that is.
I was living in LA and I was like going to these parties and it was pretty crazy. They were like, we're gonna film this. And I was like, I don't want to be filmed, right? And they're like, put on a mask. No one's gonna know who you are. I'm like, yeah, no one's gonna know this tall ass dude with fucking afro blue eyes. But I just had them film behind me, but I just had like this girl and they were like, had all these toys. I like using my own parts, my hands and stuff. But yeah, they had like all these crazy toys, so I did that stuff. And I was just like, I would find myself like an open-minded person, you know?
You went with your hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's toy.
How are you doming though? Like, where was the dom? It's like Sammy got a show. I'm not like, hey, Sammy, telling them what to do. You're in charge, you know? Like, there's some things that like want the girls to take control and shit. You know, like I want to be in control. I'm in control. Oh shit, damn.
You won't like that, man, ever again. How dare you dom my friend?
You want some shit?
Don't dom me. I'm coming over there. I can look at them good. I'm taking it. You're a handsome fella, you know.
Yeah, man. God damn. What do you do for work? I work at AV freelance.
Wow.
So yeah, I never heard everyone say that. Yeah, I've done some catering jobs since I moved here.
Okay.
Yeah.
They make you wear a hairnet?
They make me pull my hair back in a ponytail.
Yeah.
And it looks different. But it disappears. I'm dead tired.
How about for fun? What do you do for fun?
I like going to White Horse. I like practicing two-step, like learning. I like Warren Springs. I go there almost every day.
Fine, but dom out there.
A little bit. Yeah. See the girls out there shaking.
Yeah.
What's your love life like?
I don't have a girlfriend here, but I have like a lover on the East Coast.
You have a lover on the
Yeah,
East Coast.
she's my sub.
Jesus.
What you can text me? Like you get sober. Get the fuck out of here. Yo. Sorry. What the fuck, dude? You're so fucking horny and angry. What's his name? I'm like, bro, come on now. Hey, say, what's his name earlier?
What's his name? What's his name? It's a classic.
What you're so doing right now? She's probably sleeping, honestly. She wake her up. Yeah, hold her.
The real Dom would wake her up.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna go after this.
No, we're not going to. We're going to keep it moving along. Julie Joy, there he goes. There goes Julie Joy, everybody. Hell yeah. There he goes, everyone. All right, fist bumps for the Dom, Julie Joy.
I thought it was pretty funny up there.
All right, this looks like a fun name and a new name. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Mighty Mike, everyone. Mighty Mike. Okay, all right.
Man, that last comment looked like Canelo. What it's like to be cool. Nah, man. Man, I'm about to quit comedy, man. This shit. I'm making no money in this motherfucker, man. I'm broke, bro. Man, I'm so broke, man. I can't even be racist with my laundry. That's not right. I feel like that's the last white racist activity. White and blacks, the boy buddy. I put the whites first. I'm black. I put the blacks first. Yeah, man. I had mixing leftovers and shit. I made Jamaican food the other day. Rice and pasta. Called it Rasta. Man, trades. Okay, that's the meal right there. All right. That's a cat. That's pussy.
Okay, all right. Mighty Mike. Slightly mental breakdown towards the end of this. Mighty Mike, welcome back. You've been on this show before. Talking to the microphone there. We have mics here in America. Woo! With the shots. So what were you saying? Go ahead and say
No, I said I'm Mike Ayole. Yeah, I put Mighty Mike. That's my stage name, Mighty Mike. I put that on there today.
I was on here last time, right?
Shit, man, respect, bro. I respect you, bro. Never mind, I thought I was. No, you wasn't. Oh, all right, well, fuck. Maybe sorry. Maybe I am actually racist. I was like, oh, I remember him.
Mike, relax. So, tell us what's been going on, Mike. You said you're broke. What do you do for work?
Oh, I just got a new job at FedEx. The last time I was at Amazon.
Okay. Well, you're just still delivering packages.
Still delivering packages, yes. The packages don't talk.
Packages don't talk. What do you mean by that exactly?
I used to be in an office. I used to work in an office. Offices talk a lot.
Now you're driving the truck.
Yep.
And you're dropping off the packages. How long you been doing that for?
I started dropping packages off. I started with Amazon. I was like,
got the Amazon thing. We're talking about FedEx. How long you been
FedEx is
doing?
like 2 weeks. A week.
So how do you do that? Do you have any specific style? Has anything crazy happened yet? Do you
No, I'm still training right now. Niggas still training.
Okay.
Yeah, they still got me training. Yeah.
All right. What have you learned so far?
Man, you gotta put the packages where the white people want them. Because they'll type up that review, man. Next thing you know. You gotta keep it right where the black people can still get them. I was in the hood today. You know, I help my niggas out, you know. Hey, come quick, Brian. Shit.
Mighty Mike, how about for fun? What are some hobbies of yours? What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
Man, when I'm not doing stand-up, man, think about how black people feel that.
What have you come up with exactly? We've been wondering the same things.
You know, I was chilling in my balcony the other day, man, blowing the trees. I was like, man, the head nod thing, that black people do. How to get rid of that? No, it's nice. I mean, fuck, we gotta say, speak words, man. Hi, hello. Well, you know, like that, that's gonna be a problem. I was walking by and my guy was like, hi. Yeah, like that. No, you gotta smile. What's up? Yeah, exactly. You know, that thing's nice. I got everything traumatized, man. Everything traumatized. Yeah, I know you're from Nigeria. I was born and raised in Nigeria. So you came here and you're telling me this black man is not doing it right. What? Tell him to pull a pants up. I get it. You know,
Yeah, what else is on this list? So what else is on your list of how they can do better? Number 2 on the list.
Number 2, man, pay bills. Wow, that's a pay bills, bro. For real. Like, when I had a lot of money, I used to pay my bills. I was like, white man, pay my bills on time.
Okay.
I don't got it like that no more right now, so I'm dodging too. I'm being black. Right. You get the bill collector. Sunrise dead. Who was that? They call me at 6 in the morning every time. Sunrise. I gotta tell you, this is a racial, bro. Yeah. This is a big problem. Yeah, we're individuals. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we all been there. Yeah, I dodged.
What do you owe money for? What are some of your debts?
I know right now I owe charter communication. I owe a lot of $300. The fuck is that? Charter communication, Spectrum, my bad. Spectrum. Okay. Wait, you're cable? Where's that internet? No, internet, man. Yeah, come on. No, you know that? Internet, man. Cable. Whoa, that's expensive.
Okay. You have kids?
No kids yet, man. Bro,
How old are you?
I just don't think it's
So how do you think you've avoided having kids?
Man, I'm cool out getting real good. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Explain to us, what's your method?
Bro, I feel the pee. Like, when you're about to bust a nut, you get a pee feeling. That's the sign that got pee first. Like, hey, man, it ain't piss, it's the other one. Stick it out. I ain't a bust. I'm not listening to that voice. And I nut right on. And that's how I'm able to dodge that shit. Man, I
hear of your father and this guy in James?
My dad was like, oh, no, son. Racist. No, my dad's still around, man. He's still around.
Is he in Nigeria?
No, he's here.
Where is he exactly?
He's in Minnesota.
Okay. And what's he doing up in Minnesota? What does a Nigerian do in Minnesota exactly?
Like, smash. Exactly. Take water. They're like, oh, man. Oh, it's in the most back. Yeah, for real. They don't know my dad, man. They don't know my dad all day. He speaks Italian, too, so he was on the phone.
No way.
Yes.
Wow. And it's true that Nigerians and Somalians don't get along.
I fuck with them, but, you know, when they start thinking that halal, a lot of that, oh, bro. Oh, what that mean?
What's your least favorite thing about the Somalians?
The what?
The craziest thing you have in your refrigerator, Mighty Mike. You have a refrigerator, right? You have your own fridge?
I got a fridge.
What's the craziest thing we would find if we opened up your refrigerator right now?
Some spinach and broccoli. The nigga eat healthy. No fried chicken.
Wow.
Does it bring you any other points?
Do you get any special powers when you eat the spinach or broccoli?
You know, man, I do in the morning. Like, okay, and the dookie come right on time.
Okie dokie. All right. Fun stuff. There goes the Mighty Mike. You already have a big joke, Bob?
Already got one.
There he goes. On to the next one.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Gildo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. 79.9 degrees, everybody. We've hit it. We are officially in the 70s. In this, the hottest episode of Kill Tony ever. Shane's got a pee. Shane's going pee. Which means I'm just going to bring up your next comedian. Make some noise for Shay Phillips, everybody. Shay Phillips. Oh, shit.
The very first level of mercy, Jesus level.
So I know what y'all thinking right now.
Is one in which God is
What the fuck is this fake ass Kimbo Slice up here trying to make me laugh and shit? Supposed to be in the cage beating the shit out of people. Recently I've been trying to get back into dating, and I've been kind of struggling. I realize I struggle because I take words a little too literally. Like, I don't like when women call me daddy. Because something deep inside me, something deep in my DNA just makes me want to leave them. It's like every time she says, oh, daddy, I'm like, you know what? We all in the milk. I'll be right back. She's like, you're lactose intolerant. I'm like, shit, man, would you look at that? I'll get some reports. You know, smoke with this bitch. You know, hero draft day, all right? We're going to the NFL. A lot of people give me stupid ass questions sometimes. Ask you, like, Shayla, what's your favorite workout? Like shoulder press, chest press, bench press. I'm like, they're trying to deep press. The fuck? Why you work out so much?
Yeah, Shay Phillips, welcome to the show, Shay. This is your first time on?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years. Where at?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, that's what I was going to guess. Hell yeah. What do you do for work in Houston?
For machines.
Whoa. Okay, what kind of machinery are we talking about?
My bicep.
Wow. But seriously, what kind of machines do you work with?
CNC. I press buttons and shit.
Okay. Awesome. Sounds professional.
Yes, look.
Hell yeah. And you don't have kids?
No. I don't.
You have a girlfriend? You're just single. Running machines. What do you do for
I like to play. I can tell people what the kids do.
You do jiu-jitsu? Wow. Okay. Yeah. What do you like to eat? Barbecue what? Very good. Just won the game, everybody. Hell yeah. Shay, how often do you come to Austin, Texas to sign up for the show?
First time.
First time. You got lucky. Crap.
Is that one of the dogs?
That is. You remember Lemaire?
You're fucking good, bro.
Weird Lemaire. This is a scare.
Hey, I'm just saying. Lemaire guy was HGH.
Hell yeah. Okay, Shay. Craziest thing that's happened to you in the gym? Anything ever stand out done to you? Any white women ever accuse you of staring at them or something like that?
No, but I did have an old white lady try to kidnap me one time.
Tell us all about it.
Well, I'm at the gym and shit, and she goes, oh, I need help. You guys want to hurry? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, lady, I don't work here. But instead, she started dragging me outside and shit. She's like, I can't clear this by myself. Sidecar, motherfucker. I'm like, hold up, bitch.
You think she was trying to have sex?
I think she only picked up a bunch of heavy shit for her. I'm like, no. You heard you, bitch. Emancipation Proclamation. What did she want you to pick up for herself? That bitch we expected. Yeah. Shucks. That you trying to get me. That could have been great. Old enough. Yeah. Old enough that you'd be like, yeah. Old enough for 401k. Yeah.
Why'd you hesitate?
I'm stupid. I want to TV code.
You probably did.
Yeah, well, I could have a better life, man.
Interesting. Shay, what's the craziest thing about your life that you find interesting about you? You ever save anyone's life, accomplish anything big out of it?
Let's see, the craziest thing. When I was in the military, there was a kid that was trying to walk home. But it turns out that his eyes were like crazy. So the kid's walking like his face, sticking his face out the water and stuff. So they said it carried him. He's in a drum.
Where was this at?
Marshall Islands.
Wow. And what branch of the military were you at?
I was in the Navy.
And what did you do exactly in the Navy?
I was in the construction forces.
Okay. Wow. Look at you helping someone else not drown. Absolutely.
I had to pass the swim test, dog.
Look at that. Okay, Shay. 3 or 4 years in Houston. Your first time on. Very fun. And here is. Well, we don't have any mediums. I guess you're getting a big one. There you go, Shay Phillips. Shay Phillips. Oh shit, I did that one quick, huh? Oops. Hey, look, it's the lovely Heidi. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Been close there. Yeah. How many people like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show?
Are you sure? Almost everyone's doing bad.
Yeah. They like it.
It is hot.
It is hot.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. For those of you watching on the internet, congratulations. This is the episode to be in the air conditioning.
If it was cold, we'd be fucking killing.
Yeah. It would be a whole different episode.
That's crazy.
But, you know, it happens sometimes. Every once in a great while. Okay. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. You guys having fun out there still? Do we care about how hot it is in the room? Make some noise for Nate Ortiz, everyone. Nate Ortiz.
I've been on the mat. Apps lately. I've been on Tinder, Bumble, DoorDash. Just looking for love and McNuggets at this point, you know? I'll entertain a Salvadorian man if he's giving me Subway, you know? Just want to watch SmackDown, dude. I even paid $20 for that Tinder premium to find out the two I matched with look just like me. Same facial hair and everything. I got to the point I had to ask my buddies for advice. Like, hey man, how do I get better matches? How do I beat this algorithm? They're like, hey, you should start losing some weight, bro. You start looking like a Puerto Rican mom from the back. So I said, what about it, dude? So I updated my Tinder profile. I said from the front, I look like if Hagrid started a Twitch channel. But from the back, dude, looks like I'm washing dishes while salsa dancing.
Nate Ortiz. This is your first time on the show, right?
Yes, yeah, for the very first time.
Awesome. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 years in Houston.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Did you know Shay?
I'm sorry?
Did you know Shay?
I know Shay. We're actually the same weight. His personal trainer.
All right, fuck your yes, that's real. That's
What do you do for work?
I actually just got laid off Saturday.
I was working in this country's channels.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
They found out that I actually wasn't white and I was fully Puerto Rican. And they let me go.
But where was this job?
I was selling Samsung phones. I did like a.
That's supposed to work.
Our clientele is very Middle Eastern, very Nigerian. A lot of haggling. I'm not good with it.
Haggling Nigerians.
I don't even know how to spell the word, so I just gave him a good deal.
Did you have the ass of a phone store manager? I'm surprised I let you go.
I did work at T-Mobile. That's actually the most Hispanic thing about me.
It's crazy.
So why exactly did they let you go?
I was very late 3 times.
Why were you late?
I didn't come until 7 a.m.
Ah, there it is. That's why you're shaped like that. The mixture of bad food and cocaine has you shaped
I
like that.
say good decisions, but okay.
What's the most fun that you've ever had on cocaine until 7 a.m.?
My cocaine song is actually You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon. And I like listening to it in tiny ways, but that's awesome.
Yeah, you do cocaine by yourself?
Oh, it's the best. I don't have to share with nobody. Yeah. I've been there, brother. That was my job, Tony. You get home, you go, oh, I still have some left for the party. Now it's time to keep going. They jack off the beer. That's a good time. Till like 9 a.m. Yeah, it's too much. It's a real negative experience. Yeah. Fun for a while. It's awesome. When you're in your underwear dancing fucking Paul Simon. It's pretty great. That's a good time, man. Whatever. You had a great touch on YouTube.
Thank you, man. It's incredible how much you look like an unhealthy version of one of my friends. Philip, can you come down here? I want to do a side-by-side of you and my friend Philip. Where's Philip at?
So the cocaine, I actually lost like 60 pounds, dude. So this is the healthiest I've been in years.
We're gonna go. Incredible. How much? Are you still doing a lot of cocaine?
Oh yeah, I was doing it a lot earlier.
Oh yeah.
You want any bump?
No, I'm good. Perfectly good.
Do you have a bump?
No.
All right.
I don't do it. How do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not really a comedian. I do the shows for the pay and the free drink tickets, so that's really it.
You gotta do plus get company for the pay. No, I got it for the free drinks, dude. Yeah. Twice a day.
Even for free drinks, it doesn't make sense. Here's a healthy version of yourself. Stand side by side. Side by side. Keep going up, Philip. Keep going up. Now stand side by side. Square to a camera. Look at a camera together. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you could look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
I feel you even lose a little weight. Because in YouTube, you really did look like that guy.
I lost 30 pounds. I like 130.
Yeah.
So say you do meth. That's the thing.
That's actually more expensive.
Incredible. Philip, do you have advice for him on exactly how to get his life together?
I lost like 30 pounds. Now you need to look a little more than that. Eat healthy, drink a lot of water.
You ever hear that?
Be less healthy. I know, Tony, I know you saw me hesitate because when you you said Philip, I was like, yeah, is there another Philip in here?
No, you
don't
look
look anything like this dude.
Yeah, you look exactly like him. You have the exact same face. Unfortunately, he's just so much fatter. Only I can see it. Yeah, you have the same face. If something terrible happened and you completely went Lieutenant Dan on yourself, this is what you would look like.
It sucks for both of you, right?
Yeah, it does. Philip has a new podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. What's that called?
Not a damn chance podcast.
Not a damn chance podcast. There you go. There's a free plug. There goes Philip and Nate Ortiz. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like you have a lot of backstory.
My ex-girlfriend was non-binary.
Whoa.
What was his name? We were the same broad.
Was it always non-binary, or did that happen when you were dating?
I didn't know until we were fucking.
And then what did you find out?
Yeah, she used the wrong pronoun while you were fucking. She kept calling me brother, like home phone.
Oh, damn.
All right, man. I was like, wait, what? No, I had a lot of hard times whenever, because I couldn't figure out words to say during an argument, so I just kept saying shit my dad said, so I was like, hey, calm down, slugger.
Yeah, you got that one, Jim. You can't call her a bitch. You gotta be like, hey, a jerk.
The whole thing's so weird to me. Was she non-binary when you started dating her? Or did
No,
this...
she looked beautiful, dude, and then we got together and then cut all her hair off.
And what else changed other than the haircut?
Her pits got hairier.
And what else changed?
Her legs everything got hairier. That was not a good experience.
And was she on medication at the time?
I don't know. Liberalism, I don't know. No, but I liked it because she was the only one to allow me to just face fuck all night, which was really great.
What do you mean by that exactly? You mean do
I
cocaine?
put football on the chin, Tony. That was,
Oh, fuck me. Alright. Well, you know what? You actually did good. There you go. Just throwing jump hooks at people. Bouncing them right off there. There he goes. There he goes. All right, another bucket full. We are back into the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees for those of you paying attention. Somehow it's getting warmer again, everybody. Who likes it hot in here?
Hey, by the way, Dean didn't do shit. Where the fuck is Dean?
Dean
God,
fucked
he
up.
gave us 2 degrees less. Fuck Dean. Bring Dean's bitch ass down here. Gonna shave his head. Give him a crew cut. Tell him to start acting right.
Pull another name. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe Filey. Whoa.
Fuck yeah, mother shit. God damn. Getting a real tired getting called white trash. I think I'm like upper middle class trash, you know what I mean? Like, we got some money with the problems. Like, my sister invents her own parties and holidays. Like, she had a sketch home reveal party. If you don't know what that is, it's just she fucked 3 guys that year and didn't have health insurance, and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like a skit town. It was crazy because, like, I don't know. It sounds horrible I have to say, like, how good is my sister's pussy? Because as a white guy, you know how good the pussy would have to be for me to go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's my kid. And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy. Like, it was crazy. Like, 2 days before, I was 12, and 2 days before, I knew that the baby was going to be black. Because, like, we were in the hospital, and the black guy was like, yo, I need to go get some milk. And what hospital? They have it here. All right, that's better. Thank you.
Joe Filey. Good job, Joe.
Thank you.
You've been on this show before, am I correct, or have I just seen you hiding under my bed as a kid?
The band, the bridge, but yeah, this is my third time on here.
Hell yeah, welcome back, Jeff. This had to be your best set of them all, am I correct?
For sure.
Yes, absolutely. You've been working hard.
Oh yeah, working, just not partying as much.
Hell yeah, absolutely. What kind of partying were you doing?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of coke. Well, I mean, the bag said coke on it, but it tasted funny. But there's a lot of coke for a while there. A lot of shrimp, LSD, weed. It's 6th Street. Like, there's no rules here. I'll make the rules of 6th Street.
Absolutely. Incredible. And how long has it been since you had the operation to remove the backside horse part of your body?
About 2,000 years now.
Incredible. Incredible. I still want to make wishes every time I see you, Joe.
Listen, they're saying there's nothing wrong with the water in East Palestine, so I'm gonna keep drinking the tap water in Ohio. You know what I mean? Yeah, where are you from? Well, Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, you are from Youngstown, Ohio?
Yeah, I grew up South Bon Air, then East Florida, and Youngstown.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wow, look at you. Even for Youngstown, you're weird looking.
I'm the one guy in the hood they didn't fuck with. I have a look, I know that.
That is.
Yeah, I didn't know it was white hood. I thought it was Amish.
No, it's not. It's not Amish at all in Youngstown, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I can see why the black people would get scared of you. Like,
Yeah, I was scared the shit out of it. I was the needle in the haystack, I guess you would say. That was them. I said I was the needle in the haystack for sure in Youngstown. That was
right.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
What do you do for work, Joe?
Right now I work at a weed shop on 6th Street.
Okay.
God damn, dude, that's my weed. I was selling weed. I don't know if it's like the brow ridge. They come in like, honey, this weed works. Fuck the THCA label. Like, we're getting the weed.
Right. No doubt about it. They're like, this weed will make your eyes feel hard for one another. You have a girlfriend?
No, fuck.
What's dating like? Being, looking, having,
Well, like, have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow Room. But the Dollhouse ATX is way doper. It's like Pornhub, but you like rent the chick by the hour. You like they have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. They're probably getting shut. Like Redman's not. He knows. He's been there.
Oh, Redman knows. Well. Who's been playing at the Dollhouse?
The craziest part was you followed it with the Sunset page. That's like I can grab my when I follow.
Sunset. We hereby find the defendant completely guilty.
Is it your wife here?
You can see her at the Dollhouse today. No, actually, I heard about it. Okay, is it the place where you can like rent like a room? Yeah, that's what he just said. A room.
Oh yeah, it's like Liam Neeson style. They put sheets in the bigger rooms to divide them up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh God. There was like this poor little Colombian chick, and it was like I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like
hold on, nice and slow. Poor little Colombian chick.
You didn't have a 30-cent only thing. I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like I put some coke on my dick. I had her snort it and suck the rest. And like midway through the suck, she was like 200 more, and I just paid it to her because it was worth. That's not even a lie. Like I could. I wish it wasn't. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what you're up to. So, $200 and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club.
Yeah, kind of halfway.
This is a ringing endorsement for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I almost feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad read.
Listen, they don't have no Heidi's at the Dollhouse, right? If you're going to the Dollhouse,
no doubt about it. They have running Heidi's. You can run, but you can't hide me. Chicks there probably look like you.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a $50 menu for sure. There's like a 3 p.m. happy
hours.
My God.
The fourth meal.
So you make money in the weed shop and then you lug it over to the Dollhouse ATX.
Oh, that's like a once every 2 month thing. That's like a Red Lobster. You know what I mean? Like every 2 months, you get some cheddar bay biscuits.
You really are from Youngstown. Captain Burke said everyone in Youngstown thinks Red Lobster is an every 2 month celebration. It really is. I was shocked when I grew up and got just a little bit of success. I was like, oh, wow, this is not the best restaurant in the world. It's incredible. I was tricked for the first 18 or 19 years of my life.
I went down to my competition.
The best. I mean, you could just count on it. Make sure your cocktail. Oh, biscuits. Come on. No doubt about it. So
you're calling your dick with a sex slave in the place.
Sex slave, like in Thailand, they got like sex slave shade. Are you in Thailand? Yeah, I'm in the Bangkok. I have this look, brother. Like they know when I landed in Thailand, there's like 30 bitches there. Like there's the one. That's
You probably, if you run across it, you'll be fucking sick. You look like a Dagestani wrestler.
I can't fight at all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. The CCW class is like 8 hours, and you're just as tough as them. Like that.
we're going to read a couple of Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATX. Here we go. We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something all capital letters else. If you want sex toys, go next door. It has a much larger selection.
Hey, fuck wrote that?
That's Matt Dib. Some piece of shit named Matt Dib wrote that.
I was on the search for a giant dildo that was supposed to naked ladies don't have sex with.
Yeah, exactly. Some 4-star review from James. It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go in and there's a lobby. It costs $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like 55 on Sunday nights and Monday nights.
Wow, look at that. On discount. Yeah.
Early bird special.
Working on a budget. If you want a private show, it costs another $65, and you pick your model. And if there's more than one working there, you've already spent $130 to get a non-nude dance. If you want nudity, it's $100. Is that true?
75 on Sunday.
So to get in from the lobby and get a full nude dance, it costs $165 total. Any day but Sunday. If you have money to burn and like the idea of being in your own room one-on-one with a hot model dancing and grinding in your lap, it's cool. I personally prefer that to going to, say, Yellow Rose, where there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our great sponsors. This is fucked up. What you've done.
I'll mention you when I go there next.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Shout outs to Kill Tony. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you with the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh, I don't like anything in my butt. The one chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play a little bit.
Whoa, what did she do?
I didn't realize, like, the nice day had 2 drawers, so she opened the first one. You know, they looking like level 1 through 5. It's like, I can take 5, but let's start with 1. And I didn't know there was like a level 6 through 10 in the second drawer down. And I made it to 8 without yelling, so that was...
Were you facing the other way or something? You just didn't see what was going on?
I like, you're face down in the bed, and like, you're peeping over. Like, she's holding your... She doesn't want you to see what's in the drawer.
Right. And how much...
Wait, you pay, right?
Yeah.
You could have spoke up.
When number 5 was in your aspect, let me talk to a manager right now. She was the manager. That was
shit. Wow.
It was a $75 manager special on a Sunday, and I got picked.
This place is going to be packed on Sundays from now on. This is completely backfired. Backfire is also what happened that day for you. You have a big joke book from here yet?
I got a couple.
You have a couple
Yeah,
big joke books?
they're pretty old.
Perfect. There you go. Fill them up. There goes Joe Filey, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's do one more bucket full. We've had a lot on today. We've been flying through these interviews, believe it or not. Makes noise for your final bucket full. How about another hand for Heidi, everybody? For your final bucket full of the night. Make some noise for Ramus, everyone. Or Ram. Or Ramus.
Hello. So last time I was here, I was thinking about bags and boxes. Yeah, and I actually worked for a moving company. I was telling Tony that, one time I was moving this dude and I thought he had Down syndrome. So I'm looking at him weird. Got to be weird. I'm like, I don't know, So I'm trying to be all extra soft. And then he said, like, yo, I went to ASU and I grew up in Phoenix. So I'm like, oh, where are you at? I did a show. So I saw him trying this shit. I'm like, wait, they let people down syndrome do that shit? That's not normal. And then at the end of the job, he gave us like $60. So I knew we didn't have downs because I know, like, otherwise he would have gave us like Cheez-Its, maybe some jelly beans, like a single marshmallow. But you gotta take it. You can't, it's gonna stick to your fingers, but you gotta take it. You can't not say no, right? Yeah, that's why they bring me back. That's what I'm doing.
50 seconds from Ramus.
I'll take it. Rabbbi, actually.
Rabbbi.
Yeah, I think there was something.
Yep, there's a little space. You know, there is space between the line down. Yes.
Why did you write that?
No, I didn't. It's your handwriting sucks.
I'll take it. Let's go.
You see that? Looks like a Ramus. Separation between the
100% Ram. R-A-M-B. Oh, but you're saying Ram.
Is it doesn't connect?
Yes. I used to what is it? Capital B. It's you. Yeah, it's you. Ram. B. Yeah, but you spell like Ram. Yeah. Ram. It's Ram. And the sound goes real bad.
How long you been doing stand-up?
What I did about this head open mics in Wisconsin before that, so about 4 years. But I had taken some months off from like, my dad. I had to stay consistent with that 4 years. So I've done it 4 years. That was around about, anyway, 4 years.
How did Dad die?
Leukemia. I beat it once, and then it came back.
Wow. He beat leukemia once. Leukemia is your mom's name?
Depends on who you ask, I guess.
Alright, so
she's gonna love that joke.
I love it. So, how do you make money?
I work at a call center.
You like it?
It works for right now.
The hours.
When do I get there or when the hours?
So random police
cops. When I dodge cops on Red Dead Redemption 2, that's the kind of shit I do.
Have you ever gotten arrested?
Never. Actually, you know what's funny? Is a lot of people get surprised that I've never been to jail. Yeah, when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like I can't even fucking believe it. But it's just because I was in Arizona at 8 years old. I think I shouldn't say this. Run it out. Texas. But he was doing like ecstasy, right? And I knew that I was living with ecstasy in there. And I was living a few months a week or whatever, And all of a sudden, we saw the gun that we were getting the pills from in the parking lot on the news. And that was, I went to American drug dealer. I was in my drug dealer that was 23 people in that ecstasy.
Wow. And you were in it.
No.
this is going to be
Rabbbi.
I love it. What's your love life like, Crazy?
Talking about this man, I don't know where Ralph the bags boxes and I sang the song about the girl that calling me back. So she's like, oh, I'm really just trying to feel my life up and not really worry about that side of my life.
No kids.
My daughter's 21. Living her life in her parents. She's very good at it.
How much did you contribute to that child?
I'm her other half. I lived in Wisconsin for 20 years, which was very much a sacrifice. Growing up in Phoenix, it was like,
How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
because her mom was from Wisconsin, so we moved there. And so I stayed there and growth up to raise her. I lived 50% white growth up.
How did the white parents take to you moving to Wisconsin? Can you give an example of what that means? These people have no idea.
The whole family hates me.
But how do you know? Give us an example.
Man, that's rough, man. Let me see this.
What's one good little story? You're not naming them out.
Way too long. Way like that. It was constantly that.
They never said anything disrespectful or anything, though. Nothing in particular. You still love them.
Those folks that have
Yeah.
Wisconsin was interesting. Like, I recently went back there. A bar owner looked at me, runs a bar for a while. Like, I'm serious. And he's looking at me. And I forgot that I was trying to fight him about to get go. Yeah. I mean, you know, how can you forget about that? You live a life 47, so if you live a life where you accuse me of something I didn't do. So I was ex-insurance, and he's behind the bar yelling at me, and I'm like, hey, I'll fuck you up, type shit. I didn't rattle something like that. I'm very much mature. I wouldn't fight nobody.
You're 47 years old. You successfully raised a 21-year-old daughter. You avoided getting arrested.
I'm a fucking miracle right now, right?
Yeah. What's your secret? What's your secret?
More than 6 months. 2 pounds, right? Wow. I'm in a miracle over and over again. All them stats. I'm like LeBron, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 47, I'm still going, baby. You know what I'm saying? I really every quarter, like, and then you go to a college, right? They took my drink away. I drank as a vodka. I had to say, they take my drink. Yeah, well, I couldn't bring it down the alley. You know, I couldn't do that. I appreciate it.
You already have a big junk book? Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting the extra edition. Yo, Tony, congratulations. It's $2 grand.
There's several others that are discussed in
All right, been a hell of an episode, the hottest episode in the history of Tony.
so they were set
We went
aside.
from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a fair it does not work comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your hero, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show. All-time interviews on the show. The Express VPN, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine. William Montgomery, everybody.
Another very important source, also Justice Contemporary, is of course very
Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for my first
first feature-length film. The guy seems super nice. He actually sent the script to my father back in Memphis, which is weird as shit. It's like, not even get his fucking address, but I'm really excited. The Osborne died at 30 years ago. My first intervention tomorrow, and I'm gonna know. I don't know what to wear. Big Zach. If you don't want me to join a cult with groovy clothes in your propaganda videos, free juice, sign me the fuck up. Free love, no taxes, VIP access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish fits. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% time shit my goal keeps it. God damn it, I missed that part. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% time on my asset, and they're gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have you all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's my time. Oh my
So what's going on here is that inside leadership really focused on things that Noah, miracle of these days, and has a very superficial historical account of why the Jews were rebelling in the first place, and how the war unfolded, and how it ended, and how we had
well, too bad I fucking can't stand under
part of the reason why you're seeing
after the whole anti-tail debacle you're in, I can't stand under it.
but they're not highly enthusiastic about the kingdom that
totally irrelevant these days, so whatever.
But not always so eye-to-eye when it came to
Yes,
there is a large population. Here you have sisters called Sefer Josephus. Josephus clearly derived from Josephus. And although the author really kind of like an adaptation of Josephus. Stories about the kind of sources that the spaceship much more popular among Christians, a little bit much more available professional story. The only problem, right, one of the most important problems with Sefer Josephus is that the author did not know any Greek, so it's because relied on the Latin translation.
Literally, he's not hungry anymore.
Josephus's work, he actually wrote quite a bit in several different places about Israel and Israel. But he also had the Latin translation of the Book of Maccabees. So it's only in the 10th century when we get to Jews actually historians looking back and saying, wow, this is a fascinating story. Why don't we know more about it? And then going in and looking at these other sources, filling in the reflection on the bone of the story that we have in front of us. It's a much more robust picture of what's going on. There are many errors.
I don't feel horrible about talking about your slutty ass mom every single time. It was like probably in 100 sets of mine. I was talking shit about your mom. I did have a very nice weekend editing over these times. Come back and watch this
amazing edition that
those pro glasses just for this.
all kinds of Jews are still
You've been
studying
wearing these are real. Put them on now.
Yeah, I put mom in here.
I don't forget who I am. That's how you look at this mess.
Bring this together.
No, he's never done
It's classic Gil Martin. Just come on, you know, it's wrap it up.
What do you think about Red Man's glasses?
I think they make them a lot smarter. And I had worried that he's been looking kind of stupid recently. I think they got his glasses. They make you look a lot smarter. Right? You look like you're a homeless kind of person. That's what's scary with those glasses. I take them off. Are those even prescription glasses right now? Yes, they are. How much do they cost? $300. That's embarrassing, dumbass. You're going to say something like that.
So here's the citation.
Well,
You actually do look better. I swear to God. You still look worse, I think. You still look okay. Worse, but
is this the intervention?
yes, yeah, Red Man. We have to get you. I know you've been holed up there a long time. You know you're fucking super depressed. You've been on the VR way longer than normal.
My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man. My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man.
Tell us about this new plaque and psoriasis commercial. I know many of us have seen it.
What is this dancing around with all these skin? Like it looks like she got real sunburned on different parts of her body.
There are stories that
psoriasis is this nasty disease people get. I don't know if it's sexually transmitted. I don't know how people get it, but it's just this real sick disease. Yeah, I know. So the commercial seems really good. It's just getting more. It's getting people on these pills.
Let's go back to the intervention for a second. Have you planned this speech for this? Have you written this?
I was starting to write some earlier.
Stage free.
Don't do it. Don't read like that.
So I shouldn't read. Yeah, what do you think? Do I got for
Okay, but let it flow.
Thank you to the fucking horrible person that belched right there. We're talking about a friend of mine that's quite literally.
Hello, fellows. I have some special discussion today. I'd like to do a very quick overview of this remarkable book that just came my way.
This is weird. I swear it's
by Rabbi Rothschild. It's called Kasukani.
You think that you change your diet at all?
You will be amazed at that title, but let me translate it to English. It is
comes a day and I did shit twice today, which is great because I can't go explain the time in 3 days.
Study and clarification of the custom of
And you're doing so much row. I'm at 720 miles on the row machine.
You will recall if
So
you're
I
following
just
the
feel
series
like
that a few weeks ago, I'm giving a class on the Apollonic, and I have to mention this book, which I had seen online, but I never actually picked up. And I was fascinated as something to write. As you see here, a whole book is
What else goes straight
431
to your
pages
muscles? Give us some
long.
examples of
Double
things that go
column
straight to your
pages like
muscles.
all on and I was like amazed. This is double amazing. One of the members of our regular class is actually the mother of Rabbi Schwartz. And she said, "Oh my gosh, that's my son's book." And she got me a copy, and I was so excited. So I began reading just before Hanukkah, sending out to my donuts, and I ended up spending like a ridiculous amount of money on donuts. But now I knew what I was doing. Okay,
Is it
so let me tell
heroin?
you a
Is
little
that
bit
the
about
main
what's
drug
in
of
this
the
book,
person
and
getting the
specifically
intervention?
connected to Jewish history. So part 3 of a series, the commandment and the custom of
I've never heard
on
you use
Hanukkah.
the word
Those
cornucopia
are also
before, William. Are there any other new words in your vocabulary this week that you're excited about?
Let me just also clarify for those of you who your mind may still be boggling about what is going on here with donuts.
barely a drum saddle.
stated in the Torah itself, or in closely related rabbinic works like the Mishnah. And then laws, which are made by the rabbis, sometimes hundreds of texts of the Torah law. Like, for example, it is forbidden to write a law because if you're handling a pen,
Honestly, the ones that you don't really know that aren't that exciting are kind of funnier than the crazy ones.
the outside circle, something which is called minhag or custom. And these are things which, no rabbi actually said, hey, we have to actually do this from now on. But there are things that seem to be kind of like natural outgrowths of Jewish practice and maybe related to religious practice, particularly Jewish practice. So you have these three concentric circles, and one should not disdain the outer level of minhag.
What's the one thing that you're hoping at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person that you're giving the intervention to will not say?
On the holiday of Hanukkah clearly falls within the outermost range of minhag or custom. And it is associated specifically with oil, right? So a whole chapter of the commemoration of the holiday of Hanukkah has to do with lighting oil, right? There's candles as well, but the best way to
The man who will be a blue note in New York City the Monday after Madison Square Garden contains this episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. One more time for the best damn man in all the anarchists, Shane Gillis and Matt. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
the word comes from the Greek sponge, like in sea sponge, and in fact the word scanio and the words in English all come from the same root, and obviously it's next to the sea sponge because it's shaped sort of like a jelly donut, and it has kind of like a fluffy quality like a jelly donut, so that's why the donuts were named after the sponge. Now, historically, I was remarkably amazed to see that the first reference to eating donuts on Hanukkah actually dates all the way to the 12th century. I thought it was a much more modern thing, but it was a 12th century reference. None other than Rabbi Moshe, the father of my mom.
Check out our secret show every Thursday.
Moshe ben Maimon. So that would mean it was referred to in Rabbi Maimon's writings, which are quoted elsewhere, in southern Spain or possibly North Africa, where he lived. In the 12th century. And then in the following century, in the Provence region, which is south of France, there was a very unusual mixed community of Ashkenazi and Spartan living there. Rabbi Cohen actually wrote a beautiful poem about the importance of donuts on Hanukkah. So clearly by the 12th and 13th century, this was a widespread practice. Who knows how much further back it goes, but those are the earliest references to it as a common practice, both in Sephardic lands and at least to the Ashkenazi portion of Provence in Ashkenazi lands. Now, this book is not specifically a history book, it is a halakhic sefer, it's a book of Jewish law. There's a lot of discussion here of how does one behave with regards to discussion. Who should eat donuts? How much donuts to eat? How do I measure?
Castillo, Nachos, Belconde, Michael drums, Matt Muling, guitar, John B's on the keys, and that is T-Mac. Is here, make some noise for the AC guys. Texas, late in July. Holy shit, AC's breaking. This is a real live show. Anything can happen. Doesn't matter how much money Spotify gives you. AC's breaking in Texas. A good old stress test here today. Tonight's fucking show.
As much as I enjoyed
Every single week, and I can tell you with no ego, you guys hit the fucking comedy lottery. You did it. This is one of those big ones. History. This is indeed Shane Gillis and Malika. It's crazy how much hotter it is out here. The crazy thing is that the AC works in some places right now. On the roof, which is an open mic.
of the most significant extra-biblical texts that appears live appearance can explain himself. Whenever we do Dungeness or the actual scene of destruction. Run a 5.5 million people. Right, we heard of the AC guy up in here. You guys for tonight's show. You know what the fuck is up? The bucket gets crazy. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. And you know they're trying to do West Hollywood Fair. Generous them. None of them know the need are next door right now. They're going to nice air conditioner backstage. They're going to walk out. They're going to think of some fun. Before we get to that first bucket pool, I have a golden ticket winner here ready to debut a new minute.
Growing up, if I didn't have anything to eat, I know I just want to forward you with something, you know,
which is basically which corresponds to whatever the magnetic field of Earth changes with frequency of traditional archaeology. Dating this area to
Second opener there, Martin, and the opportunity to
have time. There's magnetic field. Like 4,600 years ago. Now, this may be a huge history of cultures out. But really important to all of us is protecting the Earth.
Shit. Martin, you ever have a bad experience?
So by getting a distinct measure of what scientists are able to do, this is an important data point, trying to figure out how to protect all of us from this devastating sound. I think this is so fascinating. I perceive this rejection of it in the ashes, literally, of
Martin, what else has been going on?
Physical effects. Speaking of acid
What kind of car did you get?
I wanted to get the same car as
That would be,
Yeah, that would be implied.
This is truly
Only two ungays so far in 2.5 minutes.
Till 6 a.m. One time I think I wrote Jewish practices. It makes it worse, I think, actually. Like, I almost had a thing in there, so.
About the tremendous amount of Jewish religious practice.
Well, we got the show started tonight. Thank you so much. Martin. Is the AC guy? No, we'll hold it back there while I bring up the first fucking poll of the night. You guys know how this part works. This is where shit gets a little crazy. Because we're gonna meet somebody, could be the next star of the show.
Birthday's coming up in a few days. I think I look great for 36. So, heard of it? Another great show is Friends, but I think an even show is Seinfeld. No, this is a show about nothing. That means Friends, how they were similar. I'm a little nervous. I just had some sushi recently. We're in the hood at this new place. I ordered the udon. What? Yeah, they never long.
The United States
Thank you guys. Okay.
Thank
God you didn't do the punchline I thought was coming there. Free shows, Friends. To get what? A VCR base.
Friends is a lot like Seinfeld. I just, that was kind of the point of the joke, and I almost didn't use that. I artistically added it.
Do you remember what the correlation between the three was?
Friends is like Seinfeld without the Jews. How long ago was this? Like 10 months ago. Oh, shit. Like, it was my sister's birthday was the day before. What? October 1st. October 1st.
sister and your father at the time of his death.
And there was some pushback. It's like the same guy that knew. Yeah, but she feels so bad. Between jobs right now.
How much exactly did you get?
$70,000.
$70,000.
Talk about that. I don't know why I just finally said no. Yeah, you're finding the silver lining. Yeah, it's over halfway gone.
Question: did your sister get the same thing?
Poor thing.
Wow.
I feel bad for her.
I mean, you just called her very fun. Well, then how much more of the 70,000's been taxed? What are we at now? 25,000. It's going fast. It's going fast. So what sort of type of job are you looking to get?
It's kind of, laborious and hard to juggle comedy and burn myself really bad here. And then I'm looking into some kind of audio video thing. Really good.
For the first time in the stream. Absolutely wild. This is an incredible, monumental moment in the history of Kilsonian. 12 years. If you never spoken to see guys live on the show before, sir, what is your name? The camera is a little bit of haze. How do we avoid that in the future?
Truthfully, if you're using smoke machines, probably not.
Okay, we can't do it. All right, let's reset the cameras, recalibrate the cameras to 0.
Nice.
Very lucky. Cold.
It is pretty cold in my house. Before you came around, so now we're even, Steve. Thank you so much. Degrees, for those of you wondering, hoping that goes down at some point. Dean, why don't you stick around? Shout out to Airco here. Coming in and doing their job. I think it's for them. Airco here in Austin, Texas. So kids. Kelsey in the comedy mothership. Wow. There's a plug. Got it. By going to airco.com. That's the website. Airco. Yeah, Airco Mechanical. That's amazing. Just save Dean's job, everybody. It's about years of the business. Airco, air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing. You professional sport licensed therapist and psychiatrist that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get medication you need to supplement your talk therapy.
by Jacobus. Where we're going is we're going in good foods. Find your perfect pair with Jacobus. I've wondered if you love foods with your personal style.
Terrorism.
Jewish colleagues' presentations. I'd like to hear what the
Virgins.
But this is what we call Jewish reality,
This would be easier.
and we somehow,
So nervous backstage, even after I ripped a couple of.
then you can
That's right.
Assassin. Until the next one shows
Usually don't
up.
bring this up,
And
but
their operation is in the sense of
Hey, T-Bone,
getting from the rest of the world sexually
Paul chose to sign it straight.
diets are
I got
regulated by
injured last
certain foods, certain
I
ways.
have surgery in South Florida.
You're not seen as
They are.
What was the job that you had before all of this?
I'm a construction worker. I was in position as a team.
Talk about the minute of comedy that you talking about. Wow, you're so awesome. The lovely lady that's right, ladies and gentlemen. The delicious.
It's pretty crazy. It's like one rabbit because all this is. That was my wife. My black one. Mounted. Here's the fucking
You have that many rabbits? Wow. It takes appears to be the magical warriors. Where at?
California. Somebody still lit? Yeah, hotel Noah, and I just got a new job ago at Manifest. I delivered construction absolutely incredible. I used to train with so I got cats. How many cats? 3. My 2 girls, and I got how's the cat looking? Everything I yeah. I started with just a bunch of inbred guinea pigs.
Our daughter was
Show your little I saw everybody. You fucking picture me stinking, Michael. This is what they said, right? Yeah. Did they kind of sound like that, or did they speak perfect American English like you? My mom. She sounds like me, just not like guys. California blast. So you had how many of those guinea pigs? That's why I got them. Behold. Did you bury that? You put up like a monument type box. They were like I was a kid. I didn't know what tombstones were. Right. He was
Why she said it was on the inside here. You know what? Honestly, if there were 14 guinea pigs in this. That's why you need a. And then it says number one business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works through your line, your phone. So no more sharing two phones or using a landline. With your team, you can pick up right where the last person left. 7 days. Times faster than ever.
Antonio level hands down. Say goodbye to voicemail. Set up in minutes. After hours, answer questions. Especially if you've already got this developed. So whether you're in one person operation, drowning in call, needs better collaboration tools, makes
for no extra charge. Open phone. No missed calls. No missed customers. We are moving along smoothly here. Bucket full number 5.
A little bit about me and whatever. I'm having a sale on my OnlyFans.
Yes, so many questions. Let's begin.
Excuse me?
I have a serious question. When you do your first get picked up from the Lord level,
It's, I was named after a Japanese film camera. I'm the cashier. I need to tell the truth, I guess. 30 cents a day.
is that real? Okay, what do you want this only?
Squirt. I do like anime.
There's a lot.
There's a lot.
How long have you been been on OnlyFans.
Temporarily.
So you were
Here's the document question.
This was China.
okay. Anything close with your parents?
Not right now, not at the moment.
Why do you think in on your little dark hour? You know? It's a real live show, everybody.
I don't think so. No. He said he. It's okay, guys. We're here now. Right? Summer.
For what it's worth, I think you're worth more than 30 cents a day.
Okay.
Yeah. How much are you making a month on OnlyFans?
There are
$4 a day.
It's not a lie. Yeah.